go ahead and call this to order with the tiny hammer. It's kind of cute. We'll begin this morning. First of all, self-disclosure here, everybody. I am not sick. I have been exposed. My son has tested positive for COVID. He's on about day 6 now, if we're honest, so I think we're kind of past all of it. If I was going to get sick, I think I'd already be sick. But nonetheless, since we're all in here in a room together, I felt like the responsible thing was to tell y'all, put on a mask, and move on with life. So appreciate that disclaimer out of the way. Next, Reverend Thornton. We are so glad you were able to join us this morning. Would you open this retreat for us in prayer?
It's all right. Thanks.
Well, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
It's good to be here, and it's good to be able to acknowledge God. And I thank God for Mr. Charles asking me and to come and pray this morning. A little bit of surprise, but nevertheless, the Bible says always be ready. Am I talking right?
You're talking
right. Amen. And will you bow your heads and let us humble ourselves as we go before the Lord. Lord, we thank you for this day. We ask you to look on us according to your loving kindness and tender mercy. For you said in your word, if my people, which are called by my name, will humble themselves and pray, seek your face, turn from their wicked ways, then would I hear from heaven. I forgive their sins and heal the land. We're here today, hallelujah, on the behalf of the city, Lord. We pray, oh God, that you will move in a mighty way. Bring us all on one accord, with one mind, having compassion one to another with brotherly love. We bind the adversary on every hand, all the works of the devil. We bind it now, Lord, in the name of Jesus. We come against doubt, confusion, and frustration. Thank you, Jesus. Touch for your glory, Lord. Let your love, oh God, be manifested in this place. The love of God, that agape love, let it flow from heart to heart, from mind to mind, from soul to soul, in the name of Jesus. Lord, we're praying, oh God, hallelujah, that you will look on Mr. Gaylord this morning. Strengthen him where he's weak. We refuse to let the devil have his way. Oh God, we know, Lord, that you are a healer. And in any condition that's in this place, Lord, we come against all the afflictions, the works of the devil. Lord, touch for your glory. For you was wounded for our transgressions, bruised for our iniquity. Chastisement of our peace was upon you, Lord, and with your stripes we are healed. Oh, my God. Touch for your glory, Lord. You know every heart, every mind, every soul. You know the conditions, Lord. Fix it for your glory. In the name of Jesus, we thank you, Father. Oh, glory. Now somebody that loves the Lord and not ashamed, clap your hands and shout hallelujah. Come on, hallelujah. Oh, you aren't saying it. Hallelujah. Glory to God. Amen. 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 Thank you so much.
Reverend, thank you. We appreciate you and your wife being willing to make time to come and join us this morning. We wish you safe travels as you go about your day. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So, council, we have the agenda that's been presented to us. I know everyone's had a chance to look.
Roll call.
All right, we'll start with that. Well, I was going to get there in just a second. Let me finish what I was about to say. You have the agenda that's been presented to you. We're all going to work through that. Welcome to this. For this particular group of council, this is our first budget retreat. We're going to see that things are a little bit different in this. We have 2 days where we're going to be hearing presentation after presentation after presentation from our different departments of the city, trying to learn everything that we can about how the city operates, what it needs, and we're going to have to make some very tough financial decisions to be able to give guidance to administration as they go to actually prepare a budget for us to vote on in a few days. As it's more of a relaxed sort of learning environment, if you need a restroom, get up and go to the restroom. Don't sit and wait and raise your hand. We're not going to be taking hard votes or anything like that. If you want more coffee, go get it. There's Artist Daily Bread did breakfast today. Who's lunch today?
Jersey Mike's.
Jersey Mike's, and then tomorrow breakfast is. Do you remember?
No, it's local.
Yeah. Anyway, so that y'all see. There's good stuff. So tried to do something that can be pretty comfortable. So with that, we'll actually get started. Madam Clerk, if you would do a roll call.
Mayor Gaylor.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Matthews.
Present.
Councilwoman Jones.
Here.
Councilman Boyette.
Here.
Councilwoman Taylor.
Present.
Councilwoman Weeks.
Present.
Councilman White.
Present.
Perfect. Ms. Getz, next we'll move into the adoption of the agenda. Does anyone have any amendments to the agenda? And if not, do we have a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
Make a motion that we accept the agenda as presented by staff for approval.
Thank you. Motion has been made to accept the agenda as presented. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Motion has been made and seconded to approve the agenda as presented. All in favor, please, or is there any debate on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you, everybody. And again, there is food, y'all as well. I don't want any of that to go to waste. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank everyone for being here. I know it's and welcome. I know it's a lot to ask for, you guys to take time out of your daily lives and your work schedules, and so I appreciate that commitment that you're showing. I know this is going to be a lot of information in the next 2 days, so you try to engage, ask questions, take notes, and we'll have sessions at the end of the day where we're kind of trying to chart a way forward. I'd like to thank the department heads and the city staff for putting us all together and all the work they've done in getting their presentations. They've put a lot of thought into their presentation, so that my instructions to them were, this is, like the mayor said, it's a new council, and we need to be educational and informative. And I'd like to thank the Event Center staff for the use of this very nice facility. We're blessed to have it and grateful to be here. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about why we're here. I'm only going to take a few minutes. I'm not going to touch too much on the special session. I'll talk about that a little bit later. But why do we invest in a budget retreat? Well, I think we're here to learn, share information, and grow as a team, to build relationships and better understand our budget needs as a city and community and a local government body. So, in short, we are here to better the city and improve the lives of those who live here. It's a tall task, but we will succeed when we work together and map out a strategy that we can all agree on. So how do we do this? I think it starts by understanding the needs of the community, the services we provide, and with the responsibilities we have. This is a part of we'll be going over in the next 2 days when you hear the retreat sessions and you will hear the budget request and the PowerPoint presentations from the staff. But this is going to be a very challenging budget year. It's and the finance director and I were talking a little bit, and I agree with her in this every year. And I think this is across the state. It seems like budgets get more challenging. There's more constraints on local government, and there's competition for, there's more grants now, but the competition's as steady as it's ever been. And this year, though, we're not able to depend on ARPA funds. So one of the things that we're having to do is we use the ARPA funds for salaries. So now we need revenue replacement. So we're starting off a little bit in the hole right there. 1.2 million, I think it is, Catherine, roughly thereabouts, to replace that ARPA funding that's gone away. And we We're also raising the police department salaries, which is needed because to stay competitive in our region, and I think that's going to already have some positive effects. We're getting some more interest from officers there. We got to build our police department up so we can focus on that number one priority that the city council and mayor mentioned was reducing crime. But this means that we're going to have to absorb a lot more. Our revenue it's been growing slightly, but it's essentially flat. And a lot of that's also been eaten by inflation. So we've got a relatively flat growth, and Alan Lumpkin, our county tax assessor, will be here tomorrow to talk about that. I asked him to come so we could get the expert's view on taxes, and also, because that is in our general fund, that's our largest revenue source. And we're getting ready to go into, not this year, but next year, a reevaluation year. So it's important for us to not just look 1 year, but let's try to look 2 years ahead. And Davenport will also be talking about some of the financial implications of the city's finances in general. So that's another important part of tomorrow's exercise. The second largest revenue source we have is our sales tax. And you don't see anything on this agenda about sales tax, but sales tax is very important. And throughout, if you look at the state of North Carolina, sales tax usually equates, it varies, but on average, it's about 20% of your revenue stream for most local governments' general fund. Over the years, it's been growing and growing, so it's been very important. But if you take a look back, you can see also that it's a very volatile revenue source. Back in the Great Recession, you could see where sales tax dipped tremendously. I'd like to be able to say that sales tax is something we can see some strong growth in. We budgeted a little bit more for it last year, and I suggested that. But this year, I think we're going to have to look at sales tax potentially as a fairly flat revenue source. And the reason why I think that is because as inflation is cutting into people's spendable income, they're not buying as much. So I don't see a large growth in the sales tax this year. But I said, sales tax is important, but, property tax, that equates for probably 40% of our general fund. And when you look at revenues, and when you look at things like property tax, you say, well, what does property tax fund? Well, it doesn't fund all our general activities, our general fund activities. It probably, if we looked at it, equates for what it costs just to run the police department. And that's pretty standard throughout the state of North Carolina. So just keep in mind that even though there's other sources of revenue, those two are the most important. Now, on the 18th of January, we had a special session, and I'd like to call your attention in the first pages of your booklets. We had it's page 18. It's a summary sheet of the 15 priorities that we discussed, and we did a little sticky note exercise on our charts. And we came up with several different priorities, and what I did was I assigned a weighted value to those. So if you go to that, you'll see violent crime and gangs. They had 7 votes. You guys voted 7 as a high priority, so those were 5 points each. So the score on that, the weighted score was 35. The wastewater treatment plant as a priority came in second. It had 8 votes as a higher priority with a total score of 32. So, and then city finances and fiscal health was third with 30 points. And the reason why I did it like this is because all these priorities that we talked about on the 18th are very, very important to the city and you as council members, I know. And you didn't want to differentiate and say they're not important, because all of them were. It was a struggle to try to figure out what was most important. So I used the weighting system in assigning values, and I didn't want to differentiate between a higher, and highest priority by that much and skew the weighting of the system that it came up with. So they're all kind of close, but those are the ones we came out with as the highest. And I just wanted you to keep that in mind. And as we're going forward, it's kind of something you can refer to. But I'll just read out the top 6 there. So violent crime and gangs was number 1, wastewater treatment plant expansion, city finances and fiscal health, affordable housing, unhoused, homeless, and elimination of blight in the city, job creation, economic development. Those are some of the top ones. Public safety equipment. You can see them. You've got them at your table or in front of you there. So that's really all I had this morning, was just to kind of, sort of cover that really quickly. I thought that was a helpful exercise. But now we're going to take these and we're going to hear from the city department heads, and you're going to learn a lot more about what their needs are today and tomorrow. Any questions for me? Again, thank you for being here this morning. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Livingston. All right, so with that, we'll move straight into Catherine. And then again, at 9:30, we have a break. Obviously, we'll kind of flux a little bit. There's been some, we're already running a little bit behind, so we may make up for it in this first break. You understand, you've been to these things before, so. Ms. Gwynn, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Okay. So thank you for having me this morning, and the purpose of what I'm doing is to give you a 6-month update, budget to actual, for the city's overall annual operating budgets through December 31, 2023. We will do a little look back on some fiscal 2023 activities. We'll talk a little bit about that, and that's just to give you some perspective as to where we are. So first, we're going to talk about revenues. We spend a lot of time during the fiscal year talking about expenditures when I bring budget amendments to council. So this is one time that we're talking about revenues, because the things that the manager is talking about cost money, right? So we need to know how are we going to pay for it. So to look back at a comparison for the first 6 months of the actual FY24 to FY23, so this would be comparing December 23 to December 23 of both fiscal years. These revenues are listed in order of the amount, and as you can see, property taxes, they're at the top. We are a little over what we had collected in the year before. That is due in part to some growth. Some of that is also in part to when people pay their bills. Sales tax is the next. We are a little under, and it's not much. I mean, it's a fraction of a percent, but we are a little under, and one of the things that affected us is the Department of Revenue. They've been a little, it's been sporadic how they've been doing their refunds, and they caught up in one of the months, I think it was October or November, and we had a significant decline in the amount of revenue that we collected because of Department of Revenue sales tax refunds. So we're a little under where we were the prior year. And as you can see, overall in the general fund, so far, we've collected about $24.6 million up to about $24.3 million. So we're about $300,000 over where we were in the prior fiscal year. Now we take a look at fiscal 24. The budget is on the far left column, adjusted budget, actual collections, and then we have a percent of budget. So I think the thing, again, this is ordered in the by the dollars. So of course property tax is number one. And generally I would say property tax, sales tax, and your other state shared revenues like utility franchise tax, they make up between 70 and 75% of the general fund budget. And, we can't control sales tax, okay? Property tax, to some extent, we can control, but those are our largest drivers of our budget. The other amounts, that other roughly 25 to 30%, we can have some control over, but it's not nearly as big a effect for that other 30%. So I would say for the new council members, property tax is showing about 72.84% collected through December 31st. And that's really purely by mechanics of when property taxes are due. Because, as you get to around, I think it's January the 5th is when they start, you've got that period where you'll get assessed a penalty. So most people want to pay their property taxes by December 31st so they can get credit for it on their income tax returns, and then they can also avoid having the penalty and the interest. So traditionally, cash flow for the city is heaviest. Generally, November, December are very heavy months. January is actually a heavy month as well because people are, rushing in to get their bills paid. They don't want their name published in the paper and that kind of thing. So that is not unusual. We usually expect to be somewhere between 70-75% collected. Sales tax is roughly about 24%. And that gets into the accounting function where we have to accrue sales tax. So when the retailer collects the sales tax from us as consumers, then at the end of the middle of the next month, they have to remit the sales tax. Well, the sales tax gets to Department of Revenue, they calculate their numbers, and then the next month, they actually distribute it to the municipalities, and they do it month by month. So we're essentially 2 months behind. So that's why you only see basically a quarter, because that's really all it is. And thank goodness, probably 12.5 years ago, the state actually went from quarterly to monthly, which obviously helps units with their cash flow, which is a wonderful thing. But at any rate, because of the accounting rules, the accruals, we're only showing basically 1/4 of sales tax. So this is normal for this time of year. And I would say at the bottom line, when you look at the budget, we've got roughly a $52.7 million general fund budget. We've collected roughly $24.6 million, so we're at about 46%. Now, part of what affects that is that line, fund balance appropriated, roughly the middle third of the page. It's $4.3 million. And we will look at that. There is a slide at the end where we talk about how much money we've appropriated in fund balance. Part of that was part of the budgeting process. We budgeted $1.5 million to balance the general fund, okay? We had PO rollovers, that adds to it, and then, of course, I've brought several amendments for council approval where we've had needs and we've had to draw out of fund balance. So the fact that we are appropriating $4.3 million, it affects that percentage, that 46.63. So if we had not appropriated anything, obviously we would be closer to 50%. So we'll see more, I think, positive news for the council. We'll see that more as we compare revenues to expenses. In the utility fund, the collections, where we're looking at the prior years, this is in order of dollar amounts. So we have sewer charges and water charges are our top two amounts in the utility fund. Overall, we've collected $11.8 million roughly. Last year it was about 11.7. So it's about a $75,000 difference. So you can see that it's steady in collections is what you would expect, because as we bill, we expect folks to pay. And that has continued to be the case. People are paying their bills as they're coming due. So we've got a steady stream of utility revenue to fund our operations.
Ms. Gwen, before you leave that one, what falls into miscellaneous and other?
So we have one industry that has significant industrial charges, and they have not had those significant industrial charges this year. That's been the big driver on that.
Will they? Or is it timing, or is it they're simply no longer charged that?
The way that I understand it, and I may have to lean on Burke for that, is I believe that they put processes in place to cut their flow down. So when we look at the budget, we did not budget for that, okay?
Right.
And even last year, in '23, we weren't expecting that amount to come in, therefore we did not budget it, which means that it was available revenue to either add to the equity balance of that fund. Does that make?
It does, and as to avoid calling names, certain companies, if they're dumping a lot of waste in, if they build their own little treatment facility on their property, they can then clean up some of that waste, so what's being sent either has less of whatever the problem is, and so that's what that is.
I believe so. That's correct, isn't it, Burke?
Yeah, once you said it, it rang a bell.
Okay, all right, thank you. So our next slide, we compare where we are budget to actual in the current fiscal year that we're in. We have roughly a almost $27 million budget. We've collected about $11.8 million, so we're at about 43.87% collected. Again, I will say what brings that percentage down to the 43.87 is the fact that we've appropriated roughly $3 million in utility fund balance. Part of that is PO rollovers that is coming into play with that. So I think that's about all I wanted to say on that slide. In the stormwater fund, when we look at actual, we have for this current fiscal year, we've collected about $845,000 up to about $1.1 million. The biggest driver in that is in the prior fiscal year, we took out a loan. As some of you may be aware, we had a large borrowing. We had a fire truck we had to buy, and along with that, we tagged on some other rolling stock. In the stormwater fund, we had a vehicle that had to be purchased, so therefore we borrowed the money. I think it was sometime in September. So that's why that's showing up here, and that's basically what your difference is. Stormwater is a very regular recurring charge, so that number is not going to go up much. We had a modest fee increase in this fiscal year, so this is tracking exactly where it needs to be tracking at. And then comparing the current fiscal year for the stormwater fund, we have roughly a $2.1 million budget. We've collected about $845,000, so we're at about 41%. Again, this is going to get affected by the fund balance appropriated and the loan proceeds which have not been taken. It would be our hope to get the loan taken before the end of the fiscal year, but if that is not possible, then it rolls. It would be basically a use of fund balance is what it amounts to.
For those wondering, no, we've not entered the animal kingdom. Those are chimney swallows.
Okay. I was wondering what that was. So in the downtown district, what we have for the 6-month collection period through December, we've collected about $66,000. Prior year was about $66,000, so it's a net difference of $5. Again, this just, it's how property tax works. We generally get most of our collections through December, so that's good. It's very steady. And then when we look at budget to actual, $112,000 budget up to about $66,000 in collections. It means it's about 59.37% collected. So basically, property taxes is the biggest driver in that fund. So we are right on target where we need to be. Like I said, 60%, 70%. We will have a pretty good influx in January with that. We usually get very good collections from our downtown municipal service district. Occupancy tax collections, comparing December 31 for the prior year and the current year, we've collected $561,000 current. Prior, we had collected $583,000, so we're actually down about $22,000, which is, I think, a blip. It's just a minor percentage, so it tells me that still our operations continue to be steady month over month. When we look at budget versus actual for the current year, we have a $1.4 million budget. We've collected $561,000, so we're at about 38%. The one thing, again, that's driving this is we have a $250,000 fund balance appropriation, which is going to bring that percentage down. And you have to think about, you know, I've rattled off numbers like $4 million and $3 million in fund balance, but those are in comparison to a much larger budget. $250,000 on a $1.4 million budget is quite a bit of money. That was appropriated for a maintenance building at the Bryan Multi-Sports Complex, okay? But otherwise, when you look at the other percentages, like when you look at occupancy tax, 49%, so 50% compared to budget, that's kind of what we expect, so I think we're on target. Okay, so our next slide is a recap by
Ms.
fund.
Quinn,
I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Councilmember Weeks.
I have one question before you go to expenditures. On the general fund collection, the sales tax and the intergovernmental grants, is that due in part to the moratorium with the state? You know, there are these intergovernmental grants, the reimbursable grants, and they're just not paying on time with those? And it's the same thing with the sales tax?
Okay, So intergovernmental grants, the biggest driver in that, there's two things. It's a transportation grant, which is the 5303 and the 104F transportation grants that are handled by planning. That's your MPO, MTP, you know, all those acronyms. And then we also have the signal billing, the traffic signal billing. One of the drivers I know that in the intergovernmental grants is we have not asked for, and we haven't spent as much to get reimbursement on the 5303 and the 104F. So everybody is on time and up to date as far as like staff turning in grant reimbursements and submitting them and us getting the money. DOT can be a little slow sometimes, so there may be one or two reimbursements missing in that number, but we just haven't spent as much this year is one of the drivers that's in there. Now, we also have probably a few other smaller grants, and it can add up very quickly to get you to that 471. And then on sales tax, what is your concern again?
I was just asking, the deficit there, is that the moratorium where they're just not paying on time? They're not refunding the sales tax?
Oh, no, we get it
Okay.
on time by the
Okay.
15th of every month, yes, ma'am. So what's affecting that is part of it, so it's complicated. So in the finance community that we're a part of, that we subscribe to with the SOG, when they come out monthly with their sales tax projections and numbers, they've talked a lot about these refunds. It's kind of it's a very complicated process. Well, they were behind evidently because they had not been issuing refunds like they should have been. So what the general consensus is that the prior fiscal year was overstated because they hadn't done the refunds, so now they're catching up. And we had a really big catch-up month it was like October, November, where, let's say normally I'm used to seeing over $1 million in sales tax deposited on the 15th of the month. It was way down. I was really surprised. I knew that was something that was going to affect us because month over month, year over year, we generally see an uptick. It's either break even or it's an uptick. So we're getting paid like we're supposed to. It's just having to do with the state and the refund process that they go through. It affects the city, okay?
And is some of it just simply consumer spending?
Oh, absolutely,
Right.
yeah.
So to simplify it to its most basic level, some of it is consumers not spending.
It is, and I think what we hear on the economic front is consumers are getting saturated with debt. They are spending their credit cards and getting to their limits. Banks are tightening their credit limits, so before it was pretty free-flowing. So we know now, because everything costs so much, I mean, it just seems like everything's double. And I think what we've been hearing is that just consumers, they are to the hilt, so they're going to have to stop spending. So we will see some of that affect us. So as Matt alluded to in his presentation, we can't just go out there and say, oh, we're going to assume a 10% sales tax growth. I think that is very unwise to go that far. You're probably looking at a 0 to 5% at the max as far as growth goes for us, which doesn't give us a whole lot of money to spend just because of the credit tightening and people not spending as much money.
So there's been a number of times when staff have alluded to the fact that we are a very local, we're on a very local level, we're still beholden to the larger macroeconomic trends of our country and our state. And that particular line item is a perfect representation of that, because as nationally people alter their spending habits, it manifests locally as well. And that particular line item is one where that we see it.
Absolutely, absolutely, great point. Okay, so this is a recap by fund looking at the 6-month prior year and current year. So in the current year, overall, we've collected about 37 or almost $38 million. In the prior year, we had collected about 38.6. So we're down about $635,000 from prior year collections, but we've been through the why part. And the biggest driver of that, of course, with the capital reserve utility, we funded it. We pulled money out as revenue in the prior fiscal year. We didn't have that money to put in it. So to me, that's the biggest driver of the decrease. The other funds, we're where we need to be. We about break even when you look at it compared to the prior fiscal year. We're going to talk a little bit about operating expenditures, and we do this at a very high level so that you can see it by fund and then by category. We break out personnel, operating, capital, debt, transfers, and shared services and contingency. Personnel generally should be around 50%. Why you could see, like in the general fund, for instance, you see 45%. A lot of vacancies make a difference. That brings that number down. Operating, that's really the wiggle room where we do the business of the city. So those are your materials, your supplies, your contract vendors, things of that nature. So generally, department heads do an excellent job of holding the line through December because we just don't know what happens. So we tell them to spend as conservatively as they can, but buy what you need. Don't make a city service or someone suffer because we didn't have that supply on hand. So we don't stop them from that, but we ask them to be very, very careful with their money. So that's why you generally see that number under 50%. Capital, 34%. We've brought several things to council for you to approve contracts so we can buy things because we had to have them. We were at critical mass. They were affecting operations. I have asked the department heads to let's try to hold back on the capital so we're not expending the cash until we can get the debt funding in place. Debt, we have to make payments as the debt payments come due. Generally, we have our biggest debt payments in November and May of the year, so we generally are above 50% because we make such a heavy payment in November. Now, there's really no transfers. These are really shared services. I use that to group them together because it's easier for auditing purposes. But shared services are the reimbursements that the general fund gets from operating funds like the stormwater fund and the utility fund for shared services. So we have management staff, human resources, finance, engineering, those that are paid by the general fund, by taxpayer dollars. What we do is we have a calculation where we allocate the amount of time, and we take that amount of time and we apply it to the charges, and we get a reimbursement. So the utility fund and the stormwater fund on their side have a shared services expense that they pay to the utility fund to reimburse to the general fund. I'm sorry, I think I said that wrong. But anyway, so that's what that shared services line item is. So as you can see, bottom line, we've spent about $23.7 million out of the almost $53 million budget, so we're about 45% spent. And from a cash flow standpoint, that's good because, generally you want to try to keep your cash flow, what's coming in and what's going out, because that's usually, especially in smaller governments where they might only have 2 or 3 revenues, that's very, very important. But it's important for a large government our size to manage our cash flow. In the utility fund, we've spent about $9.8 million out of a $27 million budget, so we're about 37% spent at this point in time. The debt service on it, you can see that number's really low. Well, we have been very fortunate that we've had a number of loans that have been 0% interest. So with the state, when you're paying DEQ for those loan payments, your interest comes first, and then you pay your principal in the springtime. So that's why that's not paid yet, because we won't pay that until May. And when you look at the prior fiscal year, 51% roughly, and 31% in the utility fund. So, like I said, we're on pace for where we need to be for the first 6 months of this fiscal year compared to the prior fiscal year. Then when we look at the stormwater fund, we're at about 51. We're right on the money, 51% spent. In downtown district, about 29%. And so downtown district doesn't have any personnel, so their expenses come mainly from operating expenses. And occupancy tax, we're at about 20% spent, up to 28% of the prior year. And I wasn't going to spend a whole lot of time on these because obviously the heavy hitters in the room are the general fund and the utility fund. But if you have questions, I'm more than happy to answer those. Okay. So when we look at the 24 actual expenditures versus the adjusted budget, again, this is just a recap of the summary that I just gave you from the previous 2 pages. We have budgeted essentially for all funds about $84 million. We're about 42% spent, and comparatively, like I said, we had spent about $33 million last year, up for a $75 million budget, about 44%. So when you compare prior year to where we are current year about the same time, we're on target, okay? There's nothing that's jumping out that, you know, hey, we've spent a lot more or we've collected a lot less. We'll see the collections in just a second, so I can show you that. So I do this summary to recap the first 6 months of revenue and expenditures, and I try to color code it. So green is good, red is showing like a deficit. In the general fund, you know, we've recapped, we've got about a $53 million budget. We've collected, well, the net, I shouldn't say collected, the net over what we've spent is about $900,000, okay? Prior fiscal year, $650,000. The utility fund, we are about $1.9 million more than what we've spent at December 31. Stormwater fund, we're about $206,000 deficit, but again, I'm going to remind you, there was a fund balance appropriated, and there's also debt proceeds that have not been taken, okay? Downtown district, again, we're about $34,000 collected more than spent. Occupancy tax, we've collected about $270,000 more than what we've spent. I also did put the general fund capital reserve, the cemetery perpetual fund, because that's, you know, also an operating fund, but it's just not significant enough to really mention. The utility capital reserve, the utility system development fees, that's another new annual operating fund that the council approved the establishment of, but we have collected about $65,000 in that fund. So again, recapping, this fiscal year, $84 million total combined annual operating budgets. We have collected about $38 million. We've spent about $35 million. So cash-wise, we're about $3 million plus up cash flow, okay?
But that's actually, but is that actually about $2 million less than where we were this time last year, correct?
That is correct. And some of the elements are different too, so it's not exactly an apples to apples comparison. We're going to talk real briefly about funds. So what I have been talking about is an annual operating fund. And just to give a refresher course to everyone, an annual operating fund is allowed by general statute. It starts on July 1, it ends on June 30th, which means that whatever appropriations that you've budgeted for, so if you budgeted $1 million in personnel expenditures, if you spend $500,000, that $500,000 at the end of the fiscal year lapses, it goes away, okay? There's another type of fund called a project, oh, I'm sorry.
Goes away as in goes back to the general fund.
That's right.
Right, so not goes away, goes away.
Right, the appropriation expense is no longer there. It doesn't exist after June 30th. And that's why you have this whole budget calendar that we have to go through by statute. We have certain deadlines we have to meet for this annual operating budget. such as when department heads have to have their departmental requests turned in to the city manager, when the city manager has to turn in a balanced operating budget to the council. And council has to, by midnight on June 30th, adopt a budget. If it does not adopt an annual operating budget, it cannot exist on July 1 and function to do business. Now, state law also allows us to adopt what's called a project fund, because there are times when you have a need that expands beyond a 12-month period. They allow this for things that, let's say, are grant-based, where the grant says you must account for these monies in a separate fund. They have to be a legally separate fund, and they can have a life beyond 1 year. Then there are capital project funds. So if the city wants to build a building, or let's say buy a fire truck, and we're going to borrow money, generally debt covenants, because most people borrow money, but this is one of the cases, the city can elect to establish a capital project fund because it takes more than a fiscal year. So we're trying to encompass all of those expenditures, so the expenditures might take 5 years to spend the money. Oftentimes, debt covenants require that you put this in a legally separate fund so that you can account for that money specifically. So that's why we have two different kinds of funds. So you'll hear me talk about, I'm asking council to adopt an ordinance to create a project fund for a capital project fund or a special revenue fund. And that lasts the life of the project, if it's 5 years, 10 years, 2 years, whatever it is, but it's beyond 12 months. And then, of course, we spend a lot of our time talking about operating funds. We're going to talk just very briefly about these project funds, but I just wanted to show you the two different types for your information. So I was going to talk a little bit about debt, and then we'll talk about list of projects. So right now, the existing tax-supported and utility debt as of fiscal '25, as it stands today, the city in the general fund has about $23.7 million outstanding. The current year principal and interest will be about $4.5 million, so that's the amount of debt payments that we'll make out of the general fund in the upcoming fiscal year. The pie chart shows you how that money was spent. About 51% represents buildings or building improvements. 23% represents rolling stock, and about 25% represents street construction. In the enterprise fund, we have about $22.3 million outstanding, with about $2.8 million in principal and interest that will be due in fiscal '25, with about 59% spent towards sewer and about 24% spent towards water. And I have not included any new debt payments in that, or any new debt assumptions in that. Okay, so the capital project summary. So one thing that we started in my office is delivering a monthly capital projects report to council as part of your monthly packet. This is kind of a summary of that. The first one are governmental type activities, and you can see a lot of things on here that we've spent about $29 million. I mean, we budgeted $29 million, and we spent about $13.8 million. The great majority of these projects are complete. We don't really have anything new on there at this point in time, but this is a recap of generally what you see every single month, but it's just broken out by governmental. The next one is the enterprise type activities. We have about $24.9 million budget. We've spent about $21.9 million. Most of these projects are done, and you hear Bert and you hear Jonathan, you hear Matt talking about a lot of these projects. So a water reclamation facility, $125 million, water plant, $100 million. You hear them talking about, we've got like a $6 million ARPA grant. There's just all kinds of things you hear them talking about. None of that's in here yet, okay? Because in order for me to create the fund, we have to have the obligation. We have to know that the federal or state entity has guaranteed the money, and we've signed a grant agreement. So this really represents historical projects that basically we're just about complete on, okay? This is not all these new projects that you all are hearing about yet, okay? All right. And then the last page is, it's kind of a combination governmental and enterprise type activities. We've got about 21.6 million budgeted, about 20.5 million spent. And these are generally grants that these are done and completed, but I want to give you a recap. So overall, the city on these projects, we've had about 74.6 million. We've spent about 45.2 million. And it represents a lot of money outside that $83.9 million operating budget that you've seen. And I've heard Jonathan talk a lot about how many millions of dollars and how many projects that are going on in the city. And it's very impactful because I'm just going to say, all these you saw, it said grant, 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 all right? Well, that grant money is not free. It comes with a ton of strings. And I will just say that the burden on the staff, you would say it probably takes another 20 or 30% more effort. So if you have no more people, that burdens the staff to try to meet these grant requirements. So grant money is fantastic. It's a great way to leverage the city's dollars, but it is not free. And I think that's an important thing for us to understand, is the administrative burden that it causes, because there are a lot of compliance requirements that we have to jump through in order to earn that money.
Catherine, on those grants, you've got the projected budget at close to 75 million, and you said the projects are almost complete on those, you think?
Mhm.
So that's roughly at about 45. With those grants, the excess revenue, does that take up admin fees? Do they let us use that for admin fees, or what do we
No.
do with that excess revenue?
So we generally, ours are not in advance. We do it on a reimbursement basis. So if you don't need to spend the money, you're not going to get the money. So what ends up happening is I come back to council when it's time to close the grant, and let's say that we were given a HUD appropriation for $1 million, and the time of the grant ended, we spent 500. Then what we do is we call it deobligation. We come back to council, we deobligate that revenue and expenditure, and it goes away. There was no money that was ever gotten. We don't get money and then have excess
Okay.
from a grant. That just doesn't happen.
And none of these grants are realignable grants, correct?
They're not
None of them are realignable grants where you can take that revenue and put it towards another expenditure?
Most of them are not, no ma'am. And if it was, we would bring that back to council, because we would have to have approval for you to authorize us to do that. Okay, I'm getting close to getting done. I don't have too many more slides.
You're fine. We're really good on time right now, so don't worry about that.
Well, I'm worried about putting people to sleep.
Yeah.
This isn't the most gripping stuff in the
Before,
world.
Ms. Gwynn, before your next slide, Councilmember?
I have a quick question back on page 30, a couple of slides back, and I've been meaning on asking this question every time I see it, and then I forget to ask.
Okay.
The Herman Park Center line item, the second item on there that shows the budget of 11 million and the spent of 376. Can I just get a 30-second version of that project, what the scoop is with that?
I mean, the 376 was spent for design fees. We spent that with TA Lovin. And the project got on hold because we were waiting on TA Loving to get the subcontractor bids, and they wouldn't provide them. Therefore, the LGC would not approve it. And then at that point, our audits were behind. So, and I don't even know if they got that far. So that funding is still in place, and I'm leaving it there until someone, either council or the manager, says deobligate and take the money away. We wouldn't allow any spending in that line item unless we were authorized to do so, because it'd have to come before council. So I guess it's in a holding pattern at this point.
Okay, so I get that. Thank you for that. So that 11 million, is it budgeted and just not spent?
Yes, that's correct.
But it's debt financing, so has the 11 million actually been received, or is
No.
that, exactly, so we have not actually received that $11 million in cash, it's not
Right.
just sitting in fund balance. That would be debt instruments that we would have to go out and
That's right.
sign, right?
It would be restricted. The 376 came from the general fund. It funded that from a.
So the rest of it, we have not yet borrowed the money that
Gotcha.
previous council, as I understand it, said we would need to,
Mm-hmm.
and we're just
Okay.
not in a position to be able to do that yet.
That answers my question.
Okay.
Thank
We
you.
do
Yes.
have, just so you know, a grant from Congressman Wiley's office for $250,000 when the budget gets approved to do demolition on the old Herman Park.
But we're not obligated, or nothing's moved on that other than that line item that's simply there, but we've not appropriated that money, so it isn't.
The money is
Correct.
appropriated, but we control the spending. So I wouldn't allow somebody to put a PO on that line item unless it was approved by council, because anything we do generally is going to have to come back to council for your
Gotcha.
approval.
Okay. That was all my questions on it.
And again, we haven't yet received that cash
That's right.
into our balance. And what our interim city manager just alluded to, we are continually working with our congressional delegation and our state level delegation, and it does appear that we're going to be able to receive some assistance with funding for the demolition of the building, so that we're not having to come out of general fund for that. Not that anyone's excited about that, but it's got to happen. so.
Right.
Okay. So the next, just to remind the council about fund balance appropriations, the largest one, of course, is the general fund, as I spoke about earlier. We balanced the general fund budget with $1.5 million in general fund money. We had a PO rollover of a little over $2 million, and we've done various budget amendments of about $800,000 for a grand total of about $4.3 million. Now, all other things being the same, if we spent 100% of the general fund budget, the $52 million, and we got in all, we're not going to get all $52 million in because there's a $4 million fund balance appropriation, right? You could potentially see your fund balance go down $4.3 million. Generally, though, what happens is we have spending below what was adopted, and we generally collect in more. So overall, that's why I'm saying, that's worst case scenario. You're going to see a positive result when I show you the 23 again. In the utility fund, we had PO rollovers of about $2.9 million. That's a pretty big deal, and we did budget amendments of about $128,000. So that was a little over $3 million in utility fund that was appropriated. The other funds are fairly minimal, but total overall about $7.9 million in fund balance appropriations. I'm not a big fan of appropriating fund balance from a conservative standpoint. The LGC encourages us to not do that because you're not aligning your revenues coming in with your revenues going out. But COVID, it's still, this many years later is still affecting us because we have so many supply chain issues. So we really don't have a choice in a lot of cases. So just, I guess that's my 2 cents on fund balance appropriations. This slide just talks about categories of fund balance. This is an excerpt out of the FY22 audit, and those are the 5 categories of fund balance. I don't want to go into it here, but just to let you know, that is part of the reporting model that goes along with our annual comprehensive financial report. And if you want to, we can talk about it separately because it really is a very boring topic. I'm sorry. All right, so this is just that legal definition of available fund balance because you're going to have Ted Cole with Davenport here tomorrow to also give you a financial perspective update. And he's going to talk a lot about unassigned fund balance. Available fund balance is a statutory definition that we go by, so we try to keep those terms separate just so we don't confuse you. So when we talk about available fund balance and you hear the LGC talk about, well, Goldsboro, we'd like to see your fund balance be 50%. This is what they're talking about is available fund balance. This chart charts out the city's fund balance from fiscal 10 up through fiscal 22, which is what we have our completed audits through. And you can see fund balance because your general fund focuses on current operating resources, okay? It's not like a traditional business like the utility fund where you have your net equity, all right? Generally, the net equity, if you will, in the general fund is generally current operating resources. It's a current cash focus, so cash, receivables, things of that nature. So, as you know, because of timing differences, that number can go up and down, which is why you see the hills and the valleys in our fund balance. But, you know, we dipped as low as 9% in fiscal 20, and there was two things. That was COVID and the additional burden on our department. We weren't able to get the loan. There was a rolling stock loan that needed to be done. We couldn't get it done, which meant it dropped our fund balance because we had paid out for the vehicles and equipment. Had we not had those two blips because of COVID and because of that debt borrowing, we probably would have stayed around that 11, 12%. But of course, we've rebounded up to 38%, but again, that comes with an asterisk because the 38% in fiscal year 22, we had ARPA expenditures that were paid for, so it was personnel that was paid out of a special revenue fund. So that reduced the expenditures in the general fund. So as I've said, not to this council, but to councils before, probably, you know, apples for apples, we probably were somewhere maybe about 27, 28% if you looked at if those general fund personnel expenditures had been in the fiscal 22 general fund. And then my last slide talks about the fiscal 23 net operating results. I've regurgitated this. I mean, y'all saw this before because I did an update. I think it was in November. I think it was November that I did it. So what we're looking at is each annual operating fund, the budget's in the middle column, actual, over, under budget, dollar figure, and then actual versus budget on the far column percentage. On the budget, what I would say is you should always see the net of zero, right? Because we're required by law to give you a balanced budget. That means revenues must equal expenditures. On the actual side, I color-coded it, so if it's in green, it was a positive net result. If it was in red, it would be a deficit, okay? So overall, actuals in the general fund, 5.5 million to the good, okay? Now, this is unaudited, so we haven't completed. We're just about, and we did these numbers, I guess, a couple of weeks ago, so we've done a couple more adjustments. But for the most part, that number is pretty much going to stick. The utility fund, 7.9 million net to the positive. Stormwater fund, 137,000. Downtown MSD, 19,000 to the good. Occupancy tax fund, 68,000. And then all those other funds would be the general fund capital reserve and the utility capital reserve are netted out in that for a positive 333,000. So total net change, all funds, is 13.9 million. Now, we have to take into account that that positive number at the end of fiscal 23 was due in part by the fact that we did not fulfill purchase orders and we rolled big numbers over into fiscal 24. So where you're up in 23, it might come down a little bit once we get through actual FY 24. But I think the message that I'm trying to deliver to the council is that the prior fiscal year 23, we have positive operating results. And then in 24, we are projecting, so far through December, positive results. Now, what's going to happen over the next couple of weeks, the department heads are going to be tasked with figuring out, we call it June 30th, what do you think you are going to spend realistically, that's the big word, realistically, by June 30th. And so when we come back to council for our budget retreat, and we go through those budget retreat work session items after you get your budget book on the 15th of May, then we'll talk about where do we think we are. You know, are we to the good, to the bad? And I'll say most of the time department heads are fairly conservative. So if let's say they had a $1 million budget, they're probably going to project to spend close to the $1 million. When it comes out actual, they might end up, spending 80%, not 100%. And I think that's just, they're trying to be cautious on that side. So we want to make sure that we deliver a realistic but also conservative picture to the council. But at any rate, that's pretty much ends my remarks. That's what I had to say, unless anybody has any additional questions for me.
Of that 13.9 million, how much would you guesstimate is a carryover?
Well, that's really the net after all things considered. So I don't necessarily know. So that would take into account whatever fund balance was appropriated in '23, which would, to me, if you're talking carryover, that would be the carryover. So we're still to the good, even considering having fund balance appropriated in fiscal '23. I think that's what you were asking.
Council, any other questions? I have no doubt we'll be referring back to this presentation and these sets of slides, and obviously Catherine's going to be sticking around a lot for the next couple of days. So as you have questions and you want to make sure that we're operating under the same definition, by all means, speak up.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Gwynn.
Thank you.
All right, we are at 10 after 9. The next thing on our agenda is a break. I don't want to miss out on the amount of on that amount of time. Can we go ahead and move into Mr. Hyder's presentation?
I think so. Dave showed up here just on time.
Yeah, that could not have worked out any better. If you had walked in 5 minutes later, I was going to have a slightly different version of what I was about to say. So if you get going, then after, so what we'll do is after Mr. Hyder, then we'll take our breaks and we'll just kind of adjust a little bit right here.
Perfect.
David Hyder,
Yes.
welcome back.
Good morning, Dave Hyder, Stantec. That's the closest I've ever cut it in terms of a presentation. Mayor, Council, it's a pleasure to be here. In terms of the discussion today, I'm going to take you through financial planning for fiscal year 25 for the water and sewer funds. In terms of our agenda, I'll just go over an overview of the approach that we use in terms of setting utility rates. We'll talk about some assumptions we're making. Then the meat of the discussion is really going through some financial plan scenarios. And then I'll wrap up with some benchmarking and summary conclusions. So just to start off, in terms of the financial plan approach, to lay the groundwork, what we're essentially doing here is we're looking out over a 10-year period for the water and the sewer funds. And it's important to remember that the water and sewer funds are set up as enterprise funds, so they're fully supported by the rates, fees, and charges that you collect. You're not subsidizing it from the general fund. You're not getting outside payments, anything like that. So this process is very, very important in terms of the financial planning. So what we do in terms of the financial plan approach is first develop revenue requirements. And what that essentially is a look at your cost of operating the system over that 10-year period. So that would include your operating costs, any capital, future investments, any existing debt service that you have to pay off. And so that gives us a forecast of those 10-year expenditures, and we're doing that in a financial model. And then we're also forecasting for the revenues on the system. So what do we anticipate in terms of system demand changes, number of customers, and we forecast that forward with your current rates and fees, and that gives us a sense for your revenues on the system. And then we can compare the two and evaluate some key metrics. Are our revenues sufficient to meet those revenue requirements? Are we meeting our minimum cash reserve targets? Are we meeting our debt service coverage requirements? When you issue debt, you agree to meet certain terms associated with that debt. So that allows us to evaluate the financial plans. So that's the overall approach. In order to develop that 10-year forecast, we have to make some assumptions. And so the first one, not necessarily an assumption, the starting balance that we have for the water and sewer funds is $24 million. So going into fiscal year 24, $24 million in terms of fund balance. That's equivalent to about 17 months of operating expenditures. And then we're using the fiscal year 24 as our starting point for forecasting expenditures. So fiscal year 24 budget, forecasting that forward on a line item by line item basis. On average, we're using about 3.5% in terms of escalation factors. You have issued debt in the past to fund capital projects, so you've got about $25 million worth of existing debt, principal outstanding. But the number one item, and what we'll be talking a lot about today, is the fact that you have a really significant capital improvement plan. Over the next 10 years, you're looking at almost $300 million worth of capital. That's really tied up in two key projects. You have the wastewater treatment plant, 3.5 MGD, at the treatment plant for about $101 million. That's slated for fiscal year 27. And then you've got $125 million for the new water treatment plant slated for fiscal year 30. So those are obviously really significant projects. The assumption is the majority of the capital improvement plan would be debt funded, either through state revolving loan funds or revenue bonds. And we do escalate the capital projects going forward because we generally know it's going to cost more to complete projects in the future. So we're using 3% on that. So with that, finally, in terms of just an overview of the financial planning targets, we want to make sure we have sufficient reserve levels. Typically, we want to make sure we have a minimum of at least 6 months of operating expenditures within the fund. We want to try to have structural balance, our revenues equaling our expenditures year over year, realizing some years that may not happen, but in general, we want to have them aligned. And then finally, debt service coverage. This is the ratio of the net income to your debt service payments. And given some bond covenants that you've entered in terms of issuing prior debt, we want to have a minimum of 1.0 on our all-in debt service. And we want to have a goal of 1.25 on the annual debt service payments. And Matt, I'm not sure if this is the latest presentation. I don't know if there's we'll keep going, but there's a little bit of a change there.
Let's pause just 1 second.
Sure.
If there is a different presentation,
Yep.
then do you have that on a laptop that you could quickly email to them and we could take?
Yeah.
Let's just pause for a second. This
Sure.
stuff's, we get one shot at this.
Yeah.
The date say 2024?
Can I ask a question while we're paused?
Yeah, go ahead.
So the following, the slides that do have the rate increases for no rate and then a 5% and long-term adjustments, all that, is there something we're fixing to see beyond that?
Let's pause, and I'm honestly not sure.
Yeah, there is
It says 2024.
Yeah, there is a more recent presentation that I sent out to Catherine and the group.
Beyond
I do
what's
have it on my
the
laptop.
Slide.
We'll get it.
Yeah.
We'll just,
Just give everyone just a second. I'll tell you what, let's go ahead and let's take 10 now. Well, we'll go ahead and get in a 10-minute break for us. And that'll give David and IT a chance to email presentations back and forth. So we will stand in recess until 9:30. right back. If you would, are there any other points on the slides that were just before this that you would like to reiterate just for the sake of a continuous presentation? And are there any changes that we should?
No, there's
note?
no changes. The changes started on slide 5, but if we're ready to go, I'll just recap a little bit here.
Yeah, it's 9:30, so we'll go ahead and go.
All right, I appreciate the intermission, the ability to provide the updates. Again, the really important aspect as we look at that 10-year plan is the capital improvement plan. And we're looking at some really significant capital projects. And the ability to finance those projects going forward, because they're so significant, you're going to have to demonstrate to the bond market that you have sufficient revenues, that you can meet debt service coverage requirements and things of that sort. And so as we talk through the future slides, I just want to make sure folks are comfortable with the changes, in that the primary reason for the changes is we're looking at these key metrics that we need to be able to demonstrate to the bond market and as you issue debt to make sure that we have sufficient reserves. And this last point being really important, that we're meeting these debt service coverage requirements. Some of the scenarios that we had run in the prior version showed you not meeting that debt service coverage, which just wouldn't allow you to issue the debt. The market wouldn't allow you to borrow. And so we reran some scenarios, which I'm showing in this slide deck, that demonstrates that you're meeting that coverage in all circumstances. And what that essentially means is that when you issue a revenue bond, so if you issue a revenue bond for a capital improvement project, that means you're guaranteeing the revenues of the system are going to be used for that capital project. And in order to issue that bond, you have to demonstrate that you can have basically 1.25 times the annual debt payments available for the debt service. So rather than just $1 for each dollar of debt, you have to be able to demonstrate that you have $1.25. And that just guarantees that you have sufficient revenues on the system. So just wanted to drive home that point. So with that, we can jump into the financial plan scenarios. And this is where we'll spend most of our time. The first one here, and there's a lot on the screen, this is just the panel from the financial model. Again, we're looking at over a 10-year period for both the water and the sewer systems. The period we're looking at is fiscal year 24 going through 2034. And this scenario is just no rate increases. So anything beyond what you've already done. So in fiscal year 24, you increased rates by 4% for water, 4% for sewer. And just to kind of orient you, what we're looking at here up at the top these are the planned rate increases. So under this scenario, we have no rate increase, 0% other than what was done in 24. Below that, we have those two metrics that I just talked about. So your senior debt coverage and then your all-in debt coverage. And all-in debt coverage just means all of your debt service and the ability to meet that coverage. And then below that, finally, we have just the typical customer's bill. So somebody using 5,000 gallons a month, they're currently paying about $84 for water and sewer service. And then down at the bottom, we have some metrics here just showing some diagnostics on the fund. So as I mentioned, you're starting with about $24 million in cash in the operating fund. We want to try to stay at this line, which is 6 months. But you can see that with this plan, with no rate increases, we would fall below that target and actually go negative by about fiscal year 27, 28. The primary reason for that is because this graph shows here the black line is your cash coming into the fund, and then the orange line is your cash going out. And the primary reason for this issue is the fact that we have these really significant capital improvement projects. So you got the sewer plant and the water plant. We're going to borrow for those. You can see the borrowing amounts. And then ultimately here just is that new debt service that's required to pay off those projects. And so what you can see is your cash out versus your cash in. There's a significant deficit there. And the reason for that, or the result, is that we're going to eat into our cash balance. And finally, up at the top, as I mentioned, we want to have 1.25 times our debt service coverage for senior debt and 1.0 on our all-in debt coverage. So clearly, this isn't a sustainable scenario. If you don't raise rates, you wouldn't be able to issue the debt. You wouldn't be able to complete these projects. So the next slide just shows what if we start out and we have to meet all of these metrics. Our first scenario here, we want to maintain that cash balance. We want to make sure our cash in versus our cash out is roughly equal. Under this scenario, we would maintain those reserves, and ultimately, what's really driving this is trying to make sure we have at least 1.0 coverage on our all-in debt and 1.2 on our 1.25 on our senior debt. But this scenario would be pretty substantial rate increases, 9.5% every year over the forecast period. Generally, the city looks at this on an annual basis, and so, in future years, the increases may be less than that or potentially more, but this would provide you with adequate debt coverage. It would allow you to issue the debt, and you would maintain those cash balances. But again, pretty significant increases. You can see typical customer's bill going from $84 up to $92, and then on up the scale as you move forward.
So I do have a question.
Yes.
So are we saying that this is what we're looking at doing, or this is?
Not necessarily. I have some other scenarios to demonstrate. Yep.
And one thing
Sure.
I would point out that what we're looking at in your presentation here with the numbers, which is great because I previewed some of this already over the weekend, is assuming that we get no help from other sources, which we're highly anticipating that as development starts coming in and things that start happening as we take on some of these projects, that we're going to get federal and state help to subsidize this stuff. But what you're presenting, if I'm correct, would be as if we had no help, if we were funding it all ourselves out of our own revenue, correct?
That's what this scenario shows.
Yeah. And I'm tracking that piece, but I'm the guy who only deals with black and white. So until we get some black and white that somebody's going to help, then that's the most feasible plan.
Right.
Right? So,
Yes, sir.
I think that's the one, to your point, sir. I think this is what we have to be able to plan to stand on our own 2 feet. We got to plan to be a secure, well-founded, organization on our own. I also agree with Councilmember Boyette. I'm doing everything that I possibly can to ensure that those spikes in 27 and 30 are more like a little rolling hill. But I agree. I think you got a plan to stand on your own.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we need to see is the worst case scenario. Show it to us and let's see what we're.
So, and this is only, just make sure I'm right. So this is only because we're trying to support the 2 significant projects that we're going. Nothing else.
Well, it's primarily, that's the primary issue. If I took those projects out, you'd still need to do modest increases just because of the fact that you're seeing inflation in your operating cost. Your revenues are generally pretty flat. You don't have a tremendous amount of growth. And so just the increases, you'd probably look at maybe 2% increases or something like that. It is primarily due to those 2 projects though.
I guess what I'm getting at is, if we're going to raise it that much, substantially that much, right?
Yeah.
Then I think that our citizens deserve a little bit more than just the water treatment plant. They need, like in my district, I'm not bringing it up, but in my district, we've been asking for that pump to increase our pressure for a while.
Right.
Right?
Right.
So what are the citizens getting when we raise the rates instead of a promise of just, and it's a good promise, don't get me wrong,
Right.
but just the promise of a new water treatment facility.
Right.
I do want to mention that we're also including your complete capital improvement plan. So I think it's about 120 or 225 million of the 280 is those 2 projects. So there is, 50, 60 million of additional projects that are included that Bert has provided in terms of your capital plan. So I'm not sure if the pump is included in that, but essentially, I'm assuming it probably is.
I think that's going to be some of that touched on during the presentation from that department for what those projects are.
The point is this one right here, scenario 1, because what both of you gentlemen are saying is spot on. This scenario right here fully funds the capital improvement plan, which, to Councilmember White's point, is more than just a wastewater treatment facility. And it is also the kind of worst case scenario, as if we do not get any outside assistance to help pay for these things. What both of y'all are saying is true for what it's worth. And I completely agree with both of you. It cannot just simply be, we're going to charge you more money and give you the same or worse service. That's not an acceptable outcome. So, and this one, the CIP funding, that bottom middle chunk right there is that capital improvement plan as it currently sits, at least as I understand the
That's
presentation
correct.
so far.
Correct, yep. Okay, so that's scenario one. Scenario two is what if we do get some grant funding? So what if we get some grant funding to the tune of 20% for the treatment plants? How much would that impact the forecast? And again, this is just keeping everything else the same, knocks off about 1.5% if you just get 20% on the each of the treatment plants. Obviously, we're knocking 20% off of the capital projects cost for those two. Under this scenario, with the 8%, you would have your cash out equal your cash in. We're again maintaining those positive cash balances, and we're targeting meeting that debt service coverage. So again, this is just 20%. It's assuming we're issuing revenue bonds, so no loan forgiveness or anything like that outside of that. So to the extent that you got greater grants or loan forgiveness or something of that sort for those projects, it would only get better in terms of the lesser increases. And then a third scenario, talking with Bert in terms of when these projects could potentially happen, would be what if you get 20% grant funding, and what if you delay the projects a little bit? So if you move the wastewater treatment plant from 27 to 28, so the majority of construction happens in 28, and what if you move the water treatment plant out 3 years? Again, this gives you more time to build up your revenues to meet those requirements. That would allow you to do basically about 6.25% going forward. And obviously that would continue to maintain this cash balances and meet those debt service coverage requirements. So given the variables there is a lot in play in terms of how that has an impact on the rate plan going forward. So I wanted to just show you some comparisons in terms of one of the, I guess, good things we see with some communities is that they're already way above the average of their peers. You're just below the average of these peer communities that we're looking at. So the average amongst these peer communities or utilities is about $85. Your current bill for a typical single-family home is about $84. If you did the 6.5% increase in fiscal year 25 to start preparing for these projects, it'd move you to the right. You'd be at about $89, so it turns into about $5 per month for your typical customer. Very important to mention, though, that this is somewhat of an apples and oranges comparison because this is your current bills for these surrounding jurisdictions compared to what it could be for you in 25, and most likely these other utilities are going to be increasing rates as well. We're seeing that all across the state. So most likely you probably stay towards the middle. Yes.
So without you giving away any sort of proprietary information, you obviously are a consultant for a lot of municipal districts.
Mm-hmm.
Can you give us any guidance, just kind of the water cooler conversation of what other municipalities are looking at as increases? Not which
Sure.
ones, I'm not asking for names, just what's the general consensus?
I mean, we're seeing anywhere from those that can get by with 3% up to 10 to 12%.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's not insignificant
Yeah.
in terms of these increases.
David?
Yes.
How has the factor of inflation been, with everybody catching up with the supply chain, and how has that been impacting the utilities across the state?
Significantly in terms of what we've seen for rate increases. If you look at, forecast for chemicals, it was going up at about 3% per year. If you go back to 2021, and then it went up, I think we were looking at over 4 years, it went up about 140%, the chemicals index. And so, yeah, utilities are seeing, I would say the average across the state's probably around a 6% increase. So it's not uncommon. Around the Raleigh area, they're seeing so much growth that we work for Fuquay Varina, they're looking at double-digit increases to meet some of their capital needs.
Wow.
So pretty significant increases. So just in summary, I've harped on it a lot. These are really big projects. As you take on $100 million projects, you really need to think about the planning. It's going to be a significant undertaking. The worst thing you could do would be to wait until you have to issue the debt and then have to raise rates 50%. So I think it is really prudent to start planning for these projects, even if they're a couple years out. So we think it's prudent to increase rates in fiscal year '25. That will allow you to secure financing going forward, make sure your revenues are staying in line with your expenditures, and really does eliminate that one-time significant rate increase. The level of those future increases is going to vary depending upon the amount of grants you get, how much these capital projects cost. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it's possible that the water treatment plant in 2030 could cost a lot more, given what we've seen recently. And so we do think it's really important to continue to look at this to make sure you're setting rates in an appropriate way that allow you to fund capital projects. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions or go back to any of the scenarios or.
Just one point for logistics in our notebooks. Laura, this may be a question for you. The presentation that's in our notebooks, is it the second one that we pulled up, or is it the first one, or do you know?
I don't know.
Okay.
Oh, actually, it would be the first one.
It would
because
be-
We didn't receive the copy.
Okay, perfect.
We'll
Then
get a new one for you
Yeah, so
tomorrow.
council, just be aware that the second presentation that was there, we'll redistribute. And that way y'all can swap out your notebooks.
Yes, sir.
'Cause I'm like y'all, I'm seeing these for the first time today as well. I helped build the agenda, but I haven't seen any of the presentations, and so I'm trying to digest in real time as well. Any questions or comments? I mean, this is difficult. We're looking at a year where it's very likely that there's going to be property tax adjustments. It's very likely that there's going to be water and sewer adjustments.
I do have a question. though.
Please.
So if we go to regionalization or whatever, what's the gain for us?
So I'll answer that question. if you
Yeah.
don't mind. We're, in March, they're coming back with a study that's been worked on, and I hope all y'all can attend this meeting, the Merger Regional Feasibility Study. And that's gonna talk about some of the cost associated with doing a couple different models. One would be the city of Goldsboro maintaining its position as the regional provider of water and sewer, and some different ways to produce that, mostly of sewer, because there's several different water authorities. And so there'll be discussions about it. And I think if we position ourselves as being that regional provider, we have a better option going forward of getting permits for expansion of our wastewater treatment plant, which are critical, which will further position, and also being that entity that builds a plant and allows other people to buy into the capacity that we have. And so they would potentially, I've seen this happen before, share in the cost of that treatment plant expansion. So we'll know a lot more about that in the coming months, but I think our movement as solidifying ourselves as the regional treatment plant, just like what we've been doing, is needed because, we're growing, and and as Bert will allude to here shortly, our capacity is getting to the point where this planning takes several years to get done, so we have to go ahead and start planning for it so we don't catch ourselves all of a sudden, we can't grow anymore because we don't have any sewer capacity. I don't know if that answered your question.
It did, because they'll buy into it if we.
Right.
Yeah, and that's typical. You'll see that in lots of scenarios. Raleigh did it, and in Wake County, and I was involved in that as the manager in Rollsville. But
And am I also correct that we would also qualify for more grants? through
we
that
would,
as well?
and that's why I think it's so important that this study is, that that's going to be a very important discussion in March. It's going to lay the groundwork for what's been discussed probably for many, many years, and now we're putting it on paper, and we're saying, here's the option. And a lot of the other communities may not want to join in per se, but the reality is as you can see from here, and David will tell you, and I've said this in meetings, is that it's going to be cost prohibitive for those smaller communities to really kind of do anything significant with the treatment plant. And the regulations are only going to become more and more difficult. So that's, while the state is coming out and saying, we're requiring regionalization, the reality is people are doing it because the economy is the scale.
I'm going to add something to that. The ability of cities to expand their footprint
over the last few decades has changed dramatically. You no longer have the by vote of council, we now annex that. That doesn't happen anymore. Be it good or bad, I'm not expressing an opinion. I'm stating that factually speaking, that is no longer a thing. The only main tool that cities have to expand their footprint is through their water systems, because we can provide that service. We can provide that asset. We have the ability, we can run roads, whereas the counties in state of North Carolina do not maintain roads. It's just states and cities. So we can do roads. We have that as a card that we can play for why you'd want to be a member of the city. And we have water, well, specifically sewer. So if someone wants to do a development, be it a commercial development, industrial development, a residential development, and they want to be able to tack into a sewer system, we're their card. And we say that in order for you to be able to access this, we need you to be a member of the city of Goldsboro. We need you to be annexed inside the city of Goldsboro. And so the idea of regionalization is a powerful economic tool because, of course, it allows everywhere in the county to be able to have some access to it. But you have to make sure that you do it in a way that the municipality of Mount Olive doesn't suddenly become, congratulations, your footprint is what it is. That Fremont, Pikeville, Goldsboro, Eureka, Seven Springs, that they still have some kind of tool on the table. So it's a very complicated discussion, but I fully believe that we have to allow economics to take over and say that we're going to have to be a larger unified system. But I got to make sure that we are doing it in a way that there is a benefit for the city of Goldsboro and a benefit for the different municipalities that need to maintain that leverage. And I don't know that that was necessarily the question, but that is kind of the quiet part, saying it out loud, and I'll go ahead and say it. It's a complicated piece of it, but hopefully we can come to some sort of arrangement where that we're able to keep rates where they are or where they need to be and get some of those economies of scale. Any other conversations, questions? All right.
Just going to say I agree.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, so with that, if there's no other conversation for Mr. Hyder, we'll allow you to step down. Thank you again.
Appreciate
Sorry
it.
for the little technical snafu, but I'm glad we were able to resolve that without too much inconvenience. And as a reminder, we'll distribute out, or we'll ask the clerk to distribute out the new presentation. As we have already done our break, I think now is a wonderful time to roll straight into the wastewater treatment plant capacity allocation. Are you going to lead this one, Mr. Livingston? Or perfect. And again, if anyone needs a restroom or coffee or Pepsi or whatever else, just go.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Bert. I'm the guy that everybody's been talking about. Some of you have met me before, some of you haven't. Before I start this presentation, the folks that have not been to my facilities, or I should say our facilities, I encourage you to come out and look at them and see what our staff does. Most of that equipment out there is 30 years old, and it looks brand new. I mean, compared to what it should be. Staff takes care of the equipment for the city of Goldsboro. So that being said, I'd love to, if it takes a weekend, I know you guys got busy schedules, it takes a weekend, call me. I'll come and take you guys out for a tour. That being said, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about capacities, and it's more like a teaching moment than anything. I want to explain to you what a capacity is. Everybody knows generally what a capacity is. Your fuel tank in your truck holds 20 gallons, and if you put any more in it, it's going to spill out, correct? The waste treatment plant is similar to that. The state of North Carolina regulates the city of Goldsboro currently 14.2 million gallons a day. So on a monthly basis, if I used 14.2 million gallons a day every day, that is only what I'm allowed to discharge out into the river, okay? If this goes out throughout the year, we're going to be in some major issues. And I might start jumping around because just like the the collection system and the waste treatment plant, there's all kinds of arteries that go into each other, and it goes into what we call the capacity. The permitted, it's not to exceed 14.2 MGD on a monthly average. If we go over that on a monthly average, the state gives us a notice of violation. We could actually be just slap on the hand, don't do it again, or we get considerably fined, okay? The latest capacity increase that we ever had was in 2000 when we went from 10.7 MGD to 14.2 MGD, okay? MGD is million gallons a day. I'm not trying to dumb this down or anything, but for those who don't know the acronyms that I have, that's what this belongs to. And if you got any questions, please ask, okay? With that 14.2 MGD, we have abilities to go up to 17.6 MGD permitted. So we don't have to go through the permit allocations to go up to 3.5 more MGD in our capacities. Any questions so far? Good? Thanks, Octavius. Capacities issues facing during wet weather. Okay, this is an actual thing that happened. This is Westbrook Pump Station. All right, in 2016, we've got 16 inches of rain in less than 24 hours, okay? Those pumps are not supposed to be underwater. They're not water cooled, but that day they were. That is our main pump station to our waste treatment plant. During that time, we had flows that reached over 35 MGD to the plant, okay? This is not a normal situation to have, but in 2018, we still had that rain event of 16 inches, but in 24 hours, okay? So we didn't go to that extreme, but we were still dealing with a lot of water. During the dry months, we normally have about 6 MGD going through on the average, okay? Wet months, that's usually from December to, I would say, April, May-ish. We have an average around 11, maybe 10 MGD. That's normal things during our rain events. During that time, we have to make up the difference because on a yearly average, we cannot go over 14.2 MGD. In 2021, we reached 11.6 MGD on that yearly average, okay? That put us in an 80-90 rule for this state of, through the state of North Carolina. That means at one point in time, we have to start doing something engineering-wise at 80% capacity. So if we're at 11.6, I think it's 11.6, we better be doing something engineering-wise to make sure that we have the capacity issues to handle this problem. Fortunately, the city was doing things through the engineering department to remedy some of the I&I issues that we had throughout the city. Another thing that came through was the $21 million project through Mount Pickle that helped us on our collection system. So that was showing the state that we are doing something about our infiltration, okay? One of the things that we're trying to do is install flow meters to certain places throughout the city of Goldsboro so we can identify areas that have I&I, okay? For instance, we have an industry that we think has an issue. We're going to put flow meters in there to see if that is a capability. And what it is when we show this, we can encourage them to fix their problem, so to speak, okay? This is not just in one area. There's several areas where we're doing this in. Flow meters tell a big story of what's going on throughout the city, and I think it's a really good idea that we do this. I'm a little nervous today.
You're doing good, Bert. You got this.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Can I ask
So-
you, can
Yes,
I
sir.
can I ask you, we'll ask you one that I think will kind of start the conversation exactly where you're trying to go. So in the normal average day, our flow rate, we're somewhere around, you said 6.5 million gallons per day, something like that, in just a normal capacity. What percentage does that put us at? Somewhere in the mid-60s, right?
Yes, that is, I'll give you a good example. In 2023, we had 61% capacity that we used.
There you go. So in a general ideal conditions, we're somewhere around 60%, 60-something% of our capacity actually being used. When we talk about getting to that 80%, can you talk a little bit about all the other reasons that capacity could be earmarked? Like some of the capacity is earmarked for the base, some is earmarked for other projects that have been approved. How do you get to that 80%?
Go ahead, yes, sir.
Just a quick question, and I asked this question before and forgot to answer, so I'm going to write it down now. How long before the flow meter is up and running on the base, so we have those accurate figures? Roundabout.
I think the engineering aspect is completed, right, Jonathan? So,
We've got, we reached out to the Wooden Company, they designed the electrical and the SCADA aspect of it for us. They've given us the specifications.
Sorry.
I'll write it down this time, so I don't have to ask again.
Thank you. So yeah, we reached out to the Wooten Company. They're doing the electrical and the SCADA design for us. They've also provided us with the specifications for it. I've reached out to them to see where exactly we are in the process of finishing this up. We've got our portion designed. I've just got to put the specifications together, get everything, the contract documents, all that squared away. So hopefully within the next maybe couple of months, we can be putting this project out to bid and getting contractors and all that stuff. So hopefully by the summer, we'll have construction underway.
And then once construction started, completion?
Maybe 4 to 6 months.
Okay, so good possibility by the end of the year.
By the end of the year,
We will
yeah.
have numbers on the base, so we can have an update on capacity
Yep.
in that regard.
We're doing Seymour Johnson and Fork Township where they tie into our system on the over by O'Berry Center.
Gotcha. I won't ask again, I promise. I'm writing it down.
And just one other comment on that is that we're going to see markedly, I anticipate substantial increases in their flow than what they're being built. So that's why these meters are very smart investments on the city's behalf. They pay for themselves over time.
Thank you.
So,
Hey, before you,
no, please go ahead.
so where else are we putting these flow meters? I mean, I know we're doing Seymour, and I know where else are we doing it?
currently, we do have some out there, and currently, we do have a flow meter on Case Farms. We do have a flow meter coming in from Wayne County. We do have a flow meter coming from Fremont, the town of Fremont. We do have flow meters coming from, who else? Walnut Creek. All those give us their flow data, so we can track what their flow is coming in. Now, the ones that I just mentioned, I'm going to hit on that topic that you just talked about. The capacities for each one. Walnut Creek, I think it has 125,000 gallons capacity they bought into the city. Okay, Fremont, I think they have 300,000. Okay, this is capacity that we have to abide by for those guys. We have to make sure there's room for them because they bought into the system for the capacity of the city of Goldsboro. Seymour Johnson Air Force Base, they have 1.5 million, if I'm not mistaken, or a million.
That's right, 1.5.
1.5 million gallons that they have bought into the city. Okay, so that's what you're looking at. On top of the rain events that come in, you've got all these other entities that are coming in, okay? So when we do have disruptions or inclement weather or things of that nature, that affects the capacity of the city, okay? 2021, like I explained to you before, we had river levels up to over 12, 13 feet from December till approximately April, almost the beginning of May. When we're doing that, when it goes above 13 feet, we're pumping river water to the water reclamation facility, okay? This is something that we have to fix, and doing that $21 million project on that side of town where the river's at is gonna help that, okay? We don't wanna get into a moratorium to where the point where we cannot build, we cannot do anything until we satisfy the needs of the waste treatment plant, okay? So it is a very, very instrumental that we do what we do with the capacities.
I agree with you, it is very important. But my point was, are we raising the rates?
Is that it?
Yeah, did we sign a contract for just say Walnut Creek, because they bought into the system? So we have to be turning some kind of revenue because they're using our system.
Right.
So how often do we revisit the contract so it is keeping up with inflation?
As often as possible. So some, like the ones with the Wayne Water Districts, that was about a 40-year contract. So we can do some adjustments, but not huge adjustments there. Then you've got the one with Seymour Johnson Air Force Base that I don't remember the timetable for that one. Former city manager was actually working with them on a rate adjustment to bring them up to our current industrial rate. And then you have a couple others like Walnut Creek. Again, I'm going from memory here, but Walnut Creek, if I'm not mistaken, they always get whatever our industrial.
Yeah, they all get a built-in, the lowest
Yeah.
rate outside the city.
So as you
limits.
adjust that lowest rate, the other ones still
Yeah.
adjust,
So
but not as much as.
If we adjust one, we have to adjust them all because they've got an economic incentive back when they merged. So, you know, that there's ways that we can raise that rate within the contract scope. Right. To answer your question. And have we
And they
done
do.
that? Yes, I think we have, but I don't know. All I know is the history of last year.
They reminded us quite vocally last year that we did.
I just think that, you know, in our budget building
Right.
for this cycle, then everything is on the table.
Absolutely. Well, and that's been a major, not to hijack Bert's time here, but that's actually been a major conversation and negotiation with Seymour Johnson. Because again, they have 1.5 of just sewer capacity that's earmarked for them, but on the average day, they only have about $750,000 that's actually rolling through. And when they originally signed that agreement, I think there were maybe some plans that either just hadn't come to fruition or didn't need to come to fruition. We actually got DOD a few years ago to spend a lot of money on base capping some lines that were feeding into our sewer system that shouldn't have been feeding into our sewer system, which helped to get that number down to the $750,000 that we're at right now. And there's actually a negotiation going to see if we could buy back some of that excess capacity, which would then buy us some time on this expansion. So there's a lot of moving pieces to this because we have other industry partners right now that are asking for capacity that want it immediately. And then folks, again, like Seymour, who is a huge, wonderful partner. So this is in no way saying anything negative about the base. This is purely just the business side of being their host, is making sure that we're not over allocating resources to or capacity to that particular account if they don't need it, when there are other accounts that do want it and need it.
That's why I asked the question about the base flow meter, because if they don't need that much capacity and we have that back, then that's plays
Right.
into our hands as far as being able to continue to grow or give that allocation to somebody else. So I'm glad that we'll see that project's gonna be able to come to completion this year at some point in time.
Well, and with that one, you know, they rightfully so were not comfortable giving or releasing that allocation, that
Right.
capacity allocation, until they had some data that actually showed. And I think if I was negotiating on their behalf, I'd do the exact same thing. I'd say,
Right.
give me some data that shows what I'm actually using, and then I'll make an adjustment. So.
And yes, this topic here can go like several different ways. And to let you guys know that the capacity issue is a real thing. It is not something that we can just walk away from. You just can't. This right here is the city of Goldsboro's gem. I'm going to tell you that right now, because without this, you're not going to get growth, okay? You're not going to have the merger that we're talking about, okay? Things like that, you stole my thunder a little bit, but you said it better than I could have. That this facility needs to expand out, and to do that, we have to spend that money, okay? Unfortunately, it's expensive. Wastewater is expensive. I'm not going to pull any punches on it. It is expensive. Treating water is expensive. But if you see right there, you're looking at the first, the reason why I kind of took this picture, thanks to the drone footage of IT, that you see the basin that's close to this. It's got a pointer to it. Oh, nice. This right here, this area right here, this is where you're going to see one of these basins going in, okay? That's what you're looking at, that cost to just put one of these basins in and treat that water, okay? And it's just hard to explain unless you're out there to see this. That's why I encourage you folks to come out and see my facility. And trust me, it doesn't stink out there, okay? It does not stink out there, all right? The City of Goldsboro's initiative to submit a request for qualifications for design bid project to construct a 3.4 MGD treatment plant basin marks as a significant step towards enhancing the wastewater treatment plant's capacity. This expansion aims to increase the plant's permitted capacity from 14.2 MGD to 17.6. Currently, right now, and I just reviewed some of the RFQ that's going out, it should go out probably either today or tomorrow, the RFQ for the design bid on this. Any questions so far?
So,
Yes, sir.
So Bert, we discussed, allocated capacity versus actual daily flow, or average and actual, I guess, daily flow. The number that throws you into the 80% rule or a moratorium at 90%, which obviously we never want to get to, is that number based on the real flows or the allocated capacity?
It's real flow.
Real
Right.
flow. So at the end of the year, the state looks at my flow by month basis. And by December 31st, you should know what your flow was, your capacity level was, okay? In 2021, like we said, we were at little over 80%, and I'm talking just a little over 80%. That put us in a moratorium for about, 2 months, until we could prove to the state that, yes, we were doing corrections to our collection system. So that got us out of the moratorium aspect of it. So we're continuing efforts to fix some problems out there. I mean, there's just, age is a real big factor in some of the problems that we do have out there, okay? So that's just one of them. But just to let you know, it's an annual, it's a calendar annual calculation.
So this is, I had some really good conversations with you and Jonathan about I&I and where so much of it comes from. Obviously, the investment that we were able to recruit for Project Butter for Mount Olive Pickle and being able to fix the 2 different pump stations. Something that I didn't really understand is that a lot of I&I can also come from private lines, like my residence over on Park Avenue. My old probably 1899 line that has roots and is crushed, and I don't even realize it. All of that groundwater is flowing directly into that. It's not anymore. I've actually had a new line installed in the last couple of years because it was crushed. So my personal line that the city can't even come in and physically touch can be just flowing groundwater straight into the system. So
Yeah, but the difference is you're paying for it. So
Right.
At least we have a paying customer.
Well, yeah, you're welcome.
Some I&I is non-paying customers. That's what most of it is.
Right.
That's a big deal.
So what steps within the next year and year and a half, we've talked a little bit about engineering, but I just want to reiterate to the public, what steps are we taking to try to minimize I&I and therefore maximize our capacity of our existing infrastructure?
Yes, we've done this in the past, and I think with Public Works crew, going out manhole covers, putting lids underneath them, major rain events that come in, I'll see, if we get a 2-inch rain event, I'm gonna see it at the plant, okay? I shouldn't be able to see that, but reality is I'm gonna see it. Rain caps that are cleanouts on individual yards, okay? They get knocked off by a mower, gets cut up. I mean, they need to be replaced. If not, that rainfall is going inside that cap. I mean, those are some of the things that it's an ongoing basis. Repairing lines throughout the city, those staff, they are working very hard to get that taken care of. The project, like we spoke about, the collection system over by the river, by Big Cherry. We're eliminating 2 lift stations. We're taking them out because they are so old, and the water lines going to them is feeble. Okay, we're replacing it with brand new force main. So hopefully that will knock out that issue out there. We're not going to stop it all. We just won't. But we are doing the best that we can to replace those that we find throughout the city. This is an ongoing thing. The collections and the distribution department always asking, Bert, are you okay down there? Things of that nature. We are trying to find, they have found a lot of things just by going through neighborhoods and things like that. That doesn't look right. What is that? And then they fix it right there on the spot. So those guys have been doing a very, very good job. And when I say guys, I mean, I'm from Michigan, so I say that. All the department head or the department staff that work very hard at doing what they do out there. So by all means, we are diligently working hard at that I&I issues.
So several years ago, there was a pipe relining project.
Yes.
Was that I&I as well?
Yes, that was over by Cherry Hospital, yes.
Is that something, were you able to see a notable benefit?
Yes, matter of fact, before that happened, I had sand going into Little Cherry Lift Station. When they repaired it, there was no beach sand in my dumpster. So, yeah, they did repair it.
Are there other parts of the city where you would like to see, or where you reasonably believe we need to be doing relining?
I don't really fall under that
Okay.
category. That would be under
Rick and John?
Rick and engineering.
Sure.
But there is.
You've just been here and have so much institutional knowledge, I couldn't help but ask.
Oh,
But,
thanks.
yeah.
I thought it was just a face, but it's okay.
Hey, I do have one more.
Councilmember White.
I know we put in for the DSIP grant last year. Are we going to try to redo that?
Yes, sir. Matter of fact, we were just talking about that yesterday. I put in a grant to replace the UV system 2 years in a row and didn't make it. This year, I'm going to try to do Westbrook Pump Station's bar screen to get that replaced. That's roughly about a $400,000 project.
Before you leave, let me give you my contact information up in Raleigh.
Okay.
Because what we're doing now is doing a study of all the defense communities who did receive the grant and what they actually put into the grant. So that's one of our initiatives to see if we can help our military folks try to get the DSIP grant here in North Carolina.
Gotcha.
All right, so let me know.
Fantastic. Yep.
Any other comments, questions for Mr. Burt? All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys. Sorry it was a little rough, but.
You're fine. You're fine. So with that, we're about an hour ahead of schedule, which is a wonderful thing. Obviously, if we finish up today, we're not going to necessarily add stuff. We're going to roll out and let everyone get back to their respective offices. But this is a major part of what we oversee here. Does everyone feel comfortable with their understanding of the water system and how the finances of the water system and the sewer system operate? And if you don't, that's perfectly fine. At least hopefully you've been able to get a couple of definitions in your head, so now you know what questions to ask, which is at least as important for me. Matt, is there anything that you'd like to add on wastewater treatment, or do we just roll straight into our benefits discussion with Ms. Bernadette?
Thank you, Mayor. I think the only thing is I think the treatment plant for the city of Goldsboro and going through this merger regional feasibility study is an opportunity for
Right.
us. An opportunity to grow the city and to grow our position in the city as a regional sewer provider. And if we're going to have the concept that we want to see growth in Goldsboro, this is where we have to invest. And it pays in dividends. Unfortunately, the cost of things are gone through the roof, but we don't have any control over that. But just like Bert said, it is a fact that we have to consider that we need a treatment plant. But you guys already know that because you ranked it high up there on yours, so you guys are ahead of the game on that.
Well, this is one of those parts where that I believe that we are a leader in our county, and I believe that the city of Goldsboro, being the county seat, has an obligation to make sure that it is doing everything it can to provide services for the community. And this is one of those things where that when we set rates, it's not just rates on citizens of the city of Goldsboro, it's rates that are impacting every rate holder. And so what we do governing here will impact other people who do not live inside the city of Goldsboro. Their rates will be impacted. And frankly, I want us to be in a position where that it's not just about leverage of growing the city, where it's about we're doing this because we do it well and because this is the asset that the rest of the county needs in order to be able to grow. I think this is also an obligation to do it and do it very well.
One other thing, Mayor,
Please.
that wasn't really touched on, it's not just growth, it's economic development, which is growth, and that's a big part of what we were talking about. We need to probably say we're going to set aside. That's one of the reasons why we're talking to our partners that don't need the capacity. We want as much capacity on paper anyway. We need to set aside that for economic development. So when these projects do, and they request for information come in all the time, we need to be able to say, yes, we can accommodate that. And so at least 90% of what comes in, we can accommodate that. So that's another reason why you need to be in that position, a solid position as a regional sewer provider to be able to capture economic development.
Thank you. All right, so with that, again, we are ahead of schedule. That's a wonderful thing. After this, let's go ahead and do with Ms. Dove, our human resources discussion, with our benefits discussion with our human resources director. And then after that, since we are ahead, is Chief West here? I saw him. I knew it. After that, if it's okay, we're going to go ahead and do Chief West. We'll do your discussions prior to lunch, and then we will break for lunch. I think that should put us about where we need to be, okay?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I promise I won't take much of your time. I do have a couple of items on compensation and pay and employee benefits that I wanted to run by your path. I have with me this morning my superheroes team. They're here because they wanted to make sure I said what they told me to say. So they're here to help answer any questions and help clarify some things in the event that we need to. So for you returning council members, you saw these first couple of slides last year where we talked about a compensation and classification study. Last year, we did do a request for qualifications where we got several proposals to do a compensation and pay plan. However, we did not put it in place because we couldn't afford it. So we are trying again this year. The last study that we did was in December of 2019, and the cost of that study was $32,500. So that's been several years ago, and I'm pretty sure that the cost of a study has probably gone up several $1,000s since then. But as you all have been hearing in the rumor mill recently, we need to do another one. And the purpose of that is to analyze what we have in place now as far as classification and pay, and make recommendations to improve our competitive position in the labor market. So this is kind of where we are. This kind of gives you a ballpark figure of what it's going to cost just to do the study. That does not include implementing any plans. So you can see that we have had a slight, very slight increase in turnover from last year. Last year our turnover rate was 18.03, and this year is 18.08. I'm sorry, 13.08. I have glasses and I still can't see. So what we need to do is probably do a pay and comp study every 3 to 5 years. So the last study was implemented. It was actually went out for bid in 2019, and we implemented a portion of it in 2020. So what happens is that we were with Evergreen Incorporated. They did our study last time, and they gave us 2 or 3 different plans to incorporate, and we could only implement a portion of one of them, simply because of the cost.
Excuse me, I have a question. So our turnover is, are we basing it off of the salary, or, I'm just asking?
No, turnover rates are voluntary resignations, retirements, or involuntary terminations. So that's how many people we have leaving the city of Goldsboro going to other positions or other jobs.
Now, my next question is, do we do exit interviews?
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
For those that will give them to us. Now, we can't mandate that, but for most time, employees will give us an exit interview. So what do? We invite consultants to review and revise our existing comp and pay plan. They do a salary study and update our job descriptions as necessary, and they will recommend 1 or more pay plan option schedules. So that's pretty much the task of the consultant that we would hire. Let's go back. Any questions about where we are with compensation study? I'm thinking it's going to cost us at least $40,000 to get a reputable consultant in here to do what we need to be done. And keep in mind, the HR team has throughout the year identified several positions within the organization that we did our own study, but I think it's time now that we go back out and look at the organization as a whole.
So, one more question.
Mm-hmm.
So when you do this study, does it say, yo, you might look at this position instead of this position, or is it just the ones we have on the book?
Well, we have approximately 200 separate positions or individual positions. They will not look at every position. They will look at positions that we identify or positions that are challenging to recruit and retain.
So on the last one we did in 19, is what you said. So there's a certain amount of positions that were done. So
That's
are we
right.
looking to do a different or the same ones, or
That is up to the staff. Whatever, department heads, they may say, hey, I want these positions done. There's some that we may not have to look at because there's not a high turnover or we feel that the salary is competitive. But the ones that we will have a tendency to look at are the ones that we have a high turnover in.
Okay.
So that's going to cost us a little bit of money to recruit consultants, as well as implementing any type of salary increases. That's going to cost us something. So let's talk a little bit about something that hopefully it's going to cost, we can implement, but it's going to cost us a pretty penny. We talked a lot about longevity benefits, and we hear staff say, oh, they hate longevity went away. And as far back as I could research, I think longevity left the city around 2009, 2010. So I went back and pulled pretty much the exact plan that we used back before 2010. And at that time, full-time employees were compensated for years of service at 5-year intervals based on their date of employment. The employee must have been employed full-time for a minimum of 5 years, hired no later than July 1st to be eligible for longevity pay. And the reason we say July 1st is because new hires have a probation period of 6 months. So they will have been employed by the city on December 1st for 6 months and should be off probation. Longevity was issued on the first payroll and Friday in December, or is designated by the city manager. So typically longevity was done before the Christmas holiday on a non-payroll week. These are the recommended longevity amounts. We kind of revised these a little. As you can see, they're outlined in 5-year increments. We did add 25 to 30 years at 4.5%, and 30 years plus would receive a 5% based on their salary. The approximate cost on current salaries, and this number includes the 24% benefits, would be $730,449. This number is based on the salaries as of February the 14th, and it does include the increased salaries for the PD effective March 1st. It includes all full-time and part-time permanent employees. And it's recommended that we give those employees that have less than 5 years, that they would receive a $300 bonus because they would not be eligible for the longevity. So how are we going to pay for it? Last year, we had a 1 cent property tax increase that funded the $400 bonus at the end of the year. That would pay for approximately $250,000 in the general fund. So we would need approximately an additional $386,000 in revenue to fund the general fund. Any questions about the proposed longevity?
I have a question.
Councilman White, go ahead.
So could you give just a little background information on why we went away from the longevity, if you know?
From what I have heard or what I recall, it went away around 2009, 2010, and the money that was used for longevity at that point was used to fund the 4% 401k that employees have now. So I think that it just shifted from the longevity, which an employee would get at the end of the year, versus that 4% that goes into their supplemental retirement.
So as a benefit to the employee, did it go away or did it just get moved into a different way of providing a benefit to the employee?
It sounds like to me that it went to another benefit.
Okay.
Who was here? Chief? Both the chiefs were here at that time. Is that what you recall?
Yeah, I think police were getting the 401k at the time.
Right.
They took the longevity away so they could give 401 contribution to the rest of the city.
Right. So the police department is state mandated that they get 5% 401k. We talked about raising that to 5%, but it's never been decided that employees would get a 5%. It remains at 4%.
Okay.
Is that right? Yep. We never got 5%, right.
We never got.
And you know, I hear employees talking all the time. Some like longevity, but if they're where I am and you know you're less than 5 years toward retirement, then I like the 401k. So I think you know it just depends on the employee and what their preferences are.
So I don't want to belabor and beat this point down, but like we was just discussing, isn't the 5% or the 4%, wouldn't it equal out to more than the longevity?
Depends on the salary.
In your expert opinion,
About
between the two?
my professional or my personal?
If we capped it at that 5%, if we put it at that 5% that the employees were expecting, wouldn't it be a greater value for them to stick with that than the longevity? We're just asking for you to educate us.
I think the majority of your employees will like their money now.
Yes. So the longevity?
So the longevity. I think it depends on where they are in their career.
Okay.
Because many of our employees, if we're truthful, will have to live paycheck to paycheck, many of us, with the economy. So the upfront money is more advantageous to a single parent or a family that's, you know, dealing every day with a minimum income. Is that what you're saying?
That would be for some. For others, they would rather see it in a 401k. So it's 51 two dozen the other.
I'm very pleased with the longevity, looking back into the longevity, because I just think it would benefit more the staff, you know. I'm glad. I think that's a great incentive.
Councilmember Boyd.
How much of a issue would it be for the administrator for your department if the option was there for the employee to choose which one of the two options they wanted? I mean, could that be possible where the employee choose 401 or longevity?
I think
When you're doing when you're setting up your retirement, if for example everyone were to get longevity but no guaranteed 401k match except for police where it's mandated by law, then you could have someone who just simply elects to put 4%, and effectively they create their own match. Yeah. But I don't know that the average person is going to think through it that way.
Mm-hmm.
But actually the mechanism, if we did that, and then I want to do all of it, it's going to come down to choosing what you believe will get the most benefit to our employees and what the majority of them want. Yes, ma'am.
Could we do a survey?
Use the microphone.
I was just wondering, could we do a survey with the employees?
Sure.
See which one is more popular?
Sure. Or could we do both? Could we do, keep the 401k and implement the longevity?
Right.
That means that we would have to find $386,000
Right.
approximately.
And that, of course, is an estimate, because each year your ratio of employees between the 5 and 9 versus the 25 and 30 is going to shift. So I mean, that is inherently an estimate.
Yeah. And we only have a handful over 30.
Right. Are there any other comments or questions from council on this particular slide? Obviously, this is going to be part of a much larger conversation as we continue getting into budget, but I want to make sure that everyone understands what longevity would cost, where we are in previous property tax allotments, I guess that's the right way to put it.
Susan, you have a, I'm sorry.
If we contracted with the company that you were talking about to do an outside survey, they would also tell us what other entities within, say, 30 miles to 60-mile radius around us, they would show us how we would be in comparison with other
that would be a benefits.
municipalities.
That would be a benefit survey. The study we were talking about was compensation and pay, so it's a different type of study. And we could probably do a benefit survey in-house. Right, Christy? Susan, you have something?
Susan.
From what I see, or from what I really think, is that when we look at the benefit that we already have a 401k, we have 4% that goes for non-sworn and then 5% for your sworn officers. And that is considered a benefit to all employees. So of course, that starts on day one, and they get that regardless whether they put in, it's not a match, it's we do that regardless. But when we also look at the bigger picture, when we're looking at retaining our employees for retention purposes, the longevity comes into play because you are now offering a benefit for them to stay beyond a 5-year mark to continue on within the city. So this longevity, in my opinion, goes to show a retention or a way of retaining your employees, and for retention purposes, that they get something in addition to. I mean, there's a lot of our employees that never reach this 5-year mark, whereas you do have other employees that get to that 5-year mark and beyond, and they invest in themselves, but they also invest in the city. So longevity is not for every single employee. Longevity is more of a retention tool, in my opinion. And I think it would be good to have both. My opinion would be to have both, for both a benefit and for retention purposes for the city.
You know, I've seen a couple of different longevity scales that are hit the 1 year mark. You're hitting 1% just for the sake, because we know that employees by our very nature, we're more transient now. We're more interested in, you know, get somewhere for a couple of years, and then what is the next opportunity that presents itself, and that's just the reality. Again, it's not good or bad. It's just something that we need to compete with. And so I absolutely agree. We've got to be able to give our compensation specialists and our human resources department tools for both the recruitment piece, the sign-on bonuses, the recruitment bonuses, whatever those things are that we, you know, can, you know, education bonuses, something, you know, to be able to actually recruit. But then you've got to have your retention tools. So there's all the different ways that you try and incentivize someone to be part of your organization. Any other council member?
Well, so I guess the purpose of this retreat and hearing from each one of our departments is for the department to present their overall needs, wants, requests, and then for us as a council to take that information into consideration and then give a head nod, so to speak, that, okay, we're in favor of this, so that it gives the staff direction in putting the budget together.
We'll have at the end of today and at the end of tomorrow, we'll have sessions where that it's, all right, what are our priorities? Where do we need to go? Because I can't reasonably ask council, I can't even ask myself to say absolutely yes for this, not having seen the other stuff that's coming up. That being said, this is a high priority for me.
This would be one that I was just telling Laura that we put on for the end of the day discussion amongst some more, and at the end of the session tomorrow, we'll have these bigger ticket items like this that we will want to talk about what matters most to us.
Okay, great. So that's where I was going with that. So when it comes, whenever the appropriate time in this retreat is for us as a council to give a nod to certain things and say, okay, we want to figure out how to fund this, or look at what it's going to.
We're going to have them up on the board, and we're going to go through that. This is going to be one that we'll add to it, and there'll be some other things as well.
Okay, great.
The part of the reason that this is such a priority for me is because we know that we have not been able to remain on base salary alone competitive with a lot of our peers. That's just, again, not, actually that is bad. You can formulate an opinion on that, but it is the reality. And so if we are able to, one, fix that get a pay study, and then in future budgets able to fix that, but what can we do immediately? We can start trying to implement something that is based on retention. And so, again, if you can build together a recruitment incentive, a longevity incentive, a base salary that's competitive, and then you add it all together and you be as competitive or more competitive than your neighbor, then you're at least able to have a conversation.
That's great. That's why I asked the question, so we can give a nod to that and say, okay, let's figure that out.
Yeah, as we're going, and again, not to belabor this point, but you're absolutely right. Do make notes, because once we get to the end of these days, we've got to give administration some guidance on which way to program. Because we're going to hear the total value of all of the things, and I haven't seen any of these yet, but the total value of all the things requested, I promise you, will be about 2x our actual budget. I mean, last year it was like $16 million over what we had.
We had to cut it down that much.
Yeah, and it's a huge
2 weekends
difference.
So just for clarity, that 1 cent in the property tax, that only covered that last $400 bonus. That was not going forward, you guys getting a bonus each.
That's moving forward, isn't it? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
That could be on the table as well. I mean, but that was what the city council voted last year.
And I know that the mayor's mentioned this before, but I think it's important moving forward that when we, particularly if we have an increase, to be able to say, just like with that, there's a 1 cent increase and it went to this, or there was a X% increase and it went to public safety or whatever. I think being able to define that and be able to tell the public, this is what we spent your money for. I think that's important.
Right.
Any other comments or questions on longevity specifically? All right, Ms. Duff?
Okay, so let's talk about a couple of programs that we are recommending that doesn't cost us anything or very little. So one is a health insurance reimbursement incentive. And what this would do, if a new employee chooses not to participate in the North Carolina State Health Plan, it's recommended that they receive 50% of the insurance premium that is paid by the city to be included in their annual salary. So currently, the city pays $674.54 per employee for health insurance premiums. The employee must be new or have a qualifying life event as regulated by the IRS. An employee must show proof of insurance from another carrier on an annual basis, maybe Medicaid or Medicare. So who would be able to participate? An employee is retired from the military and has TRICARE. He does not need the benefit of being on the city's health insurance plan. In lieu of the city paying $674.54 premium for the employee's health insurance, the employee would receive 50% of the premium at $337.27 per month added toward their annual salary for an additional $4,047.24 a year. Second example, an existing employee decides to enroll as a dependent on their spouse's group insurance plan. They can request to terminate from the city's plan and receive 50% of the city's premium. You cannot be enrolled as a dependent on another state health plan. So if your spouse works for the community college and they offer a state health plan, the employee has to be enrolled on our state health plan. Example number 3, a new or an existing employee receives Medicaid or Medicare. They can request to terminate from the city's plan and receive 50% of the city's premium. The benefits, it's a salary incentive for employees. The possibility of decreased insurance premiums due to decreased number of enrollees on the city's health plan, and a 50% insurance premium savings for the city.
I kind of like this plan because it's a win-win situation. I mean, sometimes we don't get that in local government, you know, where we're saving money and the employee, certain employees, if they're retired military, which we have a lot here, certainly as one example, would definitely benefit. So don't want to stand out there and advocate for things, but when it saves us money, I like to advocate for it. So.
Yes, sir.
So do we have any financial forecast on this? Do we know the number of employees we currently have who are not enrolling in our benefits? And with that, can forecast the amount of cash that we would then outlay. Obviously, we cannot really forecast the number of employees that would choose to not enroll. So I realize it would be offset some, but as a sort of a worst case forecast, do we have any ratio of what number of employees currently don't?
Not at this point.
Okay.
I do know that there are some, and more recently, we are getting new hires that say, hey, I have TRICARE,
Right.
or I'm on Medicaid, I don't need the city's plan, so they don't take it. But we're not giving them any benefit not to take it.
Right.
And this would give them some incentive not to take it.
Because if you had that, could that cash flow possibly help to offset our longevity plan?
Well, it's possible. Again, I only say this having looked at this one in a different capacity. You're going to be writing checks to folks that you otherwise would not be writing checks to. Is that offset enough by folks who then choose not to get the insurance that it ends up making? And you have to have a 2-to-1 kind of swap for it to break even. Either way, I think it is I do think it is a good program. I think it's a good option, but I do recognize you kind of have to have a 2-to-1 ratio to work.
So looking at the prior fiscal year 24 that we're in right now, we had 38 employees that waived insurance for a cost. It's a little bit lower than $300,000. So the city, actually, what we do is when we do the final adopted budget, we take the waived insurance out. So it saved the city $300,000. So because we budget in full in the department request, and then at the very end, we take out waived, so it helps us balance the budget. So essentially, doing the 50% that Bernadette's talking about, it would be $150,000. The bulk, of course, is coming out of the general fund. It was 32 employees that waived insurance, and that was about $235,000, so it would be half of that, okay?
So so the savings would go from 300,000 down to 150, right? So
Which would already be half of that longevity plan, almost half of
opposite.
Okay.
Because right now, we're saving 300,000. If we were to do this, we would only be saving 150. So we wouldn't actually be saving anything because you're writing checks. But again, that's a worst-case forecast because there would be some other folks that would elect not to go on the city's plan. And for every one of those, you can pay for 2 of the others because it's a 50% buyback. So that's where that ratio kind of has to come back.
And could I add one more thing, too, in talking about the longevity? The mayor touched on it briefly. If the city decided, and this has been talked about in the past, decided to go on a match basis, that the city will provide a 4% 401k match for regular employees, up to the 4% match. There are savings there because we do have employees that do not contribute, so you could use that savings to help fund your longevity, okay? So that is something we can work on the numbers because we know who is enrolled and who is not enrolled. So we would have a ballpark idea of the savings on that.
So Catherine, are you saying making 401k that they have to match up to 4%?
To get the 4%, they would have to put in 4%.
So it'd essentially be a dollar for dollar.
Dollar for dollar, yep. That would be a means of helping to fund the longevity.
And
we have, I'm sure, a lot of employees that do not participate in 401k.
And that's a plan decision. So the thing that the staff has to know, because this is a 401k plan that's mandated, it's controlled by federal government rules. So we have to have a note in enough time so we can get our plan documents changed legally. So when it's time to implement, so if it's the first payroll in the new fiscal year, we've got to have time in order to get that done, to be fair, okay? We don't want to get in trouble.
And that, again, you can find private employers that are all across the board, but anything that you're getting 2 to 5% as a match, a dollar for dollar match, I think that puts us firmly in a competitive place for what it's worth. I would like to see real numbers kind of as a forecast, a worst case scenario as we've discussed for the health insurance reimbursement incentive, because again, I think it's a really creative way of trying to get some more money to our employees. I'd like to see some real numbers for a 4%, up to 4% 401k match, and that added to the longevity, and see what we're actually talking about, because we got to do a compensation study. I mean, I realize I'm just one vote when it comes to certain things on council, but we know that our base salaries need to be adjusted, but we don't really know about how much, and we don't really know where in the organization. So I think we need to allow data to drive that. But I like these 3 options that have been presented. I appreciate your time.
Okay, so there's one more.
Yep, vacation buyback.
Vacation buyback program. The vacation buyback program will enable eligible employees the opportunity to convert earned but unused vacation hours into cash. An employee will have the option to sell back earned vacation hours by completing and submitting the form to HR. Eligibility to participate in the vacation buyback program will be based on an employee maintaining 100 hours of vacation after the leave is sold. The hours are paid at 100% of the employee's current base hourly rate and is subject to applicable payroll taxes and deductions. Buyback payouts will be processed during the normal payroll cycle. Submitting requests will ensure the payout gets processed in the next payroll cycle. An employee may sell any or all accrued vacation leave in excess of 100 hours, up to a maximum of 80 hours per fiscal year. Employees can make a maximum of 2 submissions per year, 1 submission for 80 vacation hours, or 2 different submissions for a total of 80 hours during the fiscal year. Employees must maintain a minimum of 100 hours left in his or her accrual balance after each request.
So, Ms. Dove, this one, again, is very similar to what Office of State Human Resources implemented a few years ago, which I'm sure you probably, I won't even say probably, I know you're very familiar with because I know your background. So this one, again, is a good tool that employees can choose to use. Obviously, they have to manage their own finances. As an employer, it's quite beneficial because if someone is buying out leave, let's say you have an employee who knows they're only going to be here for a few years, they know their family member is going to get deployed or stationed somewhere else at some point, so they're not worried about accruing vacation leave all the way through retirement. They know that they're only working within this window here. If they hit a point where they want to sell some leave, either for the purpose of cash flowing their life or get it off the books, whatever it is they want to do with it, that's their choice. This gives them that option. As an employer, it also kind of manages risk, financial risk, because vacation leave is paid at the then value if they cash it in, as opposed to 25 years from now at their then hour for hour salary. So again, you have to understand that there is a cost benefit to this thing, but giving the employee the tool to operate that way if they choose to is fine. And as from the employer perspective, it helps us get some risk off the books in certain situations as well. Is any of that inappropriate or inaccurate?
No, I think it's correct,
Okay.
very correct.
Any comments or questions? And this one, at least when the state did it, they couldn't come up with a financial forecast because they had no clue who was going to decide to sell off leave. So they just said that their estimation was that overall it would be a cost reduction, because if anyone sells leave today, then they're inherently cashing it in at a lower value than 10 years from now. So, any comments or questions?
Okay.
All right. Are there any other comments or questions for Ms. Dove overall, not just on the vacation buyback? Thank you, Ms. Dove.
Thank you.
All right, we are at 5 till 11. We have completed all of our before lunch sections. So does anyone need a 5-minute nature break? Yes? No? All right, I don't see anybody, and as always, if you need one, hop up and go. So let's go ahead, and Chief, if you would, and this is not trying to rush you along in any way, but go ahead and get going. We'll begin with your first, the crime and homelessness discussion. And if we see that we're at a reasonable time to stop for lunch after that one, then we will, or we'll just keep on rolling, okay? Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Chief, if you would, just 1 second. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
We had a question for you. We just want to make sure, because maybe we were misunderstanding. So on the insurance coverage, on the insurance premium, if an individual, if we're not having to expense that $600 some dollars and we're only giving them $300 some dollars, that would be a savings on our part of $300 some dollars.
But right now, we're saving all 600.
Okay.
See what I'm saying? So right now, we're saving 600, and we're not giving them any of it. So our savings decreases, the employee benefit increases.
But it is a great retention tool.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah.
The difference is that when people that are already, say, on a plan, like our plan, we would save the money for those that all of a sudden jumped off of the plan, and then that's what we don't know. Whoever would jump off that plan and decide to take advantage of the savings that they would get with this, and the city would also see a savings for current employees that decided to take advantage of that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I got you.
That's where the potential savings would come in. So I don't see where it's costing us any money. I don't, but in real dollars,
Right.
maybe I'm just missing something.
Well, only in this sense, and this is probably more of a Catherine or Ms. or Bernadette conversation than a me discussion, because I don't run our human resources, or finances. But if an employee is on our books
And we are obligated, or at least we're sort of earmarking $600 and something per month to cover that employee's benefits. They do not sign up for those benefits. That $600 we just keep. It stays in the general fund. And that's what's happening right now. What we're saying is we'll give them 300 and something of that, which again is a great tool. So I'm not necessarily against it. I'm just acknowledging that there is a cash flow
And you'd
out the
probably
door.
see people come off of the plan that they'd say, well, I can get a savings here, and the city can save some money, and I can save some money.
Right.
So you'd probably see people jump off that plan because, right now, they're like, there's no advantage for me for having, financial advantage. I might as well let the city just pay for and have a secondary insurance policy.
Right. And I'm sure we do have some that are double insured. I don't have a way to forecast that, but just acknowledging the quote unquote, worst case financial situation is all I was trying to do. I still think it's a good option. Any other? All right. Chief West.
Good morning. Mayor and council members. Great to be here. Not really the topic I want to talk about, but we'll talk about it. Let's talk about it. Seen these before, year after year. We've just changed the dates. This is kind of the crime trend for the last 5 years. And as you can see, 2019 had over 2,100 Part 1 crimes. And then in 2020, there was a 7% drop, which we were very fortunate to have. And then rolling into 2021, there was another 12% drop where it was down to 1,700, a little over 1,700 Part 1 crimes for that year. Back in 2022, we knew that, I think it was 6 consecutive years that we continued to drop crime in the community. And we knew that you could only drop it but so far, and then at some point in time it was going to rebound. And in 2022, obviously it did, unfortunately. 2022, the numbers rose 14%, back up to about 1,900 Part 1 crimes per year. And then unfortunately last year it increased another 21%. So just the 2 previous years, 35% increase in crime outran or exceeded the previous 5 years that we dropped crime. So we are back, essentially, unfortunately, back to where we began 6 years ago. So that's kind of the crime numbers right there. Part 1 crimes again, and there'll be a slide in here that'll tell you what the breakout is for Part 1 crimes. This slide here, the Part 1 crimes consist of homicide, rape, robbery, aggravated assault, breaking and entering, larceny, motor vehicle theft, and arson. In 2022, we had 7 homicides. 2023, that was up to 10. That's a 43% increase. Rape was at 19 in 2022. 2023, it went down to 8. That was a 58% reduction. Robbery went from 41 to 48, 17% increase last year. B&Es, actually aggravated assault, up 10% from 227 to 249. B&Es, 236 to 300, another increase of 27%. Larceny, up 21%. Motor vehicle theft, up 44%. Arson from 2 to 6, up 200%. And then down at the bottom, you'll see your totals. 2022 was 1,966 total for Part 1 crimes. 2023 was 2,386, and there's your increase of 21%. And then obviously the highlighted ones in red are the violent crimes. We hear a lot about how violent crime is on the increase. And then the highlighted in blue is property, or our property crimes. And you'll see a little bit. I was running the numbers while we were sitting there with previous presentations to try to break it out to see where the increases are. And actually, I was a little bit surprised, and you'll see this in just a minute because I'll break it out for you. To kind of help you with our patrol zones aren't the same. When we say Zone 1, we're not talking about District 1. When we say Zone 2, we're not talking about District 2. So our zones are different. We thought years ago to change that over to where they would kind of mimic the districts. But if we did that, then it kind of messes up all our historical data, so we just left it alone, and these are your patrol zones. For those that want to know a little bit more about it, Zone 1, which is up here, essentially it's everything from 117 West, and then you got 11770, and then West Grantham Street. So kind of in the upper, northwest corner of the city and towards county, that's going to be Zone 1 as far as our patrol zones. Zone 2 is kind of in the business, I call it the business district, or at least the majority of it, but it's between Berkeley, William, north of Ash, and then south of 70. That's going to be Zone 2, which is primarily kind of on the eastern side of it. It's a lot of retail businesses, and then as it goes back towards the west side, it transitions over to residential. Zone 3, this is going to be William Street down here. Sitting there trying to get it myself. Zone 3 is going to be kind of down here on the bottom end down here. This is Ash Street. That's William, John, so everything below the 117, West Grantham, below that, west of William and John is going to be Zone 3. That's our patrol zone. Zone 4, south of Elm, between William and John, runs through here, and then over towards the base. So down in that residential area down South Slocum Street, that's going to be Zone 4. Zone 5 is everything north of 70 between 13 or Berkeley and William Street 117, again north of 70. And then Patrol Zone 6, essentially everything east of Berkeley all the way down to the base, over. That's going to be our Patrol Zone 6. Why does that make a difference to you? The next slide will show you where your crimes are occurring, or at least try to break it out to where your crimes are occurring. Again, Part 1 crimes, and this is kind of broke out by zones. If you go down to the total of all the Part 1 crimes, Zone 2 is going to be the highest number, 670 total. Part 1 crimes will be Zone 2. And again, Zone 2 is everything north of Berkeley north of Ash between Berkeley and William Street, and south of 70, kind of in that area. And then second highest was going to be Zone 4, and that's everything south of Elm Street and essentially east of William and John Street. And then if you go a little bit further into the ranking, not really the ranking, but if we break it out to what are violent crimes compared to property crimes, just for violent crimes, Zone 4 has the most as far as violence, and that's going to be approximately 122 incidents in a year's time in Zone 4. And then the least active would be Zone 1, which was going to be the northeast corner, kind of the William Street, north of Grantham Street area, and that would have the least number, was just 5 as far as violent crimes.
Chief, do you mind going back to the map one slide?
Do.
So is the color Zone 2 Seymour Johnson Air Force Base?
It's not. It's a totally different color. I didn't put it in there, but we call that, I think we consider that zone kind of an extension of Zone 6 because it's everything over there.
So is the key over on the right, unless my eyes are just messing with me, is Zone 2 that like greenish teal color?
Zone 2 is in here. These numbers are washed out up here. I've tried to make them.
Okay, so the colors in the key area are not actually the same colors in the map, are they?
They're supposed to be, but once it gets put up on here and it was on the PowerPoint, they kind of get washed out.
Yeah, okay.
Seymour Johnson's its own color. I didn't highlight it over here because Seymour Johnson is kind of an entity unto itself. We don't patrol Seymour Johnson, but if we get called to a crime that involved a civilian, we'll go, but we don't count those numbers as far as what the overall numbers are for the city.
So the purple top left is 1?
Yep, once I go back to it. I'm sorry.
So the purple top left is
Yep,
1.
that's 1.
The top one, the sort of olive drab,
That
which is
one?
that?
5.
That's 5?
Yep.
All right. The green one, I think we can all agree it's green right in the middle is what?
Zone 2?
That's 2?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then bottom left, that's blue? Is that one
That's
3?
3.
All right. And then the orange one, the bottom middle?
Zone 4.
4. And then we'll say red one over on the far right?
6.
That's 6, all right. And then the sort of greenish blue teal one at the bottom?
That's Seymour Johnson.
That's Seymour Johnson, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And
I
then
got it, thank you.
And then 5 was right there.
Sorry, guys, the color on the printouts just, they're totally different, so I wanted to make sure.
Yeah, yeah. I struggled with that when I was putting it up there. I just couldn't get the colors to match, and once I put them up there, when I saw it this morning, I was like, well, it's washed out anyway, so it's,
No, you're good. I appreciate it, Chief.
all right. Okay. Again, this is the Part 1 crimes by zone. If you take the grand scheme of things, because we talk about violent crime obviously is always in the forefront because obviously it's violent. But if you take our overall crime number, Part 1 crimes for the year at 2,386, 14% of that is violent crime. Property crime is 85% of that. And that's what I was working on this morning. I'm thinking that just, because we always talk about how violent crime, the severity of it, it's kind of at the forefront. But overall in the city of Goldsboro, your property crime is your driver behind your Part 1 crime numbers.
Chief?
Yes.
Chief, quick question.
Mhm.
So it is possible, though, for a motor vehicle theft to be, for an assault to happen in the motor vehicle death. So does that count as also an assault and a motor vehicle theft?
If there's an assault involved, then that will go to a robbery.
Okay.
Motor vehicle theft typically is going to be unoccupied. Somebody had the keys or somebody broke into it and took it.
Okay.
But if there's an assault, a physical portion of it, then it's a robbery with the property taken being the vehicle.
Okay, so okay. So for a rape, I'm sure it could, but I'm saying, like, if a rape also has an assault, or does those two things, I don't know how to ask it. I'm saying if someone is raped and an assault happens during that rape, does that count as both it's one incident, but it's two crimes, so do we count
Right.
that?
When you have a crime, there could be multiple crimes involved, and then when we classify it with the most severe crime first.
Okay.
So if the rape has an assaultive component to it,
Okay.
it's to a lesser degree. I don't know, it's hard to say that you got an assault.
This
that's
is, and
less
this is
severe.
for statistical purposes. We're not,
Yeah,
Right.
we're just trying to make sure we understand the numbers on the
Right.
screen.
Yeah, again, if there's multiple crimes involved, we classify it under the most serious crime.
Okay.
That's the one that kind of gets the header, and then everything else falls below it. Any questions about?
So it would not be double booked on here.
Would
Like, you
not.
wouldn't have assault plus larceny, because by definition, that's robbery.
Would not.
Okay.
And that's where, because, years ago, we were reporting under UCR, and then it all went to NIBRS, and our numbers started getting changed up, and then sometimes they do, if you have a home invasion or you have shooting into an occupied dwelling, and you've got 5 people inside, we would have to count that as 5 events because there's 5 victims. And actually, it was 1 event. So that's where we've got to be really careful when we look at these numbers and do our data dives and, our CAD, RMS reporting system to make sure that it's tracking what we're looking for, because sometimes you'll get hung up in the higher numbers that aren't accurate. This is just a heat map to kind of tell, a lot where your violent crimes are occurring. I know we discussed it earlier as far as with the zones, but again, this area right here, this again is going to be Berkeley, Elm Street here, and then you've got John Street, William Street. So kind of over in this area is going to be where we're seeing most of our violent crimes, and then also up in here, which is going to be south of Royal, north of Ash, and I guess this would be probably Wayne Memorial, so kind of over here in this quadrant. And then again, there's some up here, and then a concentration back over there. And then down here, down South Slocum Street area, there's a hot spot down up in here. And again, this is just the mapping to kind of give you the area, even though we discussed it previously.
Chief, is the
Zones.
hot spot on the top right, is that the emergency room?
That is.
Okay.
Because that would be where we took the report from,
Right.
and that's where it plots.
Okay.
Property crimes, you'll see a lot of those. This is Berkeley corridor, a lot of your retail. Up here, Walmart, Spence Avenue area. Get down here, Ash Street runs out here, and this will be down here a little bit south, downtown area, a little bit southward again, a lot of retail. So usually where you see a lot of your retail, some of your property crimes, larcenies, and then also residential area, B&Es, larceny of motor vehicles. So that's kind of the mapping on that. And then we roll into ShotSpotter. As you can see, ShotSpotter over the years. What questions?
That's telling you something there.
That is, unfortunately. ShotSpotter we've had since 2016. Just briefly, for those that don't know, ShotSpotter, basically it's a geographical area of about 3.3 square miles. It's got acoustic sensors within that area. When it detects shots being fired, it triangulates them, has to have a minimum of 3 sensors that pick it up, and then it triangulates it, maps it, sends the information to the officer in the field. Usually within a minute, the officer has that information, knows where the incident occurs, and then responds accordingly. So that's kind of ShotSpotter in a nutshell. Where I think we excel with it, or where I think you can't judge the success of ShotSpotter by saying, Chief, how many arrests did you make last year off of ShotSpotter response, and how many firearms did you get off of the street? That's a component, but that's a small component of what ShotSpotter does. I think where you see your best information on the success of ShotSpotter is the data where it plots your events are happening, and then us being able to do a follow-up on those events. We can take, and you'll see the mapping here in a minute, we can tell over a period of time, whether it's monthly or a year, where most of your events are happening, and that's where we need to put our resources in there, but not just a police response to go in there looking for guns and looking for the violence and making arrests, but where we need to be in there educating the public, working with the residents, finding out if there's other things we can do kind of as community service to help the residents kind of overcome this. So I think that's where a lot of agencies, when they try to gauge, especially when they're talking to council, budget items, ShotSpotter for us is roughly about $220,000 a year to maintain it. A lot of times when ShotSpotter goes away with entities, it's because it's a budget concern, rightfully so. So I think when you prop ShotSpotter up, you've got to have the data to back it up and have the conversation of where we think it exceeds expectations and where it excels. But again, last year, just our numbers last year, we saw almost a 50% increase of shots fired in a year's time. This is a year's worth of data of where ShotSpotter has plotted shots fired. I know the map's not very bright. It's very hard to pull from the system, but this essentially is Ash Street, I believe, running through here. And then Wayne Memorial comes down, then John and William who kind of come through here. So again, this is going to be kind of the Zone 4 area, and Zone 2, which is up here. I think it's Berkeley, Wayne Memorial, and then out here to West Grantham. I've looked at it long enough to where I can see it. I don't know if you can see it, but if you kind of break it out, you've got a kind of a concentration down here, concentration here, here, here. There's 4, if not 5 areas that we're seeing most of our shots being fired.
Hey, Chief, do you know what those areas are?
I do.
Could you tell us?
This area down here is Slocum down to the Grand Day Point. This area through here and the surrounding areas, I think it runs up to the back of Ben Brewington. But down here around Day Point, Seymour Homes is right down here, but this is Slocum Street. Up here, it's kind of, and I call it the Lincoln Homes area, but it's not just Lincoln Homes. It's Lincoln Homes and then surrounding areas around this area. Again, I think Slocum Street comes through here, Ash Street, and then Elm Street through here. If we go up here, you're up into Zone 2 and Zone 5 area. This area up over here is around Fairview, and then south down towards Ash, Claiborne, Taylor Street, through around here. This area over here is West Haven. And that's a majority of the areas right there. And I only say those names, those are geographical areas that you would know if I say this is West Haven. You kind of know, have a picture where that's at. It's not saying that, West Haven and surrounding areas. So what do we do about it? I've said it before and I'll say it again. We cannot arrest our way out of this problem. Arresting is going to be a component of it. But what are we going to do about it? We've got to get, again, I know we get tired of hearing about this staffing, but once we start getting staffed up, we've got to get back into the community with a lot more community engagement. When COVID came, the police department pulled back from the community pulled back from the police department, and that was what COVID did. Since COVID, we've had our staffing shortages. Now COVID's essentially over with. We've got to get back into the community, but now I've got to get my staffing numbers to get back in the community. But police department can't solve this problem alone. We've said it before. We've got to have the community support, which I feel like we do. I think the community supports what we're trying to do, but we've got to be very careful. We can't go out there with the mindset that we're going to wrest our way out of this and start over-policing these communities again, because we've done that in the past and it doesn't work. So again, we've got to find community involvement, activities to get back in there. One of the things that I think we can do is like get our SROs back in the school. Before, I had 3 SROs in the school system. Right now, I've got 1 SRO in the schools. SRO isn't a city function. We're not responsible for SROs in our schools. That's the county function. That's the sheriff's department's function. But I do believe our officers in the schools that are within the city is a benefit to us, because our SROs are going to engage those students or the youth in the schools, but we're also going to be involved with them after school and on weekends. So I think it's very important for us to get our SROs back into the school, get our officers back into the schools within the city to be our SROs, because we did that prior to COVID, and you could see the success of it. So I think that's one of the things that I would like to be able to do, is to get back into the schools. Citizen Academy, again, that's to allow people to come out, learn more about the police department, engage us in those activities. Police Activities League, a lot of the years it was pretty much said it was the Police Athletics League, and it was more or less police officers were going to team up with the community and youth, and it was going to be basketball, football games, and stuff like that. It's an activity league. There's more to it than that. There's arts, there's computer, there's technology, things that we can do with students to occupy their time, to give them things that they don't necessarily have in their community at home, and that's where we've got to get back involved in that. And again, it's just getting back with the community, finding out what the community needs. More of these. We just did one quarterly roundtable discussion with the community to find out what the community thinks they feel like we need to be doing, and then we can kind of let them know what we're capable of doing. But again, it's back to community engagement. Another one is hotspot patrols. We're doing that currently, and that's what's driving that is limited staffing. It's taking the technology that tells us where our crimes are happening, and then we're going to put what resources we have together and put officers in those areas. That's a reactive component. Crime's already happened, and now we're going to go in there and see if we can address it. It's effective, but it's not effective long term. The Vice unit, Vice typically does the high-level drug crimes, organized crime, but another component of Vice is the abatement for civil or public nuisances, minimum housing standards, stuff like that is where Vice uses it. We used Vice several years ago, local hotel. There was a nuisance. We went in there and we did a public nuisance abatement on it, and we were successful with that, and now that hotel, I feel like, has changed, and it's made a difference. It's positive in the community. So we've got to do more of that. It's not just for the hotels or businesses. You can abate a nuisance abatement for residential properties in these neighborhoods. If you have locations that, typically are liquor houses or drug houses, and, the property owner lives out of state and it's just being rented out, and as long as they get monthly, as long as they get their rent, they don't really care what happens. That's where we need to get back involved with abating some of these properties to turn them into good properties and sustain them. The ATF task force, we've had a task force officer working with ATF for years. That hasn't gone away. And typically they, do criminal investigations, not just only in the city. City of Goldsboro would be top priority for them. That's one of the agreements we have whenever we do a TFO or a task force officer with ATF or even the FBI. Goldsboro gets top priority. If we've got issues in Goldsboro, that's where they're going to come and work. But if we don't have very many problems in Goldsboro at a time and my officer needs to go to Wilmington or another part of eastern North Carolina to work, they're allowed to do that. So it's a regional thing, but the priority is within the city of Goldsboro and Wayne County. FBI Violent Crimes Task Force, we're back in the game on that. And again, it's all about the staffing numbers, but it's teaming up one of our officers with the FBI Violent Crimes Task Force. I think they're got an office out of Greenville. Again, it's eastern North Carolina is their responsibility, but it's primarily Goldsboro and areas, surrounding areas. Gangs, do we have them? Yes, we've had them. We've had them for years. I think back in the late 90s, early 2000s, I think we convinced ourselves that we didn't have a gang problem. It was something that we didn't want to talk about, so whenever we asked, did we have gangs, we're like, yeah, we have gangs, but they're not organized or local gangs. Now they're wannabe gang members, and I think we said that so many years after year, we actually started believing it. We've got gangs. We've had gangs for quite some time, and we've got organized gangs. And that's what the FBI Violent Crime Task Force kind of helps with, the gangs and prosecuting the gang members and get them through. Our gang unit, even though we've only got one officer staffing it, that hasn't gone away over the years. We're about 5-6 years into that, And basically what we do in the community, we identify individuals that are gang members. What we call validate them. They've got to meet a minimum 3 things, whether it's tattoos, arrests, self-admission that they're a gang member. And if they meet this criteria, then they fall on what we call bond enhancement. To where if we arrest them on a violent crime, and they're a validated gang member, the magistrate has this list of who validated gang members are. So when they go before a magistrate to have a bond set, their bond is typically 5 times the bond of somebody that's not a gang member. That means more likely they'll be held in the jail longer. But that's something that changes quite frequently. You've always got to validate them. Just because somebody's a gang member for 2 or 3 years, at some point in time, it's possible they come off of that validation, they've turned their life around, they're no longer a validated gang member, they'll come off that list. So it's something that we've got to manage and revisit quite often. Any questions about violent crime or crimes in general? Yes, sir.
Please, Mr. Wood.
Is there an update you can provide or tell us what the status is these days of the housing unit? I haven't heard talk of that in years. Did that go away? And I say that because I used to know people that were on that unit.
Yep. It has not gone away. Years ago, we got a grant through COPS, and it was to fund the gang or housing officers, and we participated in that, and I think the grant was set up, and this is a little bit before my time as far as an administrative role, but I think the grant paid the salary the first year, and then the second year it paid 70% of the salary. We just maintained it after the grant went away. And then we actually staffed it up to about 5 officers was our housing unit. And then staff shortages by financially obligated to Eastern Carolina Regional Housing Authority is the only housing authority that reimburses the city a portion of my officer's salary. So that's the only thing that we're obligated to, the city's obligated to have a housing officer is one for Eastern Carolina. But what we do, we also have officers that work back in there. I've got one that's a housing officer that still works with Goldsboro Housing Authority properties, but it's more an administrative role at this point. It's to provide them with information every 24 hours of calls for service that you've had in that area. They also work with the management to set up community programs in those areas. So no, the housing unit has not gone away. It's just been depleted and manpowered to 1. And then as we get staffed up, then we'll be back doing what we do best, which is getting out in these communities and having these community events and engaging the community. So it hasn't gone away. It's just very limited staffing.
Okay, that was my question. Okay. Hopefully, as we get staff back up and get back to some proactive
absolutely
work, that we'd see that unit stood back up as well.
Yes.
Okay. Chief, I noticed on your shop spot it was all, and I knew you said it wasn't Lincoln Homes, it was the Lincoln Homes around Lincoln Homes. I got that piece. But however, that just fortifies my position on poverty drives crime. Crime is just a byproduct of poverty. So until we begin to address poverty, which we're 24% the national average of the poverty rate, we're going to continue to have crime and violent crime and break-ins. Why? Because if I don't have it and I need it, I'm going to steal it. So I think that we're setting ourselves up for failure by thinking that we have solved the problem with giving police raises if we don't, as a council, begin to address the poverty in the city. We're 24%. That means that we're 2 times the national average. And we continue to bring in businesses that do not provide a livable wage for people to be engaged in their kids' raising. So I think that we really have to get after poverty and address the elephant in the room, which is our education system. I think you gave a great brief, Chief. I thank you for everything you're doing, but I think that you're trying to fight something with one hand tied behind your back.
And that's why, and I agree 100%, and that's why I say that we're not going to arrest our way out of this problem, and it's people always look to the police. We get called into situations that aren't necessarily where we need to be, not when it comes to the crime and stuff, because obviously we need to be there, but a lot of times we get called when somebody doesn't have the answers of how to fix a problem, they run out of options or they feel like they call police, and then we get on the scene and then we're tasked with trying to solve the problems. Crime is a small component. We've got to get behind the scenes and do like you say, education is going to be an issue. The poverty, and for us, when businesses want to come to Goldsboro, they look at the infrastructure, they look at the crime, they look at the schools. Don't take this the wrong way, but we're not hitting on much in those three areas. And we're very mindful at the police department, our crime rate. It bothers me a lot that the crime rate has now gone up 2 consecutive years, and we've got to get ahead of this to try to at least mitigate it and bring it back down, because again, the base, businesses, when they look to Goldsboro, that's the three things they look at. But I agree. It's, you know, some of these areas where, again, it's not a Lincoln Homes problem, or it's not a West State. These areas, if you look at them, the way they're developed, the what they look, the blight, they're run down, there's nothing there. I know with Councilman Matthews, we talked several years ago, Dollar General or some sort of convenience store on the south side, a grocery store on the south side, Slocum Street, there is nothing down there. There's nothing. And we can help, the police can help. One of the things that we did when we were staffed up, and it seems unimportant, but I think it's very important. Officers in between calls on a night shift, we noted areas where there was inadequate lighting that we could report back, or these houses in the community that were vacant that needed to be boarded up, or we had vagrants. We would report that to the other powers to be within the city to address that problem. And now we can't do that well because of staffing. So police is important when it comes to fighting the crime, but there's so much more that we can do to help the rest of the city mitigate these issues that we're having. So,
I appreciate
sorry.
it, Chief.
Homeless. This image, obviously, when and this will kind of be just kind of a brief overview of what we have done up until now. Again, if we'll go back to the retail theft, this area up here is the Walmart area, and this is Berkeley. This is all kind of the Target, Walmart retail area. Over here, you know, up around Wayne Memorial, and then here downtown, right around the downtown area. One of the things that's all connected, you've got a homeless issue through here, retail. You've got somewhat up here around the service road that runs down there by Carly C's, and then all the way over to the hotels, and that's where we were, some of the homeless were being housed temporarily, and there's some issues there that we're trying to work through. And then you come down here, we've got a big problem down towards the downtown area with panhandling. So that's one of the common denominators in these locations here is homeless, panhandling, and activities like that. This is kind of the timeline of what we've done so far to readdress the tent city issue and the homeless issue. Back in January, our Vice unit did a walkthrough to Tent City of the Royal Avenue, and also back there behind Ollie's. They identified all the property owners that own those pieces of land. They've reached out to them. Some of them are local, some are out of town, some are out of state. And we've got trespass agreements signed by all the property owners for the Ollie's property and for everything down around Tent City, Royal Avenue area. Norfolk Southern Police, they were also notified. They're on board as far as trespassing. I think it's 100 feet from the center line out is railroad property. So anything on the railroad or 100 feet either side of it is trespassing, and I can promise you that the railroad police is passionate about protecting their property and protecting people. We had one of the individuals, I think it was 2 years ago, that was struck by a train over there off Royal Avenue and killed. It's a concern of theirs, and they're involved as well.
Chief, before you leave that bullet point, the Tent City specifically, we're talking right behind Target, the dirt road that comes off of the service road and goes back towards Tent City. Norfolk Southern Police has made it very clear that is their right of way, that anyone going back there, even those that are trying to assist, are trespassing. How, not to put you on the spot, but what is Norfolk Southern's stance right now? What if anything, did they need? Are they ready? Are they going to start ticketing people that are going back there? What do we know, if anything?
They've posted it. They're warning individuals now that enter onto the property, whether it's be a vehicle or walking. They're basically in the warning phase.
Right.
They understand that people that are showing up on vehicles are there trying to help, but they're only going to be in that warning phase but so long, so that's why I let them know kind of where we're at. So what they're doing is they're trying to follow our timeline. When we go in there and we start enforcing and charging and unfortunately having to arrest, they're going to essentially do the same thing.
Okay.
But right now they're just basically warning, educating people, hey, look, this is railroad property, you can't do this. If you do it again, we'll deal with that. But
So they really are. They're trying to be part of our task force. They're trying to be part of our team to help resolve this issue.
They are, but they've had a couple of incidences that some of the homeless people, some of the individuals now, what they'll do is they'll put these shopping carts up on the tracks, and they're trying to cause damage to the train or injure the train personnel. The agent's not going to stand for that. If he
Right.
sees that, he's made it clear that he will do some arresting on the spot for that, so.
So at some point, our hands are going to be tied. So our timeline for resolving this is, I get it.
It's closing in. Because like I said, we've got all the trespass agreements signed now. We went out last week, and this is kind of the timeline. We began posting the trespassing signs last week. So there are no trespassing signs out there along Tent City and also back in behind Ollie's. And then we're just going to, yesterday, tried to make some contacts with the organizations that can provide some sort of help to reach out to them to see if we can help house them, relocate them, provide them with resources. And then once we run through that, which I anticipate will probably be about the first part of March, then we'll have a meeting with the district attorney to talk about our options as far as arresting, charging, and then search warrants and stuff that we need to do kind of behind the scenes, and then also prosecuting for trespassing. And then I anticipate probably middle of March, then we're going to be back out there, and that's when we're going to be given the final warnings, and if they don't leave, then we'll do the charging. We'll kind of go from there. It's not where we want to go, but I just think it's going to be where we're going to end up going when you look at years ago, that area with the businesses, the retail was thriving, and it's not thriving anymore, and there's opportunities out there for these landowners to be able to sell property, and it's not working out there, so we've kind of had our hand forced to be where we're at.
Well, and Chief, so, Mayor Baldwin over in Raleigh, obviously they are dealing with the exact same issue, just in a bigger city. And their program that they call Acorns, I thought is cleverly being the City of Oaks. They try to make sure that all of the different community resources are aware whenever a tent city or an encampment starts to pop up, so that they can try to go out and reach the folks that are there that are looking for a way out. And then ultimately, every so often, Raleigh police really have no choice except for to go and move folks along. Same thing with DOT, same thing with the railroad that goes through there as well. I'm calling on everyone who has a dog in this fight, pardon the pun, to help the folks that are there that want a way out, because our timeline is closing. That we're kind of being forced on this some, but simple reality is it's going to have to change. And I realize there are people that have been there since the mid 2000s, but bottom line is it's got to come to a close. So thank you, Chief.
Correct. Yes, sir.
And that's what I was gonna challenge, along with what you were talking about, the Acorn Project. If all nonprofits could come together, I know that I have been working with homelessness in other cities as well. If they could come together and have like a homeless first responders team, where as we are helping individuals to come out of Tent City, the nonprofits, if we all had intake forms and we could assess each individual, do they need mental health services, do they need rehab, do they need housing, that would be very beneficial. What I'm finding with my database, and I wanted to ask you this, I'm finding that a lot of the individuals, the intake forms that we were doing, the individuals are not even from here. Correct. I was going to ask you, are you finding some of that same information?
Oh, yes. Yeah, we had an individual the other day that when we made contact with him, told him that he needed to vacate the property. He said, I'm not even from here. I'm going back somewhere else. So, but yeah, I think probably 60% of what we're dealing with are people that aren't even from here that have come here recently.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to know where we are. We spoke of this before with the unhoused, and we were trying to take a look at Cherry Hospital, the old U2 building, and we asked that to see what the city, if anything, if the city could do anything to help us. There's so many other places here. I've tried to start a house called the Church House, which would be housing unhoused. I don't like to call them homeless. I know that they are. Unhoused is just a softer word. But we were supposed to be looking into that. Do y'all remember when we talked about that?
Every conversation I've had around any of the facilities out at Cherry Hospital have always come back to asbestos and lead, and that the places would need to be gutted and rebuilt. prior to anyone being issued a certificate of occupancy to move in. It's
Well-
unfortunate because those are some very large, grand buildings that I believe some positive things could happen, but they have a lot of things stacked against them. Floodplain, asbestos, age, mold. So it could be done, but someone with an unlimited budget is going to have to step in to do it.
Well, I think maybe we should take a look at some of the other places here, homes that are not being used, that the city owns. To take a look at that. And it's very important that we do our statistics and do the intake and know who we're taking in. And it is true, there are a lot of unhoused people here that do not live here, that are not even from here. There's a whole lot of paperwork that needs to be done, but we really need to do something about the unhoused, because some are really working. I know that Tommy Foundation is doing an excellent job. They're really working with the unhoused, but I think we, as a city, we need to do something too. And we need to get involved, and we need to just stop talking about it, and we need to do it. I know a lot of us are doing some things on our own. I understand that, but collectively, as a city, we need to be more vigilant and look into doing something for the unhoused.
Councilwoman Jones, just as a suggestion that's coming to mind, it's, we do have the home ARP funds, and we're programming those a certain direction, and we're gonna talk more about that, but we also have certain buildings like the Herman Park Center. If we work with the Congressman's office, Congressman Wiley, to see if we could put that back into maybe at least partially renovating that for a time being. It's not that habitable, that's one of the problems, but if it was renovated and we had somebody to run it, that could possibly be an area where it was once a orphanage. It could, I guess, again, be a shelter. But we would have to put a lot of money into it, I'm sure of that.
I also know that when I was
If it would, I'm sorry, Pro Tem Matthews, and then we'll come back to Councilman White.
Just a quick tidbit, because reentry is what I do every day, and a lot of those folks in Tent City have criminal backgrounds. So in addition to housing, which is a major issue of that, we also have employment. So we need to be talking to our employers in the city to consider being second chance employers, which will give those individuals who have a background an opportunity to work. Because, and then on top of that, partnering with community college and mental health agencies and those people who work with addiction, because it's truly gonna take those wraparound services. Because if you put me in a home and I don't have any know-all of financial budget and even how to just navigate throughout the day on my own, like it's, we're kind of setting people up. So I just want to say, while we're, putting a charge out for these nonprofits, we need to be talking to our employers that have been complaining about the issue. We need to ask them, are they willing to get some of these folks in there and work so we can help in that capacity as well. The Reentry Council, and this is a shameless plug, but the Reentry Council is a board that houses a lot of the organizations who do this work every day. And I know Captain Adams is a champion for the homelessness in Tent City, and he's also a part of our Reentry Council. And I think that's what it's gonna take as well, because we're duplicating services, a lot of us. We'll go out there and talk to Sarah Ann, and Sarah Ann is not a real person, I just made that up. And then somebody else will go talk to Sarah Ann. So if we can come together and be more intentional about that process with partnering with local organizations, I think we'll be a lot more successful to join elbows instead of just everybody rushing in to kind of put out the fire. So that was, thank you.
Councilman White?
When I was on the Community Development Commission, I know that Ms. Terry was working on a plan to try to help. I don't know why we haven't briefed that yet. I know I talked to her before, that she has a plan that they've been working on. I actually worked on it before I left the actual commission, that she had a plan that she could present to the city. It might not be a permanent fix, but it can be a start. Okay, and I think that's what Ms. Hawata is saying. We just need to start.
Right. I haven't seen that one. The only one that was brought up was some hotel rooms during the cold. And unfortunately, the White Flag shelters were not open during that time either. So Yes, sir.
The facility that's been recently being talked about, I think it might be the old Woodard Retirement Village that's being repurposed. Someone undertook that project for, does that not play into what she's speaking of about?
It would. It would. That, again, that's a private organization, so I can't speak to their specific finances, their specific timelines, but that would be a huge asset in this endeavor. You've also got Carolina Treatment Centers that has residential treatment, about 18 months of residential while you're undergoing treatment and rehabilitation services. So that getting open and rolling is a major part in this. Fordham House, of course, plays a major part in this. Salvation Army plays a major part in this. So there's a lot of pieces to it. Council, any other comments or questions before we leave this slide? All right, Chief, thank you.
Thanks. And that is all for this presentation.
Well, then we'll go back to that slide. So can you talk a little bit about the conversation with the district attorney and what you're expecting out of that and what challenges? Obviously, they're fighting for staffing as well. How do you foresee that going, and what do we need to do to put ourselves in a position to allow them to help?
Yeah, I mean, the conversation with the district attorney's office will be the same conversation that we've had before. The district attorney's office has never refused to prosecute anybody that we've charged for trespassing, property damage, or anything like that. To be fair, the last time we did this, probably about 3 or 4 years ago, I approached the district attorney's office and the district attorney and requested that the charges be dropped, because we went in there and we kind of put the cart before the horse. We went in there and tried to move the homeless along, and we charged, and we didn't have our ducks in a row as far as any assistance for these people. So we kind of backed up, regrouped, and I approached the district attorney to have the charges dropped. But the conversation is the same. The district attorney's office will prosecute anybody that we charge for trespassing. Trespassing is it's a very low level priority for them. It's a very low crime. Again, homelessness isn't a crime. It's the trespassing that's the crime. It's what you're doing on the property that's the crime. So I expect full cooperation from them. The other issue is, are we going to be taking people to jail? They're not going to be held in the jail. They'll get a written promise with a promise to come back to answer the charges. Chances are that we'll lose contact with them and they won't come back, so they'll get an arrest warrant, and then we'll have to go back and arrest them for failure to appear. This thing is just going to keep going and going and going. So the conversation with the district attorney's office is, yes, they're going to pursue the matter or prosecute it. The other conversation is going to be people, even though they're on somebody else's property, they still have a certain right or expectation of privacy. So before we can go in and start searching tents and their personal belongings, we've got to get search warrants to do so. So that's kind of the conversation. But I expect the district attorney's office and the district attorney to support what we're doing. And it's unfortunate that it's kind of got to this point. We prefer not to do this, but at this point, we really have no choice.
Those who have other places to go that are trying to get back to the other places, because we do have a very transient unhoused population. That's worth noting as well. We're kind of a pass through in a lot of situations. If someone's trespassing, they're saying, I'm just trying to get through. How does that conversation go? Because to your point, they're not going to go spend the night in jail. I mean, it's just simply not going to happen. So are they basically taken to the magistrate and then just good luck tonight? Is that?
Well, I mean, if they're just passing, if they've got a destination in mind, and this is just the city of Goldsboro, just happens to be where they've ended up, but they're trying to get to somewhere else. First thing we're going to do is we're going to try to assist them to get where they want to go. If it means trying to get out with some sort of organization that can buy a bus ticket or somewhere to get them, that's what we're mainly going to be trying to do. Or if we go in there and they say, look, the only thing I'm lacking is a state ID card. If I can get an ID card, then I can get a hotel room, or we're going to make arrangements to get them up to the DMV or anything to get an ID card. So we've done that in the past, and we'll continue to do that. But the way it'll unfold is, hey, look, I'm just passing through. I'm just trying to get here. I'll be on my way. Okay, well, we're going to warn you now, trespassing. We're going to let them know that they've got trespass agreements. So we're going to give them a short period of time to leave the property. Now, I understand that some of these people have been out there for years, and their personal property is huge. And that's the other conversation with the district attorney's office. How much time do we allow somebody to come back and get their personal property before it's considered abandoned property, and then the city or the property owner's got to go through the expense of removing that property? So that's the conversation also. I think it's 10 days, but I'm not sure. But yeah, we're going to try to assist any way that we can to try to help these people along. But at the end of the day, if there's no help available or they don't want the help, then unfortunately it's going to be the criminal justice system is going to have to step in, and that's not where we want to be.
Council, any other comments or questions? Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
So we are at 10 till 12. Do you want to stop? All right, let's do this. Let's go ahead and stop. We will do lunch. I don't see any reason that we need to do a working lunch, so let's take 30 minutes, get some lunch. Everyone who wants to walk outside, get their head back in for the afternoon. We will reconvene. Let's call it 12:20. And Chief, when we come back, we'll continue with you, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. we had just finished the crime and homelessness discussion. As you retake the podium, did any questions from council members pop in their heads over lunch around Chief West's first section?
I do.
Councilman White.
See, do we have a truancy officer?
Say that again, sir?
A truancy officer?
Truancy, no. We have an SRO that's Goldsboro High School, but to say specifically for truancy officer, no, sir.
Any other questions or comments from council? Ms. White, Ms. Taylor, sorry.
So how do they, Chief West, how do they handle truancy? If it's a, you know, it's an ongoing problem with.
Yeah, you're asking me an area that I'm probably not that familiar with. When we had SROs in schools regularly, I think the way that the high school was handling it, if somebody was out of school, once we came across them outside of school, the schools didn't want them brought back to the school, and then we would just notify the school that this student was out. We located him here, there, and everywhere, and then unfortunately, the resolution that the school would do would often be suspend the student, and now we've got a student out of school again. So, but how they handle it now, I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to reach out to my SRO and see how they handle it.
Any other comments or questions from council? Hearing none, Chief West, let's go into your second section. This is your actual department overview and priorities for budget.
Okay, thank you. A lot of these numbers we've gone over quite a lot in the last few months, so we'll kind of roll through it. Not that it's not important, but we'll roll through it kind of quick. Kind of personnel status. These personnel numbers that I've got here, the numbers, the vacancies and all that, that's accurate, but when we get out here in the edge where it says pay grades, that's according to the plan that was just recently implemented by council that'll go into effect March 6th. Again, personnel status right now, police officers' positions, I'm currently budgeted for 60. I have 10 vacancies as far as police officer vacancies, and there's 20 positions that are frozen. So if you want to count the frozen positions and the vacant positions, just for police officers, I'll be at 30. The next one, grade 80, it says senior police officer. That's more for pay grades, and we were talking about the pay class study, but a grade 80, personnel-wise, is going to be focused on corporal and investigators. I'm budgeted for 23 of those positions. Currently, I have one vacancy for corporal. That's going to be on my vice unit. So I've actually got 22 on staff right now. None of those positions are frozen. Again, the only frozen positions I have are at the police officers level. Police sergeant budgeted for 11, no vacancies in that. Police captain, grade 84, I'm budgeted for 8 positions there, no vacancies there. Police major, I'm budgeted for 3. I do have 1 current vacancy for the rank of major. And then grade 89 is a police chief. You got 1. You don't have a vacancy yet, but that's up to y'all. Which gives me a total staffing I'm budgeted for 106 sworn. Not part of this slide is my civilian. I'm budgeted at 14 full-time civilians and then 1 permanent part-time civilian. Types of separation over the years since 2019. We've had a total over the last 5 years of 10 that left due to retirement. I've had 32 that have left for other law enforcement agencies. 9 left for either a totally different career outside of law enforcement or to pursue their education. 9 were terminated, and 17 left for other reasons that were undisclosed. So a total of last 5 years, we've had 74 individuals separate from the police department.
Chief, just to go back and break into just a little bit, other law enforcement agency, how many of those percentage-wise are you guessing is salary related versus they saw a promotion opportunity at a new agency? How does that break down?
Salary related, probably maybe 60% salary related. Probably less than 10% was for a higher rank with another agency.
Okay.
And then 30 probably just unsatisfied with either the department or the job in general.
Just didn't work. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Again, this is as of March 6th, kind of the salary comparison, where Goldsboro currently is, and I think you can tell from this that I think we're in a pretty good position. I think Goldsboro being at 50,126, comparable with the county, also comparable to Garner, Clayton, Raleigh, Chapel Hill. So I think we're in a pretty good position there with our starting salary. We discussed it previously, some of the other incentives, and this is kind of more for future reference if we want to entertain this as far as budget processes or anything in the near future. Again, there are sign-on bonuses that agencies do. Some agencies will do a sign-on bonus, but then spread that bonus out over several years, make it part of the agreement that, hey, we'll pay you a $5,000 sign-off bonus, but we're going to pay it up over the next 4 years that you commit to us. Again, some bonuses are based on experience, and they can range anywhere from $1,000 to $10,000. Again, Edgecombe County is doing longevity. We're seeing, at least I'm seeing from what I'm looking at, agencies I think are kind of going back to that longevity. There was a period where they abandoned it. Some have had it the whole time, but I think longevity is making some sort of a comeback. Again, the cafeteria plan, not really a whole lot familiar. I'm not really familiar with this, but from my understanding, it is, in this case with Southern Shores PD, $8,400 cafeteria plan. The employee can choose to either do it as part of their base pay, add to it, or their 401 contribution, or put it towards insurance. And that agency also does longevity. Ayden Police Department does a $3,000 sign-on. Benson PD does a $2,500 sign-on. Again, those are some options for future consideration. Again, for us, salaries and benefits, I touched on it previously and when, council presentation. Currently, I've got 20 frozen positions. As far as budget-wise, again, this is where for the pay increase that we've just done, effective March 6th, with 20 frozen positions, the difference, that cost of my budget for fiscal year 25 would be $1.1 million, is what we discussed previously, and that's to keep 20 frozen positions. Those frozen positions are not budgeted. They just have a zero balance or a line item as far as that. If we were to unfreeze 5 positions and budget them, then that $1.1 million needed, in addition to what we're typically budgeted for this year, what we were budgeted for, that would move up to $1.4 million. So that's about a $318,000 increase per 5 officers. And again, we'll go into it. If you want to unfreeze 10 positions, that's going to be $1.7 million would be needed. And then if you go with 5 frozen positions, so you would unfreeze 15 positions, that's going to be a little over $2 million. And then if you unfreeze all 20 positions and budget them all, that's $2.3 million. So that was just kind of put out there for discussion if you have any questions on that. In recruitment, this was the proposal for longevity. This 148 is probably a little bit on the low side. I think running the numbers here a little bit more recently is probably about 178. But yeah, the kind of the tier that we presented before for longevity was 5 to 9 years was 2.5%, 10 to 14, 3%, 15 to 19, 3.5%, 20 to 24, 4%, 25 years plus would be 4.5%, roughly at 148,000, but I think it more accurate would be about 178,000. Current incentives, nothing changed there. We still do the 2.5% for associate degree, 5% for a bachelor. And then we give a percentage for prior law enforcement and military experience. We used to only, for military experience, we would only give, if you were military police or equivalent in the military, we'd give you a percentage. But now if you were in the military, shows some level of commitment and professionalism, then if you just got military experience, we give you the percentage there, the increase. Probation, 5% after 1 year. The officers that come to us certified with the state already, their probation would kick in at the end of the city probation, which would be 6 months. So still, if an employee comes to us, once they come off of probation, they would get a 5% increase. For FTO, field training officer or canine officer, traffic, and if you're bilingual, you get a 5% bump for that. And then a career progression, 2, 4, and 7 years, PO1, police officer 1, police officer 2, or senior officer, 5% at each one of those levels. And then also the take-home car, I think, is very popular for us, and it means the difference is, used to be if you just reside inside the city, then we expanded it if you just live inside of Wayne County, and now it's if you live within 18 miles of the agency, you get a take-home car. For us, the biggest part of our budget going forward, aside from salaries, is basically going to be our fleets, our vehicles. I think that's the number 2 thing that we lack as far as that. Some of the other things like canine, I know I'm in the market this year for 2 canines. Those I think we're going to purchase through forfeiture funding. So we can make up some of our other equipment needs through grants and maybe forfeiture. So for us, or at least for me, the top priority is, aside from personnel and salary, is going to be the fleet. The vehicle is getting older, as we know. About 58 vehicles. Patrol, when I say a patrol vehicle, these are the ones that are marked up. They're obvious by looking at it that that is a police car, blue lights, graphics, and everything like that. We've got 58 of those, and they range anywhere from a 2013 model all the way up to a 2024, and the average age of those are about just under 7.5 years. The admin vehicles, these are the detectives' vehicles, administrative staff like myself, and the years on those vehicles are anything from a 2000 to a 2023. So the average age of those are about 12.5 years, and I've got 40 of those in the fleet. For an overall number of the fleet is about 98 vehicles. Kind of the replacement plan that we tried to do for several years was, we call it a 10 and 2, 10 patrol cars and 2 admin cars. If we did that on a regular basis, we would be able to completely replace the fleet every 8 years. Typically, take-home cars are averaging about, I've got it on there somewhere, probably in a future slide, probably, I think, 10 to 14,000 miles a year. So we're seeing the life expectancy of a vehicle that's being taken care of by the officer. It's driven by only that officer. We can get about 8 years of service life out of them. So if we do a 10 and 2, again, that would be a complete replacement of the fleet every 8 to 9 years. And the benefits of replacing the fleet, you got more cars that are under warranty. It reduces maintenance cost. It enhances the public image of the police department, and it also improves morale of the officers and helps and aids in retention. Again, fleet summary currently, I got 38 vehicles that have under 80,000 miles on them, 16 have 80 to 100, 29 have 100 to 120, 15 have over 120,000 miles on them. Again, the service life can be anywhere from 6 to 8 years, and that's based on 80 to 100,000 miles. When we decide to deadline a car or take it out of service, it's just typically because either it's hard to get parts for them, or the cost to maintain that vehicle is far exceeding the value. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that we haven't put a $6,000 engine in a car that's probably not worth but about $1,100. We've had to do that, but now we've just recently deadlined a car because it needs a $6,000 engine, and it's probably only worth 75 cents on a good day, so we're going to wipe that one out. Again, take-home, I think, is very beneficial to the agency. That's not in question, and we average about 12, maybe 13,000 miles a year, so we can get an extended life out of those. Kind of a summary of what we purchased in the past. In the fiscal year 20, we purchased 7 patrol, 2 admin. 20 to 21, no patrol cars were purchased, but 2 admins were purchased. 21 to 22, budgeted 2 patrol, purchased 2 admin. 22, 23, no patrol vehicles were purchased, 3 admins were purchased. And then recently, this current fiscal year budget, we purchased the 8 Durangos, and those will be patrol and no admin vehicles. With our current vacancies, we're at 11, not 12, so we've improved there. But I've only got 9 vehicles available to them. So if all those that were the 11 vacancies that I have, if we hired those and they're all within the 18 miles and they're due a take-home car, I've only got 9 cars available. I'm going to be short on cars. The only way that we can overcome that is that officers that currently have a take-home car would be now to take that take-home car away from them and make it a shared car, or what we call a line car, to where multiple officers are going to be driving the same car. Historically, for us, anytime you do a line car, that vehicle, the service life on that probably gets cut in half, because everybody and their brother's hot seating it, jumping in and out of it, and they don't tend to take it. The vehicle maintenance is a little bit more expensive on those. So right now, I've got less vehicles than I've got vacancies.
Hey, you got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, we take the fleet, your fleet, to a dealer to get maintenance, right?
To Dover, yes, sir. Yes.
Right. So what do we have? Because I'm just taking your comment where you said, well, people don't really, if you're hot seating a car, people don't really, take care of it. It's like their own. So what mechanism do we have to ensure that they are taking care of the cars?
We do inspections daily on these vehicles, and then the supervisors will do monthly inspections, and all that's documented. And if we see that a vehicle is being neglected, that officer will be disciplined for it. They can be pulled out of that vehicle. Not that we try to use a downtown position as a disciplinary measure, But when we do have downtown officers, sometime the officer that doesn't want to take care of his vehicle, he can walk downtown instead, so. But we do have measures in place that if we see that somebody is abusing the property of the city, that we'll take action on that.
Okay, and then as far as take-home vehicles, on a scale from 1 to 10, what would you say the morale of that is? I mean, how does that boost morale on a scale from 1 to 10?
That's got to be close to a 10, if not a 10. I mean, just if you look at, and I tell these officers all the time when they'll listen to me, take-home car, it's not just the benefit of having a take-home car, but at least for me, if I've got a take-home car, that vehicle saves me roughly, and I don't know what it saves me now with the gas prices, but it saves me $900 to $1,000 a year just in gas. So take-home cars, that's one of the first things that officers that call us that want to know if, are we hiring, do you have a take-home? What's your take-home car policy? That is, puts a vehicle marked unit in a neighborhood. It's visible. It helps for officers that live inside the city. But to answer your question, I think that would be a 10 on the morale scale.
And then just out of curiosity, how many officers we have right now in the police department that stay inside the city limits?
Probably less than 20%.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Are the, just to educate myself, are the admin vehicles marked or unmarked?
Unmarked. Yeah.
Chief, following up on the maintenance question, do our vehicles go back to dealers for service, or do we do warranty?
No, I think I misheard the question.
Yeah, we even do warranty work in our garage, right?
We do warranty, no.
Okay.
We'll carry them to the garage, and then if it's identified as it could be possibly under warranty or it is, then we take it to the dealer. So maintenance of our vehicles is done by the city maintenance complex.
Okay.
If the vehicle's under warranty, it's done to the dealer. Or I heard the Dillon or the Dover, that's where we send them to be upfitted with all the equipment. Right now, we go to Dover, North Carolina, to get them upfitted. But as far as our maintenance, it's done by maintenance complex. Or the dealer if it's under warranty.
Perfect. And the question about the number of officers that tend to reside within the city, Myrna, are you still ever, in general, I'm not asking for a hard number, I'm just curious. Our city employee base, what percentage is city residents? Wild guess is perfectly fine.
We don't have many that are not city residents. Most of them
Okay.
live in the city or the county.
Okay.
We have a handful that may commute, and I would say probably 20% commute outside.
Oh, wow, okay. So that is a uniqueness to the police department, but I have a feeling you're not unique amongst police departments. I think a lot of folks are working outside of the communities where they live when they're wearing uniform now.
Yeah, and I think it goes back to the generation and just the different officers nowadays are more transient, so it's not, and again, I'm not beating up on the younger or the younger officers, but longevity with an agency is not their top priority. I think back when I was hired or coming up, I knew when I sat down before the chief to be interviewed, I'm going 30 years. I think the officers that we're getting now are more transient, so they're not, locked inside the city limits.
Any other, Counselor? What? And
Well,
then
she
Ms. Weeks?
can go. I don't want to dominate.
All right.
No, you're good.
Councilmember Weeks?
And again, this is educating me. How many individuals have admin cars and?
Counting the investigators and all that, what was the number, 40-something? I don't remember exactly what I had down there for admin. Admins are about 40. So, yeah, roughly 40 have. And when I say, now, again, they're sworn officers, they're not civilians, so my investigators, that's probably 12 that will have admin cars to drive. Your command staff, crime scene unit has vehicles for that. You have community police services, some of those will drive unmarked, so that fills into that. So yeah, that's roughly the number. Now, we did take last couple of years with the charges that we were getting, we would classify them as admin vehicle, we put them in investigations, but we would upfit those with blue light, sirens, everything that we would need to make it a patrol car minus the graphics. So if I had to take that admin vehicle and we got pushed for personnel or needed vehicles, I could just put a stripe package on that. And that's all we would have to add to it, and now it's a patrol car, so we don't have to upfit it anymore. We just put $250 worth of graphics on it. So it's kind of a dual-purpose vehicle. It's classified as an admin, but it also can be a patrol car with minimal effort.
Councilmember White? Any other follow-ups? Perfect. Before we leave this slide, any other comments or questions from council? All right, Chief West, thank you.
This is just to let us know, or let you know, what our options are moving forward with vehicles. I think the day of having sedans for police cars are behind us. Chargers not, Dodge isn't making the Chargers anymore. Chevrolets aren't making a sedan anymore. Ford's not making the sedan. They've got away from that. So now everything's going to SUV, sport utility vehicles. Chevrolet's option are either the Tahoe or the pickup. A lot of agencies are going over to the pickup. These are police-rated vehicles. The Tahoe price tag right now, it's a guesstimate from us. There's not a lot of quotes available right now. They're in a mid-production year. And then my understanding is they're also doing a redesign. Tahoes are tapping out just for a vehicle not equipped is about $57,000 a unit. The Silverados are about $54,000 a unit. Then your options, if you go with the Dodge, the Durangos, recently we purchased 8 of those. They're running around $43,000. The Dodge Ram pickup is about $41,000. And then the Ford's option, the Interceptor is about a $43,000 vehicle, and the pickup, the F-150, is about a $42,000 vehicle. So that's your options, or at least our options moving forward of what to expect in the budget when it comes to vehicles. Chevrolet, I think the Tahoe is a little bit more of a proven platform, but as you can see, it's a whole lot more expensive. Right now, I think safety of the vehicles, they're all about equal. It's just a matter of how much equipment we've got to carry and where we've got to carry the equipment. It's just size is the difference for us. We've got to be able to get to it.
Chief, is there value in standardization?
Explain.
I just simply mean for maintenance and helping out motor pool. If you're standardized on Ford Interceptors, does that make life easier than if you have a mixture of Mopar, Ford, and GM?
I think for us, the only place that it made a difference is when we were pillaging from one vehicle to move to another. I know the Chevrolets here in the end, we were pulling engines from one and putting it in another. So I think standardizing the fleet helps if you get to that, if you drive these. Again, not banging on historical things we did, but some of our cars we would keep in service for 250,000 miles, 15 to 18 years. So we had to pull an engine out of one to put it in another, transmission out of one to put. That's just how we operated over the years. I don't think that's the case anymore, but yeah, to answer your question, you standardize, it helps you there, but I don't think
it doesn't have the value that it used to.
I don't think it does. I think our biggest value is, and I think sometimes we lose sight of it, is if we can turn these vehicles over every 80 to 90,000 miles, even though it's budget-wise, that's kind of a hard pill to swallow, there's still a value to these vehicles to surplus them. You still get something back as opposed to drive them until they're absolutely worth nothing to where you almost have to pay other people to come get them from you. So turn them over a little bit quicker, you do recoup some.
Chief, I'd also like to just kind of point out, I get hit with the question a lot of, well, I drive a car that's got 150,000 miles on it. Why can't the police get 150,000 miles out of a car? And I try to remind folks there's a lot of time that the car is idling. The amount of engine hours on a police vehicle at 80,000 miles is probably about equal to the engine hours on your civilian vehicle at 160. And so that point, I know there's another graphic that we'll probably see when fire comes up, although I haven't seen the presentation yet, I'm pretty sure it's probably there, that equates actual engine hours to mileage to allow the layperson to kind of get a feel for it. Do you guys track by engine hour, or is the standardization in police for whenever you're turning over vehicles exclusively based on mileage?
We haven't tracked engine hours. I know you can track engine hours, but typically we don't. We just go by the mileage.
Okay.
Yeah, I get it, but if city driving also is a whole lot different than highway miles. So if somebody says, I can get 150,000 miles out of my vehicle, what do you tell people when you try to sell a vehicle with high miles? Oh, these are all highway miles.
Right.
City driving is a little bit different, but you're right. Yeah, just because it's got 80,000 on the odometer doesn't mean it doesn't have a ton of engine hours of idling, it seems. And we tell the officers, don't let these vehicles idle. If they're not, you know, if you're out on a crash scene, need your emergency equipment like that, obviously let them idle, but other than that, we need to cut these vehicles off. So they're very cognizant of that.
Just out of curiosity, seeing that we are like an urban area in the city, how would that handle on a chase?
Which one of the vehicles or any of
Either
them?
one, because they're both top.
The SUVs are, not that I get in chases. I had an older Tahoe, a 2019 Tahoe, two-wheel drive, sat a little bit lower. They performed very well. They were very stable. The Tahoes now, they're a little bit more top-heavy. We don't do a lot of chases, and the chases that we do get involved in the city, a lot of times they don't have a lot of high speed to them. But yeah, I mean, that's a consideration. And that's why we try to stay with the police package as opposed to a regular retail version of that vehicle. These are all police rated. It means that it's got heavier suspension, the braking, lower center of gravity, lower profile tires. So that's why we try to stay on the state contract instead of buying a retail version. So, but officers, and I can tell you from personal experience, once the officers gets in these vehicles and they see how they perform and how they handle, it changes their mindset of how they're going to drive these vehicles with pursuits. So there is a difference, absolutely.
And I apologize, Congressman, why I was saying it was saying top heavy. I wasn't. That's what I was saying.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councilmember?
Do you have a preference, particularly with the SUV, not necessarily a pickup truck, but the SUV? Do you have a preference, but from the officer standpoint? I would guess that everybody would like the Tahoe because it's more physical room inside, but just for the sake of asking.
I think that, from talking with the officers, I think the two that they would gravitate towards would be the Durango or the Tahoe, not so much the Ford Interceptor. And it is size. I think the Durango is just a little bit larger than the Interceptor. I know the Tahoe's a lot bigger. But yeah, these officers, they do, they recognize the fact that they need the more room because of the stuff. We've got officers here that if you're on an ERT team, you're carrying all your tactical gear. You're carrying, if you're a crash reconstructionist as well, you're carrying all of that gear. You know, we're allowing our officers to be, you know, they're carrying patrol rifles or shotguns. So, and with the Chargers, we don't even carry spares in the vehicle. We don't have, the spares are all in the lobby of the PD. So if I've got an officer that needs a spare tire, we've got to come get it. So, and I think I found out recently, I think the Ford spare tire is actually in the back of the vehicle. If you take the spare tire out, you've lessened the survivability rate of a crash. It takes the safety rating down because when that vehicle was crash tested, it was tested with a spare in it. And if we have to take it out for equipment purposes, now we've lessened the safety rating of that vehicle. So I think the preference would be the Tahoes or the Durangos. They seem to talk a little bit more about the pickups because we haven't really talked about them, and now we're seeing agencies starting to go towards those. The only thing I can see that a pickup truck would be an issue for us, or an additional cost, is now you've got the gear that you have in the bed, you've got to secure it. Tonneau covers are more expensive. I don't know how secure they are, so that would be another thing that we would have to discuss, or at least think about if we move forward with pickups.
So Tahoe or Durango?
Tahoe or the Durango, but unfortunately the Tahoes are getting to the point where they're going to price themselves out of the market at the rate they're going. But I think it's a proven platform. It's been around a whole lot longer, and it's a full frame chassis, and as opposed to what the Durango's got.
And if I believe I remember from a previous conversation with you, or presentation you made, that you picked up the Durangos because you just simply couldn't get Tahoes, or they weren't available through the procurement system or whatever. Do we have those in service now? Do we have some Durangos to get some feedback from the officers driving them?
We've got 8 Durangos. We don't have them upfitted. Right now, we're getting them insured and get tags put on them. Probably what we'll do is once we get to that point, we may allow them in some nature to be sort of an admin vehicle, at least let the officers start driving and put miles on them. But we've got to get them with an upfitter. Right now, an upfitter turnaround period, if we can get with a certain upfitter that we're looking at, is about a 90-day turnaround period. But even to upfit these vehicles, it's going to be at least 3 to 4 months before we can get them out and really. But then we've already rolled into a new budget, and we've already need to make a decision on what we're going to go with. So it's very difficult to do.
Thank you.
All right, council, any other questions? This is his last slide, at least. Actually, yeah, at this point, you get to escape.
Won't escape. I'm just going to go sit over there for the next 2 days, for the next day and a half. But
Fair
I'll be
enough.
here.
Are there any other comments or questions for Chief West at this point, since we now know he's not escaped? All right. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
All right, obviously on the agenda, it says that we are slated for a break. I want to go ahead and get through fire, and then we'll circle back if everyone would like an after-lunch nature break. So Chief Sempian.
Mayor, I hadn't even gone out here. I got out here and you called me out on something I've got, and I don't have it in there.
Oh,
but
man.
I can talk to it.
I was so...
I can talk to it, so you don't have to worry about
Well,
that.
you taught me something last year.
I see, and then I change it up on you.
Well, keep it fresh.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Take those off my head. To come talk to you about the budget and what we have requested for this coming fiscal year. Before I do that, because we do have so many members of the council that are new, I think it's important that I get across to you what our scope is in the public safety world, because I think there are some misconceptions about what we actually do. So, everybody knows we do fire. It's kind of in our name. You know, any kind of fire that happens in the city, grass fire, woods fire, we're going to respond to that. What a lot of people don't know is that we respond to EMS calls. The entire department, once you're a certified firefighter, our North Carolina EMTB are basic certified. What that does, that allows us to carry certain medications, what would be considered frontline medications, to treat people when they're sick or need help. Some of those are as simple as aspirin. When someone's having chest pains, the first thing that they give you is aspirin. We carry that on the truck. We carry defibrillators. Whereas if someone goes into cardiac arrest, we can start doing CPR and we can provide early defibrillation if needed. We also carry glucose. People with low blood sugar, we can provide that to them. We have albuterol for people with asthma attacks. If you've ever seen anybody have an asthma attack and their inhaler's not working, that albuterol is important, and it's important to get it to them quick. We also carry epinephrine. Epinephrine is a severe allergic reaction to insect bite, food allergy, medication allergy. That is really bad because their entire respiratory system starts closing down. The advantage of the fire department doing this is we can get on scene in 4 to 5 minutes, 90% of the time. It's not a knock on Wayne County EMS. They're a good organization, but they run 20,000 calls a year with 11 trucks. Their response times well exceed ours. So that's why it's important you know we do that. But that's not the only part of our scope. We also get into vehicle accidents. We have tools and training in doing extrication. We do hazardous materials incidents when you think of all the trucks driving up and down the road, the rail cars. We deal with LP gas emergencies, natural gas emergencies. We do specialized rescue from confined space, trench rescue, high angle rescue, water rescue. And then we even dabble into Mike's world a little bit with shootings and stabbings. We respond with them on that. We are very well trained in active shooter drills. We've gone through extensive training with GPD, the Sheriff's Office, and Seymour Johnson Security Forces and Fire Department in responding to active assailants. Now, everybody knows that the mall shooting took place. Everybody knew Mike was there. They did a great job. A lot of people don't know that the fire department was there with body armor on and trauma bags at the same time PD was getting on scene. So I think it's just kind of important that I let you know that there's a little bit more to just fire when we're out there. So what we're looking here is our call data. So it's the years 21, 22, and 23. Blue, red, green, respectively. So in 23, these are calendar years, not fiscal years. We ran over 4,000 calls. That is a 37% increase from the year before. Structure fires, and I know it looks small on here, but there was 55 structure fires we ran. These are actual fires. This isn't someone cooking on the stove. This is a real building fire. That number seems low, but for a community our size, that number is actually pretty high nowadays. And that number is up 28%. The largest increase you see is EMS calls. We ran over 1,800 calls, and that was an increase of 79%. Our vehicle accidents are up 24%. And then the other is everything else we do that's not listed there. And this includes service calls. People stuck in an elevator, we go there. And really and truly, when someone doesn't know how to handle an emergency, call the fire department, and then we'll come out and we'll figure it out. Our scope broadens, and we're out in the community. We do this a lot. You see us out through fire prevention activities, whether it's through the schools, the sprinkler fun days, Night to Shine. We're always out there, and this past calendar year, we were able to reach almost 7,000 people. So I wanted to give you kind of a background to let you know. Now we get to talk about the fun stuff where we start talking dollars. Those of you that were on council last year, this slide should look extremely familiar because it's pretty much the same one from last year. Our number one need and priority is recruit and retain the best firefighters we can to provide service for our citizens. Number two is maintaining the life cycling of our apparatus equipment and our facilities. Again, it's really important, and I'll get into that pretty extensively here in a little bit. The last one is preparing for future growth and annexations. This does not have a right now dollar figure for you to look at. This is more me as the fire chief telling you as we grow, we have needs that will be coming and allow you to prepare for that as we move forward. So recruiting and retaining, we've heard it all morning. We're probably going to hear it all day tomorrow. It is the most important thing for us. Goldsboro Fire Department has 84 full-time positions, 3 part-time positions. Currently, I have 14 vacancies in the full-time part. 3 of those 14 are frozen. As far as my part-time positions, I have 1 frozen, 1 vacant that I can't fill, and the one I do have filled, I'm not sure I may lose him to his actual full-time job. So that's what we're looking at now. So what do I need to do to meet the goals and objectives of the fire department? I need to unfreeze those 3 positions. I need to convert my 3 part-time to 2 full-time positions. I need an incentive pay plan that mirrors other public safety departments, both external and internal. And then the most important one is competitive salaries. And I've got a couple slides to show you where we're at, where we need to be. But this is the biggest driver of why I'm losing people. It's the reason why I have a 61% turnover rate since 2019 at a median time frame of 2.25 years with probably an average cost of about $100,000 per employee at that 2.2 between training and salaries. So that's why it's so important that we get to that. This is where we are now. Goldsboro's in the red. These are the comparables around us. We're at 41.2 is our starting salary. The vast majority of the people I'm losing are right here. Cary, Garner, and Clayton, starting at 49,000 to 52. I've lost some to Apex and Nightdale. They're paying 55 and 57. They're driving 45 minutes for a 24-hour shift, and they're able to make $8,000 to $16,000 more than what they can make here. And they get incentive pay there that we don't offer. So you can see why I'm having so much trouble retaining people. So where do we need to be? I'm not asking to be at the top. I just want to be average. I'm asking to put us at 47.7. That's a pay grade of 76, and it's a 15% increase to the starting salary. Obviously, that 15% will have to go across the board, or else we create more compression than we have, and we create a problem there. So you see why this is so important. That $6,000 difference in the starting pay makes a huge difference in my recruiting and my retention. What's the cost? Obviously, that's important. Just to give that 15% raise to what I have existing without adding anything is about $702,000 on top of the additional salary, or the salaries we have. Converting my part-time to full-time, we're looking about an additional 108,000 for that. Unfreezing the 3 full-time, that's 182,000. And now that's including their benefits as well. And then an incentive package, depending on what we do to be competitive, that's an approximation of about 110,000. That's a large number on the total, $1,102,000. But that's what we need to be competitive in this market. If we want to recruit the best that we can for Goldsboro, if we want to retain what we have, this is what we need to do moving forward. All right. Any questions on salaries before I move on to the apparatus and equipment?
I have a quick question, if you don't mind, on the salaries. So the part-time to full-time, I'm just trying to think about any grants that we might qualify for on the fire department side. Do you have a grant-specific provider for your department? And if not, could the possibility of making one of these individuals from part-time to full-time afford you the opportunity to have a full-time grant writer?
Yes, ma'am, exactly. So that is actually what one of them would be. One of the converted to full-time positions would fall under support services, which is our logistics division. That is a one-person division that handles everything from cleaning supplies to our stations and trucks. So he has no backup. When he goes on vacation, there's no one there to back him up. So we want to put him there, and that would be my main goal, is that they would be a grant writer. Because fire department grants are extremely competitive. And we're competing against volunteer departments like paid departments. So having somebody there full-time that can research and write those grants for us would be a huge benefit. And to go along with it, that the other part-time would be for our inspections department. As the city grows, our required inspections grow. And it's not like the other trades where they inspect one time and then they're done unless they remodel. Fire inspections are done on a maintenance schedule of anywhere from 1 to 3 years. We have more people come, or more businesses coming in, so therefore we have more inspections. I have just recently learned that the county is not inspecting the businesses in the ETJ of the city. So now that's more that we have to do, so that other full-time inspector would help tremendously with that. And to more specifically answer there is a grant available for staffing. However, you have to agree, you have to meet the criteria, and then they will pay for 3 years on a diminishing, like they'll pay the first year full and it diminishes, but then you have to agree to pick them up afterwards. You can't let them go after the grant runs out.
I had one more question for
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
On your response volume on the EMS, I saw a significant increase on that. Are any of those drug-related
Yes, ma'am.
calls, and are we Narcan certified, any of our?
Yes, ma'am. So that is one of the medications I missed, but we have seen an uptick in overdoses, and we do carry naloxone on the apparatus, and our guys are well-versed in administering it, unfortunately.
Counsel?
I do have one question.
Yes, sir.
So in regards to your recruiting and retainability, what are we doing to attract the brightest and the newest talent besides trying to increase pay?
I'm sorry, sir, I didn't hear the last part.
So in regards to recruitment and retainability, what are we doing outside of trying to increase the pay? I mean, that's even for the police as well, but I just want to know, are we going out there on Seymour, because you came from Seymour?
Yes, sir.
So are we going out there and getting in the SFL TAP program, trying to get those people who are coming off active duty? Are we linking up with, Fort Liberty down there when they do the career fairs? What are we doing outside of just trying to raise the pay?
Yes, sir. So we do reach out to Seymour Johnson, and actually we have what we call a firefighter, I'd say, swap program. And before we were so short, we would send a fireman out to the base and they'd send us one so they could actually get real time on the truck. Unfortunately, my staffing is low, so I can't send anybody. But Chief Quimby and I have a really good relationship. I've known him for years. And when he has extra people, they actually come and ride. So some of their guys, where they've gone 4 years in the Air Force and never saw a structure fire, They come for us, ride one day. So we're doing things like that, reaching out to them to try to get them. The unfortunate thing, and I'm going to tell a little story, the deputy chief out there, I was talking to him, he's getting ready to retire. And he walked and he said, "Chief, you got to do something better." I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "I've never been a police officer in my life. I talked to the police department with my military time, my degrees, and their pay. I can walk in," and he threw a number out there, it may not be right, and he probably didn't even talk to Mike, but $60,000. He said, "What can you offer me?" I said, 41. And this man has 20 years of firefighting experience. I believe he has a master's degree, and I offer him 41. So the money at the bottom is what it is, unfortunately. Other things we reach out, we haven't gone down to Fort Liberty, so I don't know any of that. But we do reach out to career fairs. We go out, and essentially what we end up hiring is people that have no experience. We train them at our reduced rate. They get 2 years in, and everybody in our region knows that when a firefighter comes out of Goldsboro's academy, they are trained and they know it. And if they spent 2 years in the city of Goldsboro, they've got the experience. It's easy for Clayton, who's getting ready to build 2 stations, hire 24 people to say, "I want that guy from Goldsboro." They know he's trained and they know he's got experience, and it checks that box. And Clayton is getting ready to pay him $52,000 a year. And unfortunately, we go out and we reach out and we try, but at the bottom line, I think Mike touched on it. It's about dollars, and that's where we're at.
So Chief, right now, someone that you would interview, they're going to get offered starting firefighter pay regardless of how many years of service they have?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Just a comment from the 61% turnover rate since 2019 is staggering. As we've already had this conversation and with the police department and what the chief there's had to deal with, and having myself and Councilwoman Taylor recently going out and seeing the academy and seeing how that structure works and seeing the benefit of that young officer getting our training and getting our academy, and then just being cherry picked away, because in reality that's what's happening, is where our people are being cherry picked away, has left a huge hole in, and he didn't speak to that yet, but you got a department full of young guys that's been here a few years, and then your command staff, that most of which is going to be eligible to retire, and then the whole middle's missing because everybody's flying the coop to greener pastures. And I had no idea the figure was that high. That's staggering.
Yes,
that turnover rate. That's absolutely got to be dealt with in my opinion.
Yeah, and to that point, right now, if we were able to fill those 14 vacancies, that would put me at 46% of my department would have less than 5 years experience. My top 20 to 25 years plus, we're looking at 24% of the department. And with that, I have now got, I believe, 12% of my department could leave today if they want to on retirement. That includes, if you add another year to it, it includes my entire command staff except for 2 that would be gone. That 16 to 20 year mark employee, I've got 8 or 9%. So I'm in that 5 to 10 year range, maybe 5 to 14 year range is where I'm kind of missing people. So at that, we're looking at a huge turnover in 5 years, and experience going out the door and being left with young people that have really not the experience of, me with 28 years, my deputy chief with 30, my fire marshal with 30. I've got a lot of experience that at any time could just say, I'm retiring. So we got to do something to keep them here.
Council, before we leave this slide, or before we get into this slide, any other comments or questions? All right.
All right, so life cycling of our apparatus and equipment. Currently, and thankfully, council has always worked with us on things like turnout gear and air packs, because those have a useful life of 10 years. So we've got to keep those in a constant rotation, and fortunately, we've been able to do that. Where we've struggled a little bit is on our vehicles. And before I go any further, for those of you that were on council that approved the new Quint that we just did a push in, thank you. It has helped, but we still got work to do, and I'll show you some slides where we're at. So when we hear people talk about, you know, the life cycle of a vehicle, you know, police vehicles, 3 to 5 years, 80,000 miles. I know Rick and I talk extensively about, you know, our needs. His equipment, 10-year life cycles. Fire trucks are 25. That's based on the NFPA, the standard we go by. The useful life of a fire apparatus is 25 years. We get 15 years in front line, and then we put it 10 years in reserve. So when you invest in a fire truck, that's 25-year investment. It's pretty good. Now, when you look at the 9 apparatus that we have, which is 6 front line and 3 reserve, we need to be purchasing a fire truck every 3 years to keep it like it should. And I've got a bar graph to show you kind of where we need to be and where we are. This picture up here is the U-curve theory. And basically, in short terms, cost is on the right, time's on the bottom. We buy a fire truck, obviously the most recent one, $1.3 million. The cost is high, but the maintenance is low. As time goes on, the cost and the value of the vehicle drops. However, maintenance starts going up. The goal in most fleets is when you get to the optimal economic life where they cross, you sell that vehicle, get return on investment. We don't do that here. We just push it over into reserve, push the old one out the door and keep going. And that's okay as long as we refurbish them and keep them up to standard as they should be. And right now in our maintenance, we're up here somewhere. And I've got a slide to show you where we're at. This is our current fleet. The blue represents frontline, the yellow represents the reserve apparatus. Now, if you're counting, you see my 9 number is not accurate up here. There's actually 7 frontline, one of those being the brush truck. That doesn't really fall into the 25-year category, and I'll explain to you why. The last brush truck we had was over 50 years old before we got rid of it. So we were able to convert that brush one to a 13-year-old pickup truck, F-350 we had. We purchased a wildland skid unit to go in the back, and it became our brush truck, and it will last a while. So you can look, what this should be is a nice steady slope up like that. But you see we have a reserve apparatus, 33 years old. That red line is the 25-year break. That is still in our fleet. However, it's been in the maintenance, well, not been in our maintenance, but it's been at a garage for the past 1.5 years, trying to find parts for it. Since the new engine 2 came in, we have worked with Rick's crew, and we're trying to get that truck back. We'll surplus it and just be done with it, because again, it's 33 years old. The average age of our fleet is 15 years old. However, the average age of our reserve fleet is 24 years old. And it shows. We can't get parts for them. And whenever these trucks have to have just routine maintenance at the garage, they've got to go out of service. If I don't have anything to put them on, we're missing an engine in the fleet. So it puts us in a bind and in a bad spot. So what I would request and what we need is to agree to 2 engines this fiscal year. Now, I know that's a lot, and some eyes got raised. However, what I would ask is a 6-month or a quick build. That is not a spec truck. It's not what we normally purchase, but it's close enough. That would be ready in 6 months. If we sign and do that, along with the spec build truck, which will take 2 years to build, that purchase will not come for 2 years. So what it does is it allows us, 1, to lock on the price. Because just when I started this, when we were talking about, when we get to the price increased 4.1% just from December until last week. The prices of the fire trucks are going up almost quarterly. But if we agreed to two at one time, we would lock in the price. It would also help reduce the price. They would come down off the price because you're buying more than one. And then it allows us to span out when we pay for them. You don't pay for them till they arrive and you accept them. So the first one, 6 months, January of 25, February, we'd have one. Well, if we agree to it in July, and by the time we get it spec'd and ready to go, you're looking in August, September of 24. That means August, September of 26 when it's due, which is fiscal year 27. So it pushes that payment out 2 years. And what that would do is if we got the 25, the first one in 25, you see what happens. We lost the 33 in the 26 year. We were able to surplus those out. Our line is starting to become more at an angle where it's supposed to. So in 26, when that one arrives, you see even more. It starts going down this, and this is going to put Goldsboro on a good path with their fire department fleet, so we don't have to worry about expending exorbitant amounts of money on maintenance. And that's kind of where we'll go now. This is calendar year 20, 21, 22, and 23. That's what we spent on the maintenance of our fleet. You can see between 20 and 21, a 39% increase. 21 to 22, 63. 22 to 23, 68%. And that's just going to keep going up. This is indicative of a fleet that is old, it's tired, and it needs help. And that's where we're at. And this is where I'll talk to what the mayor asked about. Our mileage on our trucks, we don't really look at those. Our fire trucks sit on scene for hours on end idling or pumping. And what the industry standard really is you take your engine hours, multiply it by 35 is a number, and you can find anywhere from 25 to 35, but in the fire service world it's 35, and that will give you how many miles are on that truck based on engine hours. So we include that into our figures when we're looking at it. Further, what this has caused this year, in calendar year 23, I had to borrow a fire truck from a volunteer department twice for a total of 10 days. That we had someone else, a volunteer department fire truck, in a city fire station. There was other times where they couldn't provide one because their fleet was down. And that was a total of 49 days that we had what should have been a fire engine responding on a pickup truck to the citizens of Goldsboro. So that is not ideal. That is not where we want to be, but that's where we are. And I've got an example of that here on the end. So obviously, this, like salaries, has a cost. That quick build apparatus saves about $200,000 in the build price. So you can get one for $760,000. You can have it here in 6 months. The spec build truck, you're looking at $950,000. I started asking for trucks when I was support services in 2019, and the price I was asking for then was $550,000. So since 2019, that same truck, it's not adding bells and whistles, that's just trying to keep up, is $950,000. So it just keeps going up. We also have a staff vehicle that we'll be requesting in this budget year. We asked for it last year and it was cut. This is to replace a 20-year-old staff vehicle that is used by our inspections department. So that will be in there as well. Now that I've made you so happy with salaries and vehicles, let's go to our stations. All right, this is kind of a confusing graph, and I'll go through this quick, I promise. The blue bars are the actual age of the station. The red bars represent if they've ever had any kind of renovation. You will hear extensively, as you already have, Station 1. It's 48 years old. That's a public safety complex. Had some renovations 5 years ago, but we still have problems, and we're going to continue to have that. Station 2 is 24 years old. It's never had a renovation, and like any building that's gone 24 years without a renovation, it's showing signs. The roof is starting to get to where it needs to be replaced, HVAC systems, different things, just upkeep you would do on your house. Station 3 is the oldest one we have at 60 years old. We cannot house female firefighters at this station because it's open bay sleeping, and there's one bathroom, one shower. So we have to be careful about that. This station is a huge concern to me from a safety aspect. It's at William and Patetown Road. If everybody knows how busy that intersection is. Our crews have to back in that station, which means in the middle of traffic, they have to swing around, turn on their lights, and back up. In the past 2 years, we've had 30 near-miss incidents where cars have come around and almost hit our people or our equipment. It's to where I've had IT put a camera on the front so I can record it if something were to happen. So just something to look at. Station 4 is a brand-new building. The actual station it's 5 years old. The bay was built in 2009, but it's still strong and it's still holding. And Station 5, like Station 2, is 26 years old, and it's never had renovation. We know we need to replace the roof on it this coming year because it's starting to leak. So, have I made you happy yet? No? All right. We're going to get into just the future. This is not a dollar amount. This is just you as a council as we go forward. How am I on time, Matt? Am I good?
You're fine.
Okay.
You're fine.
All right. So what you're looking at is a map of Goldsboro and part of Seymour Johnson. This light gray area, all of that is the city. This is annexed parts of the city, which is in Rosewood, 70 and 581. This is where Walmart is, Sheetz, Wawa will be. There is an apartment building that is also expanding here. And then I believe the last council agreed to a 600 living unit housing complex at that spot. That's all Goldsboro Fire Department. We still have to respond to that. My response time to that area is 10 to 12 minutes as it stands now. So as the city grows, I'm not saying you need to do it now, but as the city grows west, we need to start thinking about what's the infrastructure. Not only is it water and sewer, but where do we need to put a fire station? You may need to do a fire station that is a combination, another public safety mini station where a PD can run out of it. So just something to think about. The bigger picture, this area right here is still in the city, but it is not covered by a fire station's 1.5 mile travel distance. 1.5 miles comes from NFPA and ISO, which is Insurance Service Organization. They're the ones that rate us. The reason you have 1.5 road miles is through studies they have found that's as far as you can go and still meet the 4 to 5 minute response time. So that's why they are like they are. So going into the future, we need to look at, because Station 3 is older and needs to have some work, needs to be replaced, do we need to shift it? Because right in here is Wayne Community College and the hospital that is not in a 1.5 road mile. We had a fire in this area yesterday. It took 8 minutes for my crew to come from their station to that location. So those are real times that we're dealing with. So just to give you that idea. And then those same organizations for a ladder or an aerial device, they have 2.5 miles that they can respond. This is the public safety complex. That's where the tower is housed out of. That is 2.5 miles. All of this is not covered by an aerial device. Now, we do have some help. The Quint is there in the middle. That's that new fire truck we got. So it helps cover some of that. But again, in the future, that's what we need to look at. Do we need to grow that way? And finally, this is the last picture that I want to leave you with. I've given you my needs, my salary needs, and I've given you my equipment needs. And I know I've asked a lot, but this was February 8th. This was a fire on 122.5 South Center Street. Engine 1, like all my other companies, are 3-man companies because I don't have staffing. When they pulled up, and this is not a good picture, there's 1, 2, 3 people hanging out the window. They're hanging out the window because when they opened the door to the hallway, their only means of egress, by their words, they were hit with a lot of heat, thick black smoke, and fire in the hallway. This was their only option. Had it not been at 3 o'clock in the afternoon when my command staff was there and they responded with them, this may have had a different effect because it took that 3-member crew, 2 of my command staff, and even some citizens came up to help hold the ladders for them as they went up. If that had happened at 3 o'clock in the morning, it'd have been a 3-man crew. Command staff wouldn't have been there. The civilians wouldn't have been there at 3 o'clock in the morning. So it would have been a different story. On the right side, as far as equipment needs, that's engine 1 that was there that day. If this fire had happened 3 weeks ago, pickup truck would have been sitting there in its place with no ladders. Would have changed the outcome. So I know the dollar amounts I asked for are great, and I know the question is, how can we afford it? I say, and I would venture to say those 3 people up there would say, how can we not? So if you have any questions, that's all I have.
Council, comments or questions for Chief Sempion?
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Wow, I think that's the first time I've ever had questions walking away.
Yeah, it's scary, isn't it?
Yes.
So, no, perfect, thank you. All right, council, it is 1:30. We're notably ahead of schedule, which is a wonderful thing. Concluding today, we have, sorry, my watch thought I was talking to it. We have 2 left, Public Works, Public Utilities, and then a kind of just a closing. Would y'all like to take 10 minutes nature break or keep rolling? Yes. All right, then with that being said, let's take 15. Since we're good on time, we will recess until 1:45. All right, we're going to go ahead and get going. We're about an hour ahead of schedule, so y'all don't hold back with questions. That being said, when we finish, we're done for the day and we'll reconvene tomorrow. So let's see what we can learn. It's all yours.
Thanks, sir. Okay, they didn't tell me that. I thought they were going to pull them up. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Hope everyone's doing well. I'm here just to do a quick overview of some of the challenges we face out of Public Works every year when we do the budget. If you've paid attention or participated in the retreats over the last couple of years, the slides are going to look very familiar. I've updated them for this year's information to kind of show trends, where we were, where we are, and hopefully where we're going. Every year, there are three key items we look at for our budget. That's funds for operations, which it's typically materials and supplies for us to perform our daily business, what we do in the city. Those funds are basically provided and available every year. They're usually not in the same amount that we requested, but we do know what we start with in July of every year to try to get through that year. No big surprises there typically, although this year we did get a big surprise. The budget was passed. We started off in July, and about the second week in July, the county advised us that the tipping fees for the landfill went up from $31.50 to $40 a ton, which is a 23% increase, which translated to a $100,000 difference deficit in my budget. But we've worked, like I said, we know July 1st, we knew then, so we've been able to help overcome some of that shortfall this year, and hopefully by the end of the year we'll be able to absorb it in-house without any major problems and still finish in the black versus the red within the solid waste budget. So no big surprises. Typically operations are usually funded and available. Funds for personnel, again, key positions are in place and funded. I only have two areas that we've had long-term problems. One is getting a position approved for buildings and grounds. It's the only division I have that has multiple sections and no supervisor. That division has no supervisor to help with the daily tasks out in the field to oversee what goes on. We've asked for that position probably 7 years in a row, and we'll ask for it again this year. The only other long-term issues we've had with personnel are within the fleet maintenance division. Ironic as it may sound, it's hiring heavy equipment mechanics. That's where our equipment is the oldest and we have the most repairs needed. I only have 3 of 5 mechanics. I have 5 positions approved and funded and 3 mechanics. I've only had 3 mechanics. One position's been vacant for over a year and another one for almost 18 months. So it's challenging. We've increased the salary for the heavy equipment mechanics by 10%. Had a little bit of response, but we've not been able to find anyone fully qualified to hire. In general, we typically have about 10 to 15% vacancy at Public Works. I have 108 full-time staff plus 10 part-time. More challenging these days, it seems like, to get qualified staff. It takes a little longer in general. Usually we could fill them in 2 or 3 months. Now it's taking 6 or 8 months. Retention, turnover's a little more now, but like I said, the 2 positions we've had long-term difficulties, I guess, in filling have been getting the 1 authorized in buildings and grounds and then the 2 fleet maintenance positions for the mechanics. And moving on to funds for equipment. This has been, our funds for equipment have been and will continue to be our biggest challenge at Public Works. We have a lot of equipment. We need a lot of equipment, and our equipment's not cheap. Compared to the fire department, it probably is a little cheaper. So maybe invest in I'm just kidding. You get 2 for 1. There we go, 2 for 1. You get 2 of mine, 1 of his. Anyway, all joking aside, we need both, but even within the equipment arena, it's, our equipment's funded through 3 different sources: utility fund, stormwater fund, and general fund. And even within that, it's the general fund equipment because we're all competing. Fire department, police department, Public Works, Parks and Rec, we're all competing for those general fund dollars. And that's where I see the biggest strain as far as the age of my equipment. Chief mentioned earlier 10 years. 10 years is the life expectancy of most of my equipment. So the purpose, go back. The intent for today's slide is basically to illustrate the ongoing concerns with the age and reliability of our equipment. It does impact the level and quality of service that we can provide to the citizens, as witnessed through the leaf collection last year. I'll get into that in a minute. It affects the morale and retention of our staff too. The most fundamental thing we can do for our staff is provide them the training and the equipment they need to perform their jobs, their tasks, the most efficient way and productive way that they can. So, there's nothing more frustrating than to have staff come in the morning, They get in their equipment, get it all together, they hit the road. If they get to the job site without breaking down, that's good. But if they get there and the equipment breaks down, they get delayed, they haul it back. It could take a week, 2 or 3 days to a week to get the equipment repaired. It's just not a good place to be. And when it happens once in a while, that's understandable. But when it happens more routinely, more regularly, that's when it becomes a problem with retention and morale. And then, of course, as the chief pointed out, maintenance costs go up significantly with the age of our equipment. For the sake of this presentation, I only considered our public works equipment, the heavy equipment, the passenger vehicles, basically the pickup trucks, the F-150s, 250s, 350s, and I included mowers this year. I didn't do it in the past, but they've gotten to be quite expensive as well, and it's a key component to getting, like the cemetery and the grounds maintenance section, they're required for them as well. So I included them. There's 144 pieces of equipment that I looked at for the presentation to follow. I didn't include trailers, no attachments. We have lots of attachments too, but none of that stuff was included. I included the equipment for all funding sources in the first slide. You'll see it's all inclusive, general fund, stormwater fund, and utility fund. And I've actually compared, as I said, FY 21-22 through today to kind of show the transition as we've invested money in equipment, where we were then and where we are now. This is all inclusive. Again, 10 years is the life expectancy of our equipment, except for the mowers, it's 5 to 7. The average age of our equipment overall at Public Works is 12 years old. We have 49, just shy of 50% of our equipment is over 10 years old, and 31% is over 15 years old. But if you look at the trend, it's moving in the right direction. Not as steep as the slope isn't as steep as I'd like for it to be, but at least we've invested money over the last few years and we're getting there. As I mentioned, the general fund, the equipment that's funded through the general funds are shared, and it reflects here as well. Once we start looking at just the equipment that's funded through the general fund, the average age goes up to 13 years. The percentage of equipment that's 10 and 15 years old goes up as well, 55 and 35% respectively. The trend, we haven't invested, if I can keep the slide right, Lord have mercy. There we go. We're trending in the right direction, but again, there's room for improvement. Within the general fund, the solid waste is part of that, and I've separated them out as I did the last couple of years because they have the most and the oldest equipment of all my fleet in Public Works. We've invested significantly in the last couple of years, and it's helped a little, but as you can see, just looking at solid waste, the average age of their equipment is 15 years old. There's 66% that's over 10, 47% is over 15 years old, and almost 30% is over 20 years old. But you see the slope's a little, I keep hitting the wrong button. I'm gonna blame it on lunch. I shouldn't have come here after lunch. It's steeper. So like I said, we've invested more money over the last couple of years, so we're seeing the rate of change a little bit quicker, but it's still room for improvement. Last year, I actually separated out the leaf and limb division because if you remember, you're all city residents, in December, in the fall of 22, winter, and then into January, February of 23, the leaf collection we had a horrible time. We went into leaf season. We have 5 leaf machines. At the time, it was a 1999 year model, a 2006, a 2007, a 2010, and a 2019. As with every leaf season, everything's gone over with a fine-tooth comb. Garage inspects them, we repair them, get them ready for leaf season. The welder does some repairs, the fan blades are checked. We're ready to go. 2 weeks into that leaf season, of 5 pieces of equipment, we were lucky to keep 1 or 2 out on the street the entire leaf season. So when I presented this in February of 23, last year, I singled out the leaf equipment. At the time, 93% of the leaf equipment, leaf and limb equipment was at least 10 years old, 93%. 78, almost 80% was over 15 years old, and 52% was over 20 years old. This is equipment that has a life expectancy of 10 years. It's used year-round, all day long. So that kind of explained the dire straits we were in, and I had no intention of coming into this leaf season in the same situation. We had ordered a leaf truck that year. It was delayed, COVID, all the stuff. You know, it's hard to get equipment now. Last August, contacted the company. It was going to be January of this year before we were going to get it. So I came to council and requested the purchase of an automated leaf machine. I found one we could get within a couple weeks. Y'all approved it. Thank you. We got it in. I've always said I'd rather be lucky than good at anything. About 2 weeks after that, the truck that wasn't going to be here till January showed up. So we started this leaf season with 2 new trucks, an automated and an old style. They didn't come without their own problems. We've had a couple recalls. They've been down for a couple weeks at a time here and there, but hopefully you've noticed a difference this year in the leaf collection, just with 2 trucks. So thank you. But that was the whole reason I pointed that out that last year and still this year, because we've only gotten rid of 1. I'm getting ready to get rid of the 2006 model, but we kept 4 plus the 2 just in case, because we don't know. But the age of the equipment is really starting to have an impact on some of the operations we have out there. And as you see, the average age of the leaf and limb equipment is still 19 years old. This is the same screenshot I used last year. I just want to talk to a couple points here. As you can see, in 22-23, we did receive $940,000 in funding for just solid waste. Again, point this out. This is just solid waste, not public works as a whole, just solid waste. And it went a long ways. We were able to get a dump master, a leaf truck. That leaf truck we ordered then we finally got this year, a rear loader, and a one-arm addition to the fleet. Our automated one-arm refuse trucks were all purchased right before, about the same time I got here in late 2013. I got here in December. They're all 2014 year models. So we bought one ahead of time to add one to the fleet, and the plan was to start transitioning those out one at a time this year. But as you can see, that has not been funded this year, so we're not going to be able to start that transition. The plan was by the time the last one is transitioned out, it'll be 14 years old. That's going to probably get shifted to the right now. The last one's going to be 15 years old. Why do I bring this up? Well, all 4 of them have had extensive structural issues because of their age. The inside tracking that the blades roll on was completely worn out. It was actually cutting into the bottom of the cab, the bottom of the container. We had to go in and weld sheet metal in to the bottom and also weld in some new tracking. We did all this in-house. It was a bit of an undertaking, but we've been able to extend the life of them for at least another 3 or 4 years, we think. But that's where we are. 10 years is the max on this stuff. And if we stay on track after this year and if we don't buy 2 next year, then the last one's going to be 15 years old.
Rick, before you leave that, sorry.
Go ahead.
Before you leave that slide, deadline, does that mean they're into life and surplus?
That's what I was going to get to next. And
And
those
fire,
are all.
And fire's the one that literally caught on fire, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And that's the only reason that was replaced this year. That was in the budget or in the CIP to be replaced this year. That was it was a 2010 model dump master. We have to have 3 dump masters in order to provide our commercial refuse service within the city and on Seymour Johnson Air Force Base. It was a backup. We only brought it in because we knew it was in bad shape. We kept it running just to get through another year, we thought, but we put it in service when another one had to go in for maintenance or repairs. And that's what we did this day. There's one of the trucks, you pull up to the fuel pump, you check the fuel and add oil, instead of vice versa. And it caught on fire and burned up. So we did get some insurance claim monies out of that. So we put it towards, and we did get a new front loader. Unfortunately, I don't think if it had caught on fire, we would have gotten it this year, unless I came in and again did a special general fund balance amendment, because both of these were purchased through fund balance amendments, so direct purchase, not a loan, which is good. I'm not complaining. But this is the one arm that's not going to get funded. As you can see, every year for the next 4 years, we're trying to purchase a one arm to transition those out of our inventory. And you're right, the deadline, we've been without these 3 for going on two years now. Typically, when we get a new rear loader, it goes to the residential refuse and recycle, and the ones that were there get transitioned down to the leaf and limb division. So they've been without those 3, but we make do. Hopefully y'all never even noticed that. We make things happen regardless. Doesn't mean I don't need them and don't want them, but we can make things happen to a certain point. But yes, so those, unless you have any other questions, those were the main highlights here that I want to point out.
So deadline is just, it's inoperable?
It was unrepairable. It's actually been sold on Gov Deals, all 3 of them, last year. Engines were blown. I think one had a rod go through the side of the engine. They're just unrepairable. This kind of sums up everything.
One more, sorry, Councilmember.
So going back to the salary
and the vacancy with your heavy mechanic that you're missing. You said you had 5 positions and one of them was, was it one or two?
I have 2 vacancies for my heavy equipment mechanics.
And so and I know that we were talking earlier this morning about funding another pay study because it's time, but outside of that, looking at immediate needs for, 40% of your heavy mechanic is just not there, and 10% didn't fix the problem. Nobody applied.
No.
So, how much more do you think needs to be put on that particular job to get somebody to come take it? Because I understand, and you and I had some conversation about that from speaking with other people in those industries, in those jobs, they're stealing people from one another. So.
That's correct. White's Trucking, we talked with them, and they're having a hard time filling their positions. They pay them considerably more than what we pay ours.
Right.
It's an industry issue. I wish it were just a money thing some days, but it's a staffing thing too. It's a qualification. Those jobs, people just aren't going into the field, I don't think. So.
And we're talking about heavy mechanics.
Heavy mechanics, heavy equipment mechanics.
And are we linked with the installation as far as with Red Horse when people begin to transition out, when they have the heavy equipment? Because I know your background as well, so.
Right. Well, we were trying that. Even the colleges, we're looking at even trying to get someone right out of trade school. They just finished the program at Johnston Community, Wayne Community. There's another one. I forget the name of the other college. The problem there may be that right out of college, they may not have the tools. So we've toyed with the idea of providing a basic tool, because our mechanics provide their own tools. Their toolkits can run $10,000, $15,000, $20,000. But just a basic one, provide it for them for the first 3 years. If you stay with us 3 years, the toolkit gets transitioned over to you, something like that. We've been trying to think outside the box to fill them. But
I did see your pay scale though, and even with heavy equipment operators, I do think your section needs a pay study, just to be honest.
oh, I agree. And that's a double-edged sword. I wasn't going to talk pay study, but I agree we need a pay study, but probably funds to go with it too. We did one a few years ago, 5 years ago, and it's almost salt in the wound. Yeah, you're not getting paid enough. Our pay study proves it, but yet we're not going to pay you. So that's just my 2 cents. I said I wasn't going to talk about that because I can get in trouble. But if we're going to do the pay study, we need to have money to support it.
Implement it.
Right.
I agree with you.
I
If you're,
think we need money to implement all the stuff that we talking about.
Well, and that's why I asked the sort of specific question that I did was sort of like, never mind the pay study as a whole, but that particular opening, how much is it off the mark in order to get somebody to apply for the job?
Right.
How much is that particular position off?
I'm not going to say it out loud here what I think. I prefer to have the study done. I can get with Bernadette and run the numbers, but we felt comfortable doing 10%. We were well within that range doing 10% when we did it, when we looked at it. And I've got a light mechanics too. You create tension, you start singling out one section or one division, and why them, not me? So it needs to be done across the board, I think.
Okay, fair enough.
Are there any opportunities to, on a temporary basis, partner with any temporary firms to try to fill those positions?
I would love to pull a temp in. In fact, one of the permanent party we have now was a temp at one time, and about 4 years ago he came on full time. So the temp was great. I can't even get a temp in.
Council, any other comments or questions on this one?
I do have a comment though. Are we as a city open to doing internships with people that are transitioning out the military? Because that is an option.
Do you mind? Because this is internships and apprenticeships are a big conversation. Do you mind grab one of the mics?
We are open to that, definitely. We are most benefited by those that are college or graduate levels because we feel like we can help them and they can help us. The problem with that is being able to pay them. Because very, very few individuals want to do an internship with no pay.
With the Skill Bridge program, they allow a service member to come and work for our city or whatever department 180 days from them transitioning out. So we don't pay them, the government continues to pay them. The trade-off is we're allowing them to come in and develop their skill in our organization. So that's just something that I think that we need to tap into as a skill bridge or, program where we're not on the hook for finances. We're just on the hook for properly training and making sure we do oversight.
There's
So it's very
also,
similar to our fellowship programs that we offer now through School of Government or League of Municipalities.
We can do the same thing. though.
Yeah,
I
we do the
hear
same
what you're
thing.
saying. We can use that program. I know about it.
I also
We'll look
want
into it.
to, formerly oddly self-serving, the apprenticeship coordinator out at Wayne Community College has just been phenomenally successful doing kind of a modern apprenticeship model that is quite different from what it was 20 years ago, that does help employers be able to get people straight out of Wayne Community College. And Wayne Community College does it notably different, and I will say better, than a lot of the other peer institutions, just because it's dedicated energy and expertise to actually building a model. But like Smithfield Foods has benefited tremendously from it. And so to your point, I think that large employers like us, we have to follow the trend of what private industry is doing as well. And I think that SkillBridge, modern DOL apprenticeships is something we're going to have to invest a lot of time into, especially in these trades positions where there is a direct one-for-one equivalent out in a school. It's very difficult, I think, whenever you're trying to do an apprenticeship for a unique position, but something that there is a pretty equal spot, especially like, Air Force. I mean, there's firefighters on base. There's heavy machine equipment operators on base. Yeah, I would like to see us try some more of that.
We have also used the School of Government, or the Fellows Program through Chapel Hill and some of the other universities. We have a fellow now, they have one every year. We can add a position there, and they pay for most of that. It's usually costs us about $15,000, and they pick up the other part of the salary and the benefits, and that person also gets college credit too. So we've been doing some of that as well.
And some of those are more planning and economic development style positions, right?
They are, and there are a host of different positions. Might be downtown development, could be, like you said, planning, some finance people too. They've got a variety.
Gotcha.
Yeah, send them our way, and we'll be glad to work with them.
Thank you, Ms. Duff. Any other comments or questions? Because I very much agree. I don't want to get sidetracked too much on Rick, because I agree with that. That is a slightly different strategy conversation, but one that we got to have.
Concur.
Go ahead, please.
And we do have about 15 to 18% of our staff are paramilitary. And we've hired directly from Seymour. I know of 2 positions in particular, so it's a good source. All right. This slide just kind of sums up everything. You can see here, I'm going to step out so I can see and hit the right button. In 22, we were requesting just over $900,000 in funding, and this is just general fund, the general fund dollars. That's our main problem area as far as getting money to purchase equipment. And we were funded at $677,000. In 2023, like I said, we really started to put emphasis on our solid waste equipment and equipment in general. We got a lot of support, and we asked for just shy of $1.2 million, and we got it. And more importantly, $940,000 that was strictly for solid waste equipment. So it does help keep our head above water, I guess. This year, 2023-24, we requested just shy of $1.8 million, and of that, $1.4 million was for solid waste. This is a lot of set aside for solid waste. Unfortunately, we've only waited to capture $700,000, and it was due to the extenuating circumstances where we would buy this piece of equipment. Now, it's not appreciated, but now we're looking at 1.1 million difference in equipment that we're planning to get this year that's got to be spread across procedures. Now, staff are going through it now to see what wasn't purchased this year, what can we get another year or 2 out of it. So everything's got to be shifted to the right unless we can get the 1.1 short here, add it to the 1.6, at 2.8 to 3 million next year for equipment. I don't know how realistic that is, but if not, we're just going to have to shift it to the right These are last year's, this isn't a mistake, this is last year's slide. The 7-year outlook now went from about 1.35 to about 1.7, 1.75 average over the next 7 years. What we're going to need to buy equipment. And like the chief said, the trucks you saw for $400,000, I could have gotten 3 years ago for 3. 25% increase easy across the board for all my equipment. I guess I should say all of our equipment. It's not all dire. We had some considerations over the last few years. I brought them up every year, and fortunately, we've implemented 2 of them.
Mike.
Go to the mic.
Or just pull it around with you.
It's probably got the camera. I'm trying to avoid the camera. I'm not a camera person. Increasing rates was brought up as a consideration, and we did do that. We implemented that, and that's bringing in an additional just shy of $500,000 a year from solid waste services that we provide. And to me, that's $2.4 million over the next 5 years that could be put towards solid waste equipment. So that was implemented. The other thing we've recommended in the past was automated leaf collection machines. We did purchase one this year. I think it's the right way to go. I've talked to other public works directors. They said I would never go back to what we did before. Pulling those trailers behind with the trucks, it's not good business. Once your staff are trained properly, it's just as fast and it's safer. So we did move to that, and what's good about this is it's a single-man operation versus 3-man operation. We can save $50,000 a year in personnel costs doing this. One full-time position and one part-time position can be cut. We can also eliminate all those trailers we have. We have 7 trailers that we pull behind those trucks. 3 of them are 28 years old, and 4 of them are 32 years old. You can't even buy them anymore. We have to rehab when something breaks. We have a welder rehab. We have the insides primed and painted every few years so they don't rust out. But for every truck, automated truck I get, I can eliminate 2 trailers and 2 staff. So that age of our equipment will go down dramatically once we get rid of those trailers. So those 2 things were done over the last few years. The other thing we proposed was reducing the level of service, leaf and limb and white goods. A lot of municipalities and cities only pick up a couple times a year, 2 pickups in the fall, 2 pickups in the spring. We have a Cadillac service. I'm fine with it. It's, y'all's discretion whether you want to continue to do that, but reducing the level of service. We pick up leaves and limbs hearing aid, sorry. I had to turn it off. Every 2 weeks, we go through every route every 2 weeks and pick up leaves and limbs and white goods every week. So that was a consideration that was proposed as well. We also talked about setting up a capital reserve fund for equipment replacement. We had one 10 to 15 years ago. It was exhausted and it's never been reinstated. And we've also I've talked to Ms. Gwynn, the finance director, a couple times about establishing a solid waste enterprise fund. We haven't done a deep dive. It hasn't been time. She's had just a few other things on her plate. So we haven't done a deep dive on that, but that's another consideration. Then all the funds that are generated within solid waste stay in solid waste. That $500,000 or $480,000 that we're getting in additional funds for the rate increase will stay in solid waste and run it as a business. So again, we have implemented a few. It's not dire straits. We'll make it happen either way. That's what we do. But equipment is, as I said in the beginning, and will continue to be my biggest challenge out there. Some staffing, but the equipment, with the age of our equipment, it's starting to impact some of our operations. Any further questions?
Have we done any kind of rate comparison with other municipalities to see how we compare with our rates? Are we?
Oh, you mean the solid waste, the 25 versus 22? I'd like to say yes. I can't remember offhand.
I didn't know, are we below average?
With what we provide, would be hard pressed to find another municipality, I think, that provides the services. It's year round. We do this service year round, not just seasonal. So there may be 1 or 2 that still do that. Benchmarking, I think there was maybe one other municipality, maybe 2 that did it year round, but most do not.
I can speak to that a little bit in the sense that you do have to compare apples to apples, and it's easier to do that with things with just simple solid waste collection. Just forget about the leaf and limb debris and the bulk pickups. And he's right. This municipalities I've been at, it is a Cadillac. And Aiden kind of did a lot of the same kind of things, a lot of the frequency of the pickups, but we'd have to segregate it out and say what do we charge or what's our cost, and we'd have to cost it all out, which we could do. and say, okay, this is what garbage is. It's really about $15, and then leaf and limb might be $8, and then so the other things all added together makes it seem like, oh, ours is high, but when we do all these other things that nobody else does, or not no one, but a lot of people don't do.
I think it's
Generally speaking, it would cost, like maybe $12 to do garbage pickup in a lot of places through a contracted service, but you're not going to be able to compare that to what we do because we just provide so much more.
I definitely wasn't gonna argue that it was too high. I was just seeing if there was any room for any, I was just trying to look at ways to supplement your income from your department to try to get, some of these needs met with your aging equipment.
Right. They took a big step last year with the increase from 22 to 25. Extra $500,000 a year would go a long ways, if it stays within solid waste. Doesn't subsidize fire or police.
That's why he's talking about the enterprise funds.
Yeah,
Yeah, the enterprise fund would certainly solve that from being an issue if it in fact is an issue.
Right.
As I said, there's a few more pressing matters for.
Right now.
Are there any other comments or questions on this slide?
I
Ms.
have a
Jones?
comment.
Councilwoman,
Yeah.
yes, ma'am.
And I don't have a question, but I want to thank you so much. I got a call from Ms. Parks, and she was in tears, and she was so thankful that you guys were able to get out to paint her cemetery of her loved one. She'd lost her husband, and she was saying that, just how bad the cemetery looked, and he'd worked so hard, and then he was out there, and the cemetery didn't look well. So I wanted to let you know just how grateful she was, and I am too. She said, I was going to give up hope. She says, I know I asked you. She said, but she kept going, and then she got a surprise. So I wanted you and your people to know that she was very happy and in tears. And then the second thing is, where did you tell me there are some commodes? There's another commode that is I told you about the one on A Street, but then who can we get to get these commodes?
Well, that's considered construction debris, and we don't pick up construction debris.
Construction, okay.
We have to haul it separately to the land, have a separate area at the landfill where construction debris has to be disposed of, and
Okay,
we don't. You can get with me afterwards. I
okay.
can work out something.
All right, thank you.
Just a side comment is one of the struggles that we have with people dumping things in various places, and our folks go out and pick that up as part of trying to keep the city clean. So it's like a comment, it's always a struggle. So in addition to everything that they're picking up, we're picking up a lot of times where people have just thrown stuff out in the city right away. And so kudos to his department for doing all that too. That's on top of what they do normally.
Yeah, I wanted to know the right, because we had talked before.
Just give me the address.
Okay, all right, thank you.
One last comment. I just wanted to tell you I was extremely impressed when several of us visited your department, and the longevity and the tenure of your employees, and then walking around, the camaraderie with your staff. They spoke very highly of you, and it was very evident that you serve with great excellence. So I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions on this one?
Just one last thing on your maintenance portion of it. Do you have any parts on hand? Do you keep any parts on hand?
Minimal, mostly for the PMIs, oil filters and things, air filters, things like that. That's why the standardization does help with that. We don't have to have such a large area for the basic stuff we do, but parts, we have so many suppliers right here locally. If we need stuff, we order it, it's delivered to us, and we have a runner go get it. There's no way with the diversity we have, the amount of equipment we have to keep a lot of things on hand.
Right, I was just saying basically the service parts, like a PLL stock.
Yeah, the filters, air filters, oil filters, we do keep those on hand, try to. That's the one positive about standardization, but
yeah,
capability is more important than that, and functionality. I understand that with PD. I'm not trying to lean them towards Fords too. I'm a Ford guy, so.
Me too, Rick.
All right, is that it?
Any
Sorry
other
about the
comments?
clicker confusion in the beginning. I should look at it before I push, but it'll bother me more than you probably.
All right, keep us going. Thank you. Good. Do what? Yeah.
Good afternoon. I hope everybody
Welcome
had a good
back.
lunch. Feel a little bit better than I did this morning, so bear with me. This is public utilities. I've got 3 sections that I'm over, and I'm going to go through all 3 of them, one by one. You'll notice in my presentation that I'm going to show you what we're doing now and then what we're going to be needing here in the future, okay? This is the waste treatment plant. We're going to start with there first. This is operated 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We don't stop for anything. No hurricanes, no snow, no nothing. We're constantly going. This is the staff that currently operates that facility. You might not recognize some of the staff because they're at the plant. They're not in the city. Hardly anybody knows these folks. These guys are constantly there. They're operating. I've got 19 staff that are certified. To maintain their certifications, they have to go to class. They have to have 6 hours of training, which is about $150 a piece, okay? The cost for renewing their license every year is about $50 a piece, okay? Just for a grade 1 operator to get their certification costs around $450 just to go to the class before they can even test. The test is about $85, okay? So as you're looking at these guys, the retainability in this for staying at the city is a must because we invest a lot of time, a lot of effort in this staff, and I lose them about every 3 years. What happens, they'll get their grade 2 and they'll go to somewhere else, all right? And it's not because of the work conditions or anything like that. They're just offered better pay. If I can get them to stay for 5 years, they're going to be loyal. They're going to stay. But I can't get some of these with their grade 1s. I cannot get them to stay past 2-3 years. Already approved projects that I have is a bar screen at Big Cherry Lift Station. That one is going to be decommissioned probably in August. That bar screen that's there is going to go actually to Pecan Lift Station. That bar screen right there is going to save the city about $300,000. All I have to do is get somebody to install it, okay? That bar screen that's there was installed in 2016, just before Hurricane, which one was it, Matthew? Already approved in this project. And the reason why I do this, because some council members don't realize what has been going on, and it takes a few years to get some of these projects done. This one, for instance, has been approved. Westbrook Lift Station is the main lift station that pumps wastewater to the water reclamation facility. The current generator is 30 years old. The generator maintains power during outage events. It is crucial for operations of the collection system. The current generator needs replacement due to the age and wear and tear. The price to replace the generator with a newer model was $815,000. It's been ordered in 2023. We're looking at 2025 to get here. It takes two years for this thing. It's almost like a fire truck. It takes 2 years for that big of a generator to be built. Sand filter replacement. I should say sand replacement. The city currently has 4 sand filters. They are designed to filter out 4 million gallons a day. These filters are vital because they remove the suspended matter from the water. Due to the abuse of high flows, cause of major rain events, hurricanes throughout the years, the filters have become stressed. Filters 1 and 3 are scheduled this year for replacement of the sand. The sand lasts about 7 years, okay? It's a maintenance program. Just to replace the sand this year was $156,000, okay? Going to be put in the budget for sand filters 4 and 1. to get that sand replaced. Or no, I'm sorry, for sand filter 1 next, or sand filter 4 next year. We just had sand filter number 2 just rebuilt. Already approved telemetry projects, all our SCADA system throughout the city of Goldsboro. We have 26 stations throughout the, lift stations throughout the city of Goldsboro, and 4 elevated water tanks. We all have communication with all those stations, and this is the telemetry that they're replacing the radios in those stations. The project was $316,000 for that. Future needs for the wastewater expansion: construction of a 3.5 million gallon treatment basin upgrade. Estimated price of the project, $100 to $120 million. This project will allow us to go from 14.2 MGD plant to 17.6 MGD plant with the next 4 to 5 years. This expansion is needed to accommodate potential growth for the city and the merger regionalization feasibility study. Primary engineering for 30%, design estimated to be $1.6 million. Future needs, current budget, this is normal normal stuff that we do as maintenance. Repaint the clarifiers, 1, 2, 3, and 4. We do this we do 1 every 5 years, okay? So just to do 1 is about $45,000, okay? And then the price goes up eventually, respectively, within the next 4 years. We'll get a free year in between, and then we'll start the process over again. Also, future needs. This is a deragger monitor, protector, and controller. We are going to be putting this on 8 of our pumps at the WRF and at 8 pumps at the lift stations. What this does is it senses the amperage on the pumps. So as the amperage goes up, it'll shut the pump off, and then what it'll do is reverse the polarity of those pumps and reverse the flow of the pump, so it'll derag the system. Okay, this will cost, just in service calls alone, it'll pay for itself. This is about $74,000. That's for all the pumps that we're talking about, all 8 pumps, or 16 pumps. Future needs for replacing the filter belt press 1 and 2. These are over 20 years old. Each belt press, the filter belt presses have both reached the end of their life cycle. Belt press is scheduled to be replaced in fiscal year 25, while number 2 filter belt press will be scheduled in 26. The prices are estimated to be $1.2 million and $1.28 million respectively. These pieces of equipment can be included in the WR upgrade. Why I say that is because staff can maintain these until the point if we decide to go, okay, we'll replace these in the upgrade, we have the capabilities of maintaining them. These belt presses, they work with the compost facility. What they do is they squeeze the water out of the sludge, and then the cake is formed and mixes with yard waste, and we turn it into a nice compost. Also, the UV system. This has been in my DCIP grant that I've been doing since I've been director. Have not been successful at getting that grant. Each year it goes up. This UV light is used for disinfection to mutate the bacteria so that they cannot be reproduced. This is an extremely important step in the treatment process. This annual UV inspection that was completed in 2023 stated that the system is still operational, but recommended for a complete overhaul due to the age and wear and tear in the system. The price to replace the old UV system is estimated to be $1.8 million. This can be included also in the WRF upgrade. Influence structure. This is the beginning structure, so if you do tour my plant, this is the smelliest place on the planet, okay? This is where the stuff starts. All right, this needs to be replaced. This is actually over 30 years old, and during the upgrade, there's no more room for another basin on this structure. They're going to have to make a new structure for basins 5 and 6, or future 6. Rebuilding the influent structure is age and in its service capacity is maxed. This is a very important part of the treatment process. It prevents grit from getting into the treatment process, which prevents damage to the equipment. This project will cost approximately $1.5 million if we just do it by itself. And this is scheduled for fiscal year 25. This also will be in that upgrade. And the future needs a bar screen at Westbrook Lift Station. This lift station this bar screen is approximately 20 years old. For a brand new one, you're looking at about $450,000. I'm thinking about putting this in the DCIP grant study, but this is a definite that this is our main lift station. This bar screen takes out pretty much anything that comes through the wastewater system, okay? Boards, rags, fencing, you name it, I've seen it come through there. This is going quick. Okay, now we're back to the water plant. This is the staff at the water plant. There's 12 staff members there. 11 of the staff members are certified for the state of North Carolina to operate that facility. You cannot operate this facility or the waste treatment plant unless you're a certified operator. You cannot work by yourself there. Their renewal fees are similar to the water or the waste treatment plants. Their training schedule is the same, and their to advance into the next level of certification, their classes cost about $400 a class. Already approved for the water treatment plant was the ATSs, the automatic transfer switches for the water plant. Their transfer switch, when they lose power, the one that they do have does not work properly. So we had funding, and this should be here up and ready probably by fall. We had to order the parts for this also. The same as the Neuse River Pump Station. Have you guys been to the Neuse River Pump Station at all? Have you been to the water plant? I'm telling you, you guys need to see it. It's amazing. The automatic transfer switch are used to automatically switch between the main power and generator when we have power failures. These come really very important, especially during those ice events when power goes out, the water plant, so they can actually produce water. If I don't have power, we can't produce it. So we draw the water from the Neuse River. This transfer switch will help transfer that power to that station to run the pumps. And also, we are in the works for, we're doing bids on this right now, of our mag meter. There's 2 of them. There's 16-inch line mag meters, flow meters, so we can actually keep better track of what is going out to the city. We do have flow meters now, but these are need to be replaced. We budgeted for $32,000. The project is currently going out for bids scheduled beginning in 2024. Dredging. The Neuse River intake structure dredged annually is needed. Dredging is defined as removing the sediment and debris from the bottom of the river. It is necessary to remove the sediment, sand and silt, because it gradually fills in the intake structure, and this is currently estimated to cost $483,000. We've been getting by with it through the years. We budget this every year. Sometimes we have to use it and sometimes we don't. We usually know around May if we need to do this. The staff will go out and stick the river to see how we are with the sand levels. Unfortunately, this year we're gonna probably have to use this dredging aspect of it. Since they made the dam over by Bosco, is it Bosco Beach? I think so. Yes, they had a weir dam built. They did a better job of it, so we get a better circulation of water going past that intake structure. That's why we don't have to dredge as often. Before that, we were dredging every year. Unfortunately, the price has gone up because what's happening is they're dredging, the water level is higher, so that now we're gonna have to put barges out there instead of using TA11 to go out there and scoop out the river. The structure, this is the clear well number 1 rehab. We did clear well number 2 years ago. Now it's time for this one to get done. Basically what this is, needing a new paint job and the seals being resealed. The structure holds about 2.7 million gallons of treated water. This is where the ammonia is added to the water to form chloramines, a much stronger disinfection than chlorine. This project is projected to cost about $108,000. This project is scheduled to begin, we were going to do it in 2024, but we had to, it was forgotten in the budget, so we put it to this budget. Future needs, the structural repairs. Currently, we are working on structural repairs at the water plant. The water plant is currently 73 years old. You can tell as construction is built through that water plant how the concrete in that facility through the years, as you got closer to, as further out, the concrete was stronger in the 1940s than it is in 2000. I'm going to tell you that right now. That is holding up well. The stuff that we did in upgrades, that's not holding up so well. So we got cracks and leaks inside those basins. We have to get them repaired. Currently, I'm working on spec works to repair those items, but you're looking at least $255,000. I got a budget next year because I've got almost $500,000 in damages that we have to fix to maintain that water plant. The current facility is over, like I said, 73 years old. We need to begin the planning process to have the project completed in the next 10 to 15 years. This would be more likely to start after the WRF upgrade. The site location for the new facility is the first step in a 10-year process. We're off to the compost facility. This compost facility was built in 2000. It's actually been maintained by 5 people the whole time. So when you go out there to get compost, that's the folks that are out there loading your vehicles up. Matter of fact, this month was free mulch. Free mulch February. Not compost, but the mulch was free. So if you still need to get some mulch, come and get it. It's free. Rod will be happy to load your vehicle up.
Hey, for those watching, do you do bagged or just by the truckload?
They do bags. Now for mulch, I don't think they do bags. But if you bring a container, they'll fill it for you.
So if you have just a standard F-150, can you roll up and get a truckload of mulch?
Yes.
All right.
Yep. That's going to be coming to my next thing that we're going to be needing.
We'll touch on it again then too, don't worry.
Yeah, that's fine. The compost facility has already purchased a Western Star dump truck in 2003. We're waiting for the delivery of it. It should be here like tomorrow. We're waiting on this. We purchased this dump truck. They told us it was going to be almost a year and a half out, and they weren't lying. So hopefully it'll show up soon. As you currently know, this is Bay 8. This is something that we've been working on. We actually, the bids went out. I'll see you in March on this one in the next council meeting. But this structure here, the reason why we need an enclosure for it is this is where they store their equipment. My first 2 months as director, that caught on fire. Okay, and how it caught on fire, if you know anything about compost or manure or anything like that, it generates heat. It's called spontaneous combustion. These guys, when the temperature changes in the spring and in the fall, it catches on fire, so they got to come out and put it out. Well, what happened was a spark flew off of one of the piles that they did and caught that facility on fire, that square area. So we're trying to contain it so that sparks can't get in there anymore. And then we're working on painting this facility. Like I said, it was 20 years old. The interior of the office needs to be painted, and the compost facility outside structure needs to be repainted. The cost about 40 grand. This is the loader that I'm talking about that we're going to try to budget this year. The reason why we need a smaller loader is that guy that shows up in the Ford 150, F-150, we've got the giant ones, okay? So you dump a bucket load in that truck, it's coming down. We've already had a couple of accidents where the bucket just grazed the window, busted open a window. Things of that nature. With a smaller vehicle, we can avoid most of those accidents on that. So this is what we're budgeting for, because it's easier to load smaller vehicles on this, and we get a lot of smaller vehicles coming in, so we'll be budgeting it for this. And this is the cheapest one that we found.
How many yards?
That one right there, I think it's 2 yards. The ones that we have at the plant are 5 yards, so they hold quite a bit. They'll fill your truck up. And any questions? A little bit better than this morning? Yeah? No? Maybe?
Council, any comments or questions on these presentations? Okay. On the mulch and the compost side, hey, Bert, before you go, on the mulch and the compost side, I realize this is really not the main subject matter of today, but I'm curious, bagged compost and all that fun stuff, if you want to get it for a civic group or a group that's doing a community garden or something like that, how can they go about contacting you or the city and see if we can help them out with that?
Yeah, just contact myself or contact Rod over at the compost facility, 919-735 0110.
Sure.
And then, of course, my phone number, 919-735-3329.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
3329.
All right, everybody. It is 2:45, if I can read my hands. I think I can. And we have reached the end of our program for today. So, Matt, I believe you and Laura wanted to go through a day one evaluation, and then any other formalities and getting feedback from council on what are the things they heard today that they absolutely want to see prioritized. And so I'll let you take over.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we've got a list here that I'm going to have Laura kind of read out, and these are the things that we jotted down that we want to probably revisit at the end of our session tomorrow. I think we probably wait until we get a comprehensive list, but I want to make sure that the ones that are listed here and anything else that you want carried over till tomorrow. So Laura, if you don't mind reading that off, I'd appreciate it.
Okay. So a couple of things as well. Council, so we'll do retreat decisions now as well. So once I get finished reading off the list, if there's some type of retreat decision you want me to put on the chart for tomorrow, we'll have that ready, and then tomorrow's list we'll also add, and we'll add it up on the screen so we can start making some changes to them. So the first thing I had was pay study. Would y'all like to add that to the retreat decisions?
The pay study
Possibly.
was approximately $40,000. It could range a little bit higher, maybe a little bit lower. So that's something that, either say yes or no on, and we wait till tomorrow. But that was we're just listing off what was discussed.
So we can make a list for today and then
Right.
a
Yes,
list
sir.
for tomorrow.
Yeah. Leave on the list for tomorrow, and then I may be better to have y'all think about it overnight, and we'll make our decisions.
You want to do that?
Okay,
What
so
do
I'm
we
gonna
wanna
go
list
ahead
the
and list
things?
it all, and then
Yeah.
y'all can tell me if there's something you want to add or remove.
Okay.
Right there. So we got pay study, longevity, Real numbers for 401 match, real numbers for longevity, homeless, unhoused, fire department pay, fire department equipment, police vehicles, police pay, no, I'm sorry, public works pay increase, public works equipment, and then the rest of them are all public utilities. WRF expansion, repaint the clarifiers 1 through 4, deragger monitor, replace the filter belt press 1 and 2, UV light disinfection, influence structure, Westbrook lift station, NRPS dredge, Clearwell number 1 rehab, WTP structural repairs, WTP, paint and rehab the interior and exterior of the compost facility, and compost small loader. So those were the budget requests and anything that, council kind of flagged. Is there anything else that I can add to the list?
Council?
I think we had vacation buyback, that was one on here.
Yeah,
Okay.
vacation buyback.
Yep.
I'm just looking at my.
And the insurance
And the
as well, right?
Insurance, the, being able to do a match.
Okay.
Council? Yeah. You got a question, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, so with the, I'm just picking one, with the homelessness and the unhoused conversation that we had, was there a decision that needed to be made, or were we needing to, what were we needing to do there with that, if anything? Because I don't recall any specific decision that we needed to make, but just wondering.
There was not, but it's worth noting that if we are in the same situation tomorrow where we are today, I think we need to get into some more conversation around our home ARP and what we want to do with that and try to move this thing along. Felicia, I'm sorry. I know that ends up, putting more on you. But it's any finance discussion that we have here, I think that is going to be a major part of it, because if that is going to be, if it's going to incur, if whatever decision goes with that is going to involve recurring cash flow needs, then we're going to have to include them. And that was an if, not a hint. That was just.
And I'm saying, I'm not gonna be here tomorrow at that discussion, so I
Okay.
wanted to make sure I passed my thoughts along to the mayor to share. So I just didn't know what we needed to do with that one.
In just a few minutes, we'll do council member kind of closing comments, and if you're comfortable doing it then, is that all right? That way you can add any more comments that you have?
Oh, yeah, I think I'm good with it.
Oh.
I just wanted to, yeah,
Perfect.
thank you.
Anybody else have anything that were budget concerns specifically to add to Laura's list?
So maybe instead of the first day being a retreat decisions list, it should be more of a further discussion / budget,
Yeah.
proposed budget,
Sure.
Yeah.
budget concerns, budget request. Okay. Okay.
Matt, is there anything else that you want us to do other than ensuring that we get the evaluations?
No, I think that's it, Mayor. I think, the big discussions will be tomorrow afternoon after we hear from all the other departments, and just appreciate everybody being here. And, again, I know it's a lot of time out of your day, so, thank you again.
Sure. So, I'm not going to force everyone to have a moment in the sun, but would any council members, I'll start with Ms. Jones, if you have any closing comments for today, obviously we'll repeat the same thing tomorrow.
Well, I just wanted to thank all the department heads for being here and presenting today. I know that we all appreciate you. I really feel I can speak for the council on that. We all appreciate you and what you do. This was a lot of information, whether you've heard it before or not. It was a lot of information to take in, and we thank you for taking time to present it to us. And I know that us as a council will work accordingly to help assist each department with their needs. And we just appreciate you.
No comment.
Ms. Taylor? Perfect. Thank y'all. I realize it's a lot, and tomorrow it's going to happen all over again, so thank you for bearing with us.
I don't have a particular comment about the retreat, but the clerk did give you a letter that I received from Principal Ray at Dillard Middle School, so really would like your consideration to help us send our 8th graders on that 8th grade field trip. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I got a question on that. Is that the whole 8th grade or just a class?
The whole 8th grade.
Okay.
So that was per person, that letter,
Yes.
correct, Mayor Pro Tem?
When does that money have to be going in?
Y'all ask after, because that one's going to end up having to be kind of, no, you're perfectly fine. That was going to end up kind of having to be personal stuff, because I don't really know that we're going to be able to allocate city funds towards it, but any council member who's individual.
Yeah, it's no city request. This is personal investment. It's not a city.
Does the clerk want this today or tomorrow?
Today would be fine.
Yeah, that one's your day one, when you'll have another one
Okay.
for day two tomorrow. No, Ms. Weeks, Mr. White, other?
I was just gonna say, thank you so much to the department heads. It's very evident you put a lot of work into this, and there's a lot of pressing needs, and we understand that it's important for us to plan and even forecast ahead. And so, honestly, I'm just speaking to the people who are watching publicly and just saying, hey, if you are an individual of faith, we ask you to just pray for wisdom for this team, that we will use the resources that we have to advance our city and make our city even greater.
Good words.
I just echo
Councilmember?
her sentiments as far as saying thank you to everybody who prepared the documents for us. Very important.
Thank you. Interim manager?
Don't have anything else for you, Mayor.
Madam Clerk?
I'm good.
All right, so with that, do your day one evaluation before you would, if you don't mind, and we will stand in recess until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.